Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 3 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The ex-engineer reached the post office in Bonneville towards 11 o'clock, but he did not at once present his notice of the arrival of his consignment at Ruggles' office. It entertained him to indulge in an hour's lounging about the streets. It was seldom he got into town, and when he did, he permitted himself the luxury of enjoying his evident popularity. He met friends everywhere, in the post office, in the drug store, in the barber shop, and around the courthouse. With each one he held a moment's conversation. Almost invariably this ended in the same way. "Come on and have a drink."
"Well, I don't care if I do."
And the friends proceeded to the Yosemite bar, pledging each other with punctilious ceremony. Dyke, however, was a strictly temperate man. His life on the engine had trained him well. Alcohol he never touched, drinking instead ginger ale, sarsaparilla and iron, soft drinks. At the drug store, which also kept a stock of miscellaneous stationery, his eye was caught by a transparent slate, a child's toy, where upon a little pane of frosted glass one could trace with considerable elaboration outline figures of cows, plows, bunches of fruit, and even rural water mills that were printed on slips of paper underneath.
"Now, there's an idea, Jim,"
he observed to the boy behind the soda water fountain.
"I know a little tad that would just about jump out of her skin for that. Think I'll have to take it with me."
"How's Sidney getting along?" the other asked, while wrapping up the package. Dyke's enthusiasm had made of his little girl a celebrity throughout Bonneville. The ex-engineer promptly became voluble, assertive, doggedly emphatic.
"Smartest little tad in all of Tulare County, and more fun, a regular whole show in herself."
"And the hops?" inquired the other.
"Bully,"
declared Dyke, with the good-natured man's readiness to talk of his private affairs to anyone who would listen.
"Bully. I'm dead sure of a bonanza crop by now. The rain came just right. I actually don't know as I can store the crop in those barns I built. It's going to be so big. That foreman of mine was a daisy. Jim, I'm going to make money in that deal after I've paid off the mortgage you know I had to mortgage, crop and homestead both. But I can pay it off and all the interest to boot. Lovely. Well, as I was saying, after all expenses are paid off, I'll clear big money, my son. Yes, sir, I knew there was boodle in hops. You know the crop is contracted for already. Sure, the foreman managed that. He's a daisy. Chap in San Francisco will take it all, and at the advanced price. I wanted to hang on to see if it wouldn't go to 6 cents, but the foreman said, 'No, that's good enough.' So I signed. Ain't it bully, huh?"
"Then what'll you do?"
"Well, I don't know. I'll have a layoff for a month or so and take the little tad and mother up and show 'em the city, Frisco, until it's time for the schools to open, and then we'll put Sid in the seminary at Marysville. Catch on?"
"I suppose you'll stay right by hops now?"
"Right you are, my son. I know a good thing when I see it. There's plenty others going into hops next season. I set 'em the example. Wouldn't be surprised if it came to be a regular industry hereabouts. I'm planning ahead for next year already. I can let the foreman go now I've learned the game myself, and I think I'll buy a piece of land off Quien Sabe and get a bigger crop, and build a couple more barns, and by George, in about 5 years' time, I'll have things humming. I'm going to make money, Jim."
He emerged once more into the street and went up the block leisurely, planting his feet squarely. He fancied that he could feel he was considered of more importance nowadays. He was no longer a subordinate, an employee. He was his own man, a proprietor, an owner of land, furthering a successful enterprise. No one had helped him. He had followed no one's lead. He had struck out unaided for himself, and his success was due solely to his own intelligence, industry, and foresight. He squared his great shoulders till the blue gingham of his jumper all but cracked. Of late, his great blond beard had grown, and the work in the sun had made his face very red. Under the visor of his cap, relic of his engineering days. His blue eyes twinkled with vast good nature. He felt that he had made a fine figure as he went by a group of young girls in lawns and muslins and garden hats on their way to the post office. He wondered if they looked after him, wondered if they had heard that he was in a fair way to become a rich man. But the chronometer in the window of the jewelry store warned him that time was passing. He turned about and, crossing the street, took his way to Ruggles's office, which was the freight as well as the land office of the P. and S. W. Railroad. As he stood for a moment at the counter in front of the wire partition, waiting for the clerk to make out the order for the freight agent at the depot, Dyke was surprised to see a familiar figure in conference with Ruggles himself, by a desk inside the railing. The figure was that of a middle-aged man, fat, with a great stomach, which he stroked from time to time. As he turned about, addressing a remark to the clerk, Dyke recognized S. Behrman. The banker, railroad agent, and political manipulator seemed to the ex-engineer's eyes to be more gross than ever. His smooth-shaven jowl stood out big and tremulous on either side of his face. The roll of fat on the nape of his neck, sprinkled with sparse, stiff hairs, bulged out with greater prominence. His great stomach, covered with a light brown linen vest, stamped with innumerable interlocked horseshoes, protruded far in advance, enormous, aggressive. He wore his inevitable round-topped hat of stiff brown straw, varnished so bright that it reflected the light of the office windows like a helmet, and even from where he stood Dyke could hear his loud breathing and the clink of the hollow links of his watch chain upon the vest buttons of imitation pearl as his stomach rose and fell. Dyke looked at him with attention. There was the enemy, the representative of the trust with which Derrick's League was locking horns. The great struggle had begun to invest the combatants with interest. Daily, almost hourly, Dyke was in touch with the ranchers, the wheat growers. He heard their denunciations, their growls of exasperation and defiance. Here was the other side, this placid, fat man, with a stiff straw hat and linen vest, who never lost his temper, who smiled affably upon his enemies, giving them good advice, commiserating with them in one defeat after another, never ruffled, never excited, sure of his power, conscious that back of him was the machine, the colossal force, the inexhaustible coffers of a mighty organization vomiting millions to the League's thousands. The League was clamorous, ubiquitous, its objects known to every urchin on the streets. But the trust was silent, its ways inscrutable. The public saw only results. It worked on in the dark, calm, disciplined, irresistible. Abruptly, Dyke received the impression of the multitudinous ramifications of the colossus. Under his feet, the ground seemed mined. Down there below him, in the dark, the huge tentacles went silently twisting and advancing, spreading out in every direction, sapping the strength of all opposition, quiet, gradual, biding the time to reach up and out and grip with a sudden unleashing of gigantic strength.
"I'll be wanting some cars of you people before the summer is out,"
observed Dyke to the clerk as he folded up and put away the order that the other had handed him. He remembered perfectly well that he had arranged the matter of transporting his crop some months before, but his role of proprietor amused him, and he liked to busy himself again and again with the details of his undertaking.
"I suppose," he added, "you'll be able to give 'em to me. There'll be a big wheat crop to move this year, and I don't want to be caught in any car famine."
"Oh, you'll get your cars," murmured the other.
"I'll be the means of bringing business your way," Dyke went on. "I've done so well with my hops that there are a lot of others going into the business next season. Suppose," he continued, struck with an idea, "suppose we went into some sort of pool, a sort of shippers' organization. Could you give us special rates, cheaper rates, say, cent and a half?"
The other looked up. "A cent and a half? Say 4 cents and a half, and maybe I'll talk business with you."
4 cents and a half, returned Dyke. "I don't see it. Why, the regular rate is only 2 cents.
"No, it isn't. answered the clerk, looking him gravely in the eye. "It's 5 cents."
"Well, that's where you are wrong, my son," Dyke retorted genially. "You look it up. You'll find the freight rate on hops from Bonneville to Frisco is 2 cents a pound for carload lots. You told me that yourself last fall."
"That was last fall," observed the clerk. There was a silence. Dyke shot a glance of suspicion at the other. Then, reassured, he remarked,
"You look it up. You'll see I'm right."
S. Behrman came forward and shook hands politely with the ex-engineer.
"Anything I can do for you, Mr. Dyke?"
Dyke explained. When he had done speaking, the clerk turned to S. Behrman and observed respectfully, "Our regular rate on hops is 5 cents."
"Yes,"
answered S. Behrman, pausing to reflect.
"Yes, Mr. Dyke, that's right. 5 cents."
The clerk brought forward a folder of yellow paper and handed it to Dyke. It was inscribed at the top, "Tariff Schedule Number 8," and underneath these words, in brackets, was a smaller inscription, "Supersedes Number 7 of August 1st."
"Read for yourself,"
said S. Behrman. He indicated an item under the head of Miscellany.
"The following rates for carriage of hops in carload lots," read Dyke, "take effect June 1st and will remain in force until superseded by a later tariff. Those quoted beyond Stockton are subject to changes in traffic arrangements with carriers by water from that point."
In the list that was printed below, Dyke saw that the rate for hops between Bonneville or Guadalajara and San Francisco was 5 cents. For a moment, Dyke was confused. Then swiftly the matter became clear in his mind. The railroad had raised the freight on hops from 2 cents to 5. All his calculations as to a profit on his little investment he had based on a freight rate of 2 cents a pound. He was under contract to deliver his crop. He could not draw back. The new rate ate up every cent of his gains. He stood there ruined.
"Oh, why, what do you mean?" he burst out. "You promised me a rate of 2 cents and I went ahead with my business without understanding. What do you mean?"
S. Behrman and the clerk watched him from the other side of the counter. "The rate is 5 cents," declared the clerk doggedly.
"Well, that ruins me," shouted Dyke. "Do you understand? I won't make 50 cents. Why, I will owe. I'll be, that ruins me. Do you understand?"
The other raised a shoulder. "We don't force you to ship. You can do as you like. The rate is 5 cents.
"Well, but damn you, I'm under contract to deliver. What am I going to do? Why, you told me, you promised me a 2-cent rate."
"I don't remember it," said the clerk. "I don't know anything about that, but I know this. I know that hops have gone up. I know the German crop was a failure and the crop in New York wasn't worth the hauling. Hops have gone up to nearly $1. You don't suppose we don't know that, do you, Mr. Dyke?"
"What's the price of hops got to do with you?"
"It's got this to do with us," returned the other with a sudden aggressiveness, "that the freight rate has gone up to meet the price. We're not doing business for our health. My orders are to raise your rate to 5 cents, and I think you're getting off easy." Dyke stared in blank astonishment. For the moment, the audacity of the affair was what most appealed to him. He forgot its personal application.
"Good Lord," he murmured. "Good Lord. What will you people do next? Look here. What's your basis for applying freight rates anyhow?"
he suddenly vociferated with furious sarcasm.
"What's your rule? What are you guided by?"
But at the words, S. Behrman, who had kept silent during the heat of the discussion, leaned abruptly forward. For the only time in his knowledge, Dyke saw his face inflamed with anger and with the enmity and contempt of all this farming element with whom he was contending.
"Yes, what's your rule? What's your basis?" demanded Dyke, turning swiftly to him.
S. Behrman emphasized each word of his reply with a tap of one forefinger on the counter before him.
"All the traffic will bear."
The ex-engineer stepped back a pace, his fingers on the ledge of the counter, to steady himself. He felt himself growing pale, his heart became a mere leaden weight in his chest, inert, refusing to beat. In a second, the whole affair, in all its bearings, went speeding before the eye of his imagination like the rapid unrolling of a panorama. Every cent of his earnings was sunk in this hop business of his. More than that, he had borrowed money to carry it on, certain of success, borrowed of S. Behrman, offering his crop and his little home as security. Once he failed to meet his obligations, S. Behrman would foreclose. Not only would the railroad devour every morsel of his profits, but also it would take from him his home. At a blow, he would be left penniless and without a home. What would then become of his mother? And what would become of the little Tad, she whom he had been planning to educate like a veritable lady? For all that year he had talked of his ambition for his little daughter to every one he met. All Bonneville knew of it. What a mark for jibes he had made himself. The working man turned farmer. What a target for jeers. He who had fancied he could elude the railroad. He remembered he had once said the great trust had overlooked his little enterprise, disdaining to plunder such small fry. He should have known better than that. How had he ever imagined the road would permit him to make any money? Anger was not in him yet. No rousing of the blind, white-hot wrath that keeps to the attack with prehensile fingers moved him. The blow merely crushed, staggered, confused. He stepped outside to give place to a coatless man in a pink shirt who entered, carrying in his hands an automatic door-closing apparatus. "Where does this go?" inquired the man. Dyke sat down for a moment on a seat that had been removed from a worn-out railway car to do duty in Ruggles's office. On the back of a yellow envelope he made some vague figures with a stump of blue pencil, multiplying, subtracting, perplexing himself with many errors. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 3. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 4 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. S. Behrman, the clerk, and the man with the door-closing apparatus involved themselves in a long argument, gazing intently at the top panel of the door. The man who had come to fix the apparatus was unwilling to guarantee it, unless a sign was put on the outside of the door, warning incomers that the door was self-closing. The sign would cost 15 cents extra.
"But you didn't say anything about this when the thing was ordered," declared S. Behrman. "No, I won't pay it, my friend. It's an overcharge."
"You needn't think," observed the clerk, "that just because you're dealing with the railroad, you're going to work us." Genslinger came in, accompanied by Delaney. S. Behrman and the clerk, abruptly dismissing the man with the door-closing machine, put themselves behind the counter and engaged in conversation with these two. Genslinger introduced Delaney. The buster had a string of horses he was shipping southward. No doubt he had come to make arrangements with the railroad in the matter of stock cars. The conference of the four men was amicable in the extreme. Dyke, studying the figures on the back of the envelope, came forward again. Absorbed only in his own distress, he ignored the editor and the cowpuncher.
"Say," he hazarded, "how about this? I make out—"
"We've told you what our rates are, Mr. Dyke," exclaimed the clerk angrily. "That's all the arrangement we will make. Take it or leave it." He turned again to Genslinger, giving the ex-engineer his back. Dyke moved away and stood for a moment in the center of the room, staring at the figures on the envelope.
"I don't see," he muttered, "just what I'm going to do. No, I don't see what I'm going to do at all."
Ruggles came in, bringing with him two other men in whom Dyke recognized dummy buyers of the Los Muertos and Osterman ranchos. They brushed by him, jostling his elbow, and as he went out of the door, he heard them exchange jovial greetings with Delaney, Genslinger, and S. Behrman. Dyke went down the stairs to the street and proceeded onward aimlessly in the direction of the Yosemite House, fingering the yellow envelope and looking vacantly at the sidewalk. There was a stoop to his massive shoulders. His great arms dangled loosely at his sides, the palms of his hands open. As he went along, a certain feeling of shame touched him. Surely his predicament must be apparent to every passer-by. No doubt everyone recognized the unsuccessful man in the very way he slouched along. The young girls in lawns, muslins, and garden hats, returning from the post office, their hands full of letters, must surely see in him the type of the failure, the bankrupt. Then brusquely his tardy rage flamed up. By God, no! It was not his fault. He had made no mistake. His energy, industry, and foresight had been sound. He had been merely the object of a colossal trick, a sordid injustice, a victim of the insatiate greed of the monster, caught and choked by one of those millions of tentacles suddenly reaching up from below, from out the dark beneath his feet, coiling around his throat, throttling him, strangling him, sucking his blood. For a moment he thought of the courts, but instantly laughed at the idea. What court was immune from the power of the monster? Ah, the rage of helplessness, the fury of impotence. No help, no hope, ruined in a brief instant. He, a veritable giant, built of great sinews, powerful in the full tide of his manhood, having all his health, all his wits. How could he now face his home? How could he tell his mother of this catastrophe? And Sidney, the little tad, how could he explain to her this wretchedness? How soften her disappointment? How keep the tears from out her eyes? How keep alive her confidence in him, her faith in his resources? Bitter, fierce, ominous, his wrath loomed up in his heart. His fists gripped tight together, his teeth clenched. Oh, for a moment to have his hand upon the throat of S. Behrman, wringing the breath from him, wrenching out the red life of him, staining the street with the blood sucked from the veins of the people. To the first friend that he met, Dyke told the tale of the tragedy, and to the next, and to the next. The affair went from mouth to mouth, spreading with electrical swiftness, overpassing and running ahead of Dyke himself, so that by the time he reached the lobby of the Yosemite House, he found his story awaiting him. A group formed about him. In his immediate vicinity, business for the instant was suspended. The group swelled. One after another of his friends added themselves to it. Magnus Derrick joined it, and Annixter. Again and again Dyke recounted the matter, beginning with the time when he was discharged from the same corporation's service for refusing to accept an unfair wage. His voice quivered with exasperation. His heavy frame shook with rage. His eyes were injected, bloodshot. His face flamed vermilion, while his deep bass rumbled throughout the running comments of his auditors like the thunderous reverberation of diapason. From all points of view, the story was discussed by those who listened to him, now in the heat of excitement, now calmly, judicially. One verdict, however, prevailed. It was voiced by Annixter. "You're stuck. You can roar till you're black in the face, but you can't buck against the railroad. There's nothing to be done." "You can shoot the ruffian. You can shoot S. Behrman," clamored one of the group. "Yes, sir. By the Lord, you can shoot him." "Poor fool," commented Annixter, turning away. Nothing to be done. No, there was nothing to be done. Not one thing. Dyke, at last alone and driving his team out of the town, turned the business confusedly over in his mind from end to end. Advice, suggestion, even offers of financial aid had been showered upon him from all directions. Friends were not wanting who heatedly presented to his consideration all manner of ingenious plans, wonderful devices. They were worthless. The tentacle held fast. He was stuck. By degrees, as his wagon carried him further out into the country and open, empty fields, his anger lapsed and the numbness of bewilderment returned. He could not look 1 hour ahead into the future, could formulate no plans even for the next day. He did not know what to do. He was stuck. With the limpness and inertia of a sack of sand, the reins slipping loosely in his dangling fingers, his eyes fixed, staring between the horses' heads, he allowed himself to be carried aimlessly along. He resigned himself. What did he care? What was the use of going on? He was stuck. The team he was driving had once belonged to the Los Muertos stables, and unguided as the horses were, they took the county road toward Derrick's ranch house. Dyke, all abroad, was unaware of the fact till, drawn by the smell of water, the horses halted by the trough in front of Caraher's saloon. The ex-engineer dismounted, looking about him, realizing where he was. So much the worse. It did not matter. Now that he had come so far, it was as short to go home by this route as to return on his tracks. Slowly he unchecked the horses and stood at their heads, watching them drink. "I don't see," he muttered, "just what I am going to do." Caraher appeared at the door of his place, his face red beard, and flaming cravat standing sharply out from the shadow of the doorway. He called a welcome to Dyke. "Hello, Captain." Dyke looked up, nodding his head listlessly. "Hello, Caraher," he answered. "Well," continued the saloon keeper, coming down a step, "what's the news in town?" Dyke told him. Caraher's red face suddenly took on a darker color. The red glint in his eyes shot from under his eyebrows. Furious, he vented a rolling explosion of oaths. "And now it's your turn," he vociferated. "They ain't after only the big wheat growers, the rich men. By God, they'll even pick the poor man's pocket. Oh, they'll get their bellies full some day. It can't last forever. They'll wake up the wrong kind of man some morning, the man that's got guts in him, that'll hit back when he's kicked, and that will talk to him with a torch in one hand and a stick of dynamite in the other." He raised clenched fists in the air. "So help me God," he cried. "When I think it's all over, I go crazy. I see red. Oh, if the people only knew their strength. Oh, if I could wake 'em up. They're not only Shelgrim, but there's others. All the magnates, all the butchers, all the bloodsuckers by the thousands. That day will come, by God, it will." By now the ex-engineer and the barkeeper had retired to the saloon back of the grocery to talk over the details of this new outrage. Dyke, still a little dazed, sat down by one of the tables, preoccupied, saying but little, and Caraher, as a matter of course, set the whiskey bottle at his elbow. It happened that at this same moment Presley, returning to Los Muertos from Bonneville, his pockets full of mail, stopped in at the grocery to buy some black lead for his bicycle. In the saloon, on the other side of the narrow partition, he overheard the conversation between Dyke and Caraher. The door was open. He caught every word distinctly. "Tell us about it, Dyke," urged Caraher. For the 50th time, Dyke told the story. Already it had crystallized into a certain form. He used the same phrases with each repetition, the same sentences, the same words. In his mind it became set. Thus he would tell it to anyone who would listen from now on, week after week, year after year, all the rest of his life. "And I based my calculations on a 2-cent rate. So soon as they saw I was to make money, they doubled the tariff. All the traffic would bear. And I mortgaged to S. Behrman, ruined me with a turn of his hand. Stuck, cinched, and not one thing to be done." As he talked, he drank glass after glass of whiskey, and the honest rage, the open, above-board fury of his mind coagulated, thickened, and sunk to a dull, evil hatred, a wicked, oblique malevolence. Caraher, sure now of winning a disciple, replenished his glass. "Do you blame us now?" he cried. "Us others, the Reds? Ah, yes, it's all very well for your middle class to preach moderation. I could do it too. You could do it too if your belly was fed, if your property was safe, if your wife had not been murdered, if your children were not starving. Easy enough then to preach law-abiding methods, legal redress, and all the such rot. But what about us?" he vociferated. "Ah, yes, I'm a loud-mouthed rumseller, ain't I? I'm a wild-eyed striker, ain't I? I'm a bloodthirsty anarchist, ain't I? Well, wait till you've seen your wife brought home to you with the face you used to kiss and smashed in by a horse's hoof, killed by the trust, as it happened to me. Then talk about moderation. And you, Dyke, blacklisted engineer, discharged employee, ruined agriculturist. Wait till you see your little Tad and your mother turned out of doors when S. Behrman forecloses. Wait till you see 'em getting thin and white until you hear your little girl ask you why you all don't eat a little more, and that she wants her dinner and you can't give it to her. Wait till you see, at the same time that your family is dying for lack of bread, 100,000 acres of wheat, millions of bushels of food, grabbed and gobbled by the railroad trust, and then talk of moderation. That talk is just what the trust wants to hear. It ain't frightened of that. There's one thing only it does listen to, one thing it is frightened of. The people with dynamite in their hands, 6 inches of plugged gas pipe. That talks.
Dyke did not reply. He filled another pony of whiskey and drank it in 2 gulps. His frown had lowered to a scowl. His face was a dark red. His head had sunk bull-like between his massive shoulders. Without winking, he gazed long and with troubled eyes at his knotted, muscular hands lying open on the table before him, idle, their occupation gone. Presley forgot his black lead. He listened to Caraher. Through the open door he caught a glimpse of Dyke's back, broad, muscled, bowed down, the great shoulders stooping. The whole drama of the doubled freight rate leaped salient and distinct in the eye of his mind. And this was but one instant, an isolated case. Because he was near at hand, he happened to see it. How many others were there, the length and breadth of the state? Constantly this sort of thing must occur. Little industries choked out in their very beginnings, the air full of the death rattles of little enterprises, expiring unobserved in far-off counties, up in canyons and arroyos of the foothills, forgotten by everyone but the monster who was daunted by the magnitude of no business, however great, who overlooked no opportunity of plunder, however petty, who with one tentacle grabbed 100,000 acres of wheat, and with another pilfered a pocketful of growing hops. He went away without a word. His head bent, his hands clutched tightly on the cork grips of the handlebars of his bicycle. His lips were white. In his heart, a blind demon of revolt raged tumultuous, shrieking blasphemies. At Los Muertos, Presley overtook Annixter. As he guided his wheel up the driveway to Derrick's ranch house, he saw the master of Quien Sabe and Harran in conversation on the steps of the porch. Magnus stood in the doorway, talking to his wife. Occupied with the press of business and involved in the final conference with the League's lawyers on the eve of the latter's departure for Washington, Annixter had missed the train that was to take him back to Guadalajara and Quien Sabe. Accordingly, he had accepted the governor's invitation to return with him on his buckboard to Los Muertos, and before leaving Bonneville had telephoned to his ranch to have young Vaca bring the buckskin by way of the lower road to meet him at Los Muertos. He found her waiting there for him, but before going on delayed a few moments to tell Harran of Dyke's affair. "I wonder what he will do now," observed Harran when his first outburst of indignation had subsided. "Nothing," declared Annixter. "He's stuck." "That eats up every cent of Dyke's earnings," Harran went on. "He has been 10 years saving them. Oh, I told him to make sure of the railroad when he first spoke to me about growing hops." "I've just seen him," said Presley as he joined the others. "He was at Caraher's. I only saw his back. He was drinking at a table and his back was toward me, but the man looked broken, absolutely crushed. It is terrible, terrible." "He was at Caraher's, was he?" demanded Annixter. "Yes." "Drinking, eh?" "I think so, yes. I saw a bottle." "Drinking at Caraher's!" exclaimed Annixter rancorously. "I can see his finish." There was a silence. It seemed as if nothing more was to be said. They paused, looking thoughtfully on the ground. In silence, grim, bitter, infinitely sad, the 3 men, as if at that moment actually standing in the bar room of Caraher's roadside saloon, contemplated the slow sinking, the inevitable collapse and submerging of one of their companions, the wreck of a career, the ruin of an individual, an honest man, strong, fearless, upright, struck down by a colossal power, perverted by an evil influence, go reeling to his ruin. "I see his finish,"
repeated Annixter. Exit Dyke and score another tally for S. Behrman, Shellgrim and Company. He moved away impatiently, loosening the tie rope with which the buckskin was fastened. He swung himself up. God for us all, he declared as he rode away, and the devil take the hindmost. Goodbye. I'm going home. I still have one a little longer. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 4. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 5 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He galloped away along the lower road in the direction of Quien Sabe, emerging from the grove of cypress and eucalyptus about the ranch house and coming out upon the bare brown plain of the wheat land, stretching away from him in apparent barrenness on either hand. It was late in the day. Already his shadow was long upon the padded dust of the road in front of him. On ahead, a long ways off and a little to the north, the venerable campanile of the Mission San Juan was glinting radiant in the last rays of the sun, while behind him, toward the north and west, the gilded dome of the courthouse at Bonneville stood silhouetted in purplish black against the flaming west. Annixter spurred the buckskin forward. He feared he might be late for his supper. He wondered if it would be brought to him by Hilma. Hilma. The name struck across in his brain with a pleasant, glowing tremor. All through that day of activity, of strenuous business, the minute and cautious planning of the final campaign in the great war of the League and the Trust, the idea of her and the recollection of her had been the undercurrent of his thoughts. At last he was alone. He could put all other things behind him and occupy himself solely with her. In that glory of the day's end, in that chaos of sunshine, he saw her again. Unimaginative, crude, direct, his fancy, nevertheless, placed her before him, steeped in sunshine, saturated with glorious light, brilliant, radiant, alluring. He saw the sweet simplicity of her carriage, the statuesque evenness of the contours of her figure, the single, deep swell of her bosom, the solid masses of her hair. He remembered the small contradictory suggestions of feminine daintiness he had so often remarked about her, her slim, narrow feet, the little steel buckles of her low shoes, the knot of black ribbon she had begun to wear of late on the back of her head, and he heard her voice, low-pitched, velvety, a sweet, murmuring huskiness that seemed to come more from her chest than from her throat. The buckskin's hoofs clattered upon the gravelly flats of Broderson's Creek underneath the Long Trestle. Annixter's mind went back to the scene of the previous evening, when he had come upon her at this place. He set his teeth with anger and disappointment. Why had she not been able to understand? What was the matter with these women, always set upon this marrying notion? Was it not enough that he wanted her more than any other girl he knew, and that she wanted him? She had said as much. Did she think she was going to be mistress of Quien Sabe? Ah, that was it. She was after his property, was for marrying him because of his money. His unconquerable suspicion of the woman, his innate distrust of the feminine element would not be done away with. What fathomless duplicity was hers that she could appear so innocent? It was almost unbelievable. In fact, was it believable? For the first time, doubt assailed him. Suppose Hilma was indeed all that she appeared to be. Suppose it was not with her a question of his property, after all. It was a poor time to think of marrying him for his property, when all Quien Sabe hung in the issue of the next few months. Suppose she had been sincere. But he caught himself up. Was he to be fooled by a female girl at this late date? He, Buck Annixter, crafty, hard-headed, a man of affairs? Not much. Whatever transpired, he would remain the master. He reached Quien Sabe in this frame of mind, but at this hour Annixter, for all his resolutions, could no longer control his thoughts. As he stripped the saddle from the buckskin and led her to the watering trough by the stable corral, his heart was beating thick at the very notion of being near Hilma again. It was growing dark, but covertly he glanced here and there out of the corners of his eyes to see if she was anywhere about. Annixter, how he could not tell, had become possessed of the idea that Hilma would not inform her parents of what had passed between them the previous evening under the long trestle. He had no idea that matters were at an end between himself and the young woman. He must apologize, he saw that clearly enough, must eat crow, as he told himself. Well, he would eat crow. He was not afraid of her any longer, now that she had made her confession to him. He would see her as soon as possible and get this business straightened out and begin again from a new starting point. What he wanted with Hilma, Annixter did not define clearly in his mind. At one time he had known perfectly well what he wanted. Now the goal of his desires had become vague. He could not say exactly what it was. He preferred that things should go forward without much idea of consequences. If consequences came, they would do so naturally enough, and of themselves. All that he positively knew was that Hilma occupied his thoughts morning, noon, and night, that he was happy when he was with her, and miserable when away from her. The Chinese cook served his supper in silence. Annixter ate and drank and lighted a cigar, and after his meal sat on the porch of his house, smoking and enjoying the twilight. The evening was beautiful, warm, the sky one powder of stars. From the direction of the stables he heard one of the Portuguese hands picking a guitar. But he wanted to see Hilma. The idea of going to bed without at least a glimpse of her became distasteful to him. Annixter got up and, descending from the porch, began to walk aimlessly about between the ranch buildings, with eye and ear alert. Possibly he might meet her somewheres. The Trees' little house, toward which inevitably Annixter directed his steps, was dark. Had they all gone to bed so soon? He made a wide circuit about it, listening, but heard no sound. The door of the dairy house stood ajar. He pushed it open and stepped into the odorous darkness of its interior. The pans and deep cans of polished metal glowed faintly from the corners and from the walls. The smell of new cheese was pungent in his nostrils. Everything was quiet. There was nobody there. He went out again, closing the door, and stood for a moment in the space between the dairy house and the new barn, uncertain as to what he should do next. As he waited there, his foreman came out of the men's bunkhouse on the other side of the kitchens and crossed over toward the barn. "Hello, Billy," muttered Annixter as he passed. "Oh, good evening, Mr. Annixter," said the other, pausing in front of him. "I didn't know you were back. By the way," he added, speaking as though the matter was already known to Annixter, "I see old man Tree and his family have left us. Are they going to be gone long? Have they left for good?" "What's that?" Annixter exclaimed. "When did they go? Did all of them go? All three?" "Why, I thought you knew. Sure. They all left on the afternoon train for San Francisco. Cleared out in a hurry. Took all their trunks. Yes, all three went, the young lady, too. They gave me notice early this morning. They ain't ought to have done that. I don't know who I'm going to get to run the dairy on such short notice. Do you know anyone, Mr. Annixter?" "Well, why in hell did you let them go?" vociferated Annixter. "Why didn't you keep them here till I got back? Why didn't you find out if they were going for good? I can't be everywhere. What do I feed you for if it ain't to look after things I can't attend to?" He turned on his heel and strode away straight before him, not caring where he was going. He tramped out from the group of ranch buildings, holding on over the open reach of the ranch, his teeth set, his heels digging furiously into the ground. The minutes passed. He walked on swiftly, muttering to himself from time to time, "Gone, by the Lord! Gone, by the Lord! By the Lord Harry, she's cleared out!" As yet his head was empty of all thought. He could not steady his wits to consider this new turn of affairs. He did not even try. "Gone, by the Lord!" he exclaimed. "By the Lord, she's cleared out!" He found the irrigating ditch and the beaten path made by the ditch tenders that bordered it, and followed it some 5 minutes, then struck off at right angles over the rugged surface of the ranch land to where a great white stone jutted from the ground. There he sat down, and leaning forward, rested his elbows on his knees and looked out vaguely into the night, his thoughts swiftly readjusting themselves. He was alone. The silence of the night, the infinite repose of the flat, bare earth, two immensities, widened around and above him like illimitable seas. A gray half light, mysterious, grave, flooded downward from the stars. Annixter was in torment. Now there could be no longer any doubt. Now it was Hilma or nothing. Once out of his reach, once lost to him, and the recollection of her assailed him with unconquerable vehemence. Much as she had occupied his mind, he had never realized till now how vast had been the place she had filled in his life. He had told her as much, but even then he did not believe it. Suddenly, a bitter rage against himself overwhelmed him as he thought of the hurt he had given her the previous evening. He should have managed differently. How, he did not know, but the sense of the outrage he had put upon her abruptly recoiled against him with cruel force. Now he was sorry for it, infinitely sorry, passionately sorry. He had hurt her. He had brought the tears to her eyes. He had so flagrantly insulted her that she could no longer bear to breathe the same air with him. She had told her parents all. She had left Quien Sabe, had left him for good, at the very moment when he believed he had won her. Brute, beast that he was, he had driven her away. An hour went by, then 2, then 4, then 6. Annixter still sat in his place, groping and battling in a confusion of spirit, the like of which he had never felt before. He did not know what was the matter with him. He could not find his way out of the dark and out of the turmoil that wheeled around him. He had had no experience with women. There was no precedent to guide him. How was he to get out of this? What was the clue that would set everything straight again? That he would give Hilma up never once entered his head. Have her he would. She had given herself to him. Everything should have been easy after that, and instead, here he was alone in the night, wrestling with himself, in deeper trouble than ever, and Hilma farther than ever away from him. It was true. He might have Hilma even now, if he was willing to marry her. But marriage, to his mind, had been always a vague, most remote possibility, almost as vague and as remote as his death, a thing that happened to some men, but that would surely never occur to him, or if it did, it would be after long years had passed, when he was older, more settled, more mature, an event that belonged to the period of his middle life, distant as yet. He had never faced the question of his marriage. He had kept it at an immense distance from him. It had never been a part of his order of things. He was not a marrying man. But Hilma was an ever-present reality, as near to him as his right hand. Marriage was a formless, far-distant abstraction. Hilma a tangible, imminent fact. Before he could think of the two as one, before he could consider the idea of marriage side by side with the idea of Hilma, measureless distances had to be traversed. Things as disassociated in his mind as fire and water had to be fused together. And between the two he was torn, as if upon a rack. Slowly, by imperceptible degrees, the imagination, unused, unwilling machine, began to work. The brain's activity lapsed proportionately. He began to think less and feel more. In that rugged composition, confused, dark, harsh, a furrow had been driven deep, a little seed planted, a little seed at first weak, forgotten, lost in the lower, dark places of his character. But as the intellect moved slower, its functions growing numb, the idea of self dwindled. Annixter no longer considered himself. no longer considered the notion of marriage from the point of view of his own comfort, his own wishes, his own advantage. He realized that in his newfound desire to make her happy, he was sincere. There was something in that idea, after all. To make someone happy. How about that, now? It was worth thinking of. Far away, low down in the east, a dim belt of gray light began to whiten over the horizon. The tower of the mission stood black against it. The dawn was coming. The baffling obscurity of the night was passing. Hidden things were coming into view. Annixter, his eyes half closed, his chin upon his fist, allowed his imagination full play. How would it be if he should take Hilma into his life, this beautiful young girl, pure as he now knew her to be, innocent, noble, with the inborn nobility of dawning womanhood? An overwhelming sense of his own unworthiness suddenly bore down upon him with crushing force as he thought of this. He had gone about the whole affair wrongly. He had been mistaken from the very first. She was infinitely above him. He did not want, he should not desire to be the master. It was she, his servant, poor, simple, lowly even, who should condescend to him. Abruptly there was presented to his mind's eye a picture of the years to come, if he now should follow his best, his highest, his most unselfish impulse. He saw Hilma, his own, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, all barriers down between them, he giving himself to her as freely, as nobly as she had given herself to him. By a supreme effort, not of the will, but of the emotion, he fought his way across that vast gulf that for a time had gaped between Hilma and the idea of his marriage. Instantly, like the swift blending of beautiful colors, like the harmony of beautiful chords of music, the two ideas melted into one, and in that moment into his harsh, unlovely world a new idea was born. Annixter stood suddenly upright, a mighty tenderness, a gentleness of spirit, such as he had never conceived of, in his heart strained, swelled, and in a moment seemed to burst. Out of the dark furrows of his soul, up from the deep, rugged recesses of his being, something rose, expanding. He opened his arms wide. An immense happiness overpowered him. Actual tears came to his eyes. Without knowing why, he was not ashamed of it. This poor, crude fellow, harsh, hard, narrow, with his unlovely nature, his fierce truculency, his selfishness, his obstinacy, abruptly knew that all the sweetness of life, all the great vivifying, eternal force of humanity had burst into life within him. The little seed, long since planted, gathering strength quietly, had at last germinated. Then, as the realization of this hardened into certainty, in the growing light of the new day that had just dawned for him, Annixter uttered a cry. Now, at length, he knew the meaning of it all. "Why, I love her!" he cried. Never until then had it occurred to him. Never until then, in all his thoughts of Hilma, had that great word passed his lips. It was a Memnonian cry, the greeting of the hard, harsh image of man, rough-hewn, flinty, granitic, uttering a note of joy, acclaiming the new risen sun. By now it was almost day. The east glowed opalescent. All about him, Annixter saw the land inundated with light. But there was a change. Overnight something had occurred. In his perturbation, the change seemed to him at first elusive, almost fanciful, unreal. But now, as the light spread, he looked again at the gigantic scroll of ranch lands unrolled before him from edge to edge of the horizon. The change was not fanciful. The change was real. The earth was no longer bare. The land was no longer barren, no longer empty, no longer dull brown. All at once, Annixter shouted aloud. There it was, the wheat! The wheat! the little seed long planted germinating in the deep, dark furrows of the soil, straining, swelling suddenly in one night, had burst upward to the light. The wheat had come up. It was there before him, around him, everywhere, illimitable, immeasurable. The winter brownness of the ground was overlaid with a little shimmer of green. The promise of the sowing had been fulfilled. The earth, the loyal mother who never failed, who never disappointed, was keeping her faith again. Once more the strength of nations was renewed. Once more the force of the world was revivified. Once more the Titan, benignant, calm, stirred and woke, and the morning abruptly blazed into glory upon the spectacle of a man whose heart leaped exuberant with the love of a woman, and an exulting earth gleaming transcendent with the radiant magnificence of an inviolable pledge. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 1 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Presley's room in the ranch house of Los Muertos was in the second story of the building. It was a corner room, one of its windows facing the south, the other the east. Its appointments were of the simplest. In one angle was the small, white painted iron bed, covered with a white counterpane. The walls were hung with a white paper figured with knots of pale green leaves, very gay and bright. There was a straw matting on the floor. White muslin half curtains hung in the windows, upon the sills of which certain plants bearing pink waxen flowers, of which Presley did not know the name, grew in oblong green boxes. The walls were unadorned, save by two pictures, one a reproduction of the Reading from Homer, the other a charcoal drawing of the Mission of San Juan de Guadalajara, which Presley had made himself. By the east window stood the plainest of deal tables, innocent of any cloth or covering, such as might have been used in a kitchen. It was Presley's work table, and was invariably littered with papers, half-finished manuscripts, drafts of poems, notebooks, pens, half-smoked cigarettes, and the like. Near at hand, upon a shelf, were his books. There were but two chairs in the room, the straight-backed wooden chair that stood in front of the table, angular, upright, and in which it was impossible to take one's ease, and the long, comfortable wicker steamer chair stretching its length in front of the south window. Presley was immensely fond of this room. It amused and interested him to maintain its air of rigorous simplicity and freshness. He abhorred cluttered bric-a-brac and meaningless objets d'art. Once in so often he submitted his room to a vigorous inspection, setting it to rights, removing everything but the essentials, the few ornaments which, in a way, were part of his life. His writing had by this time undergone a complete change. The notes for his great Song of the West, the epic poem he once had hoped to write, he had flung aside, together with all the abortive attempts at its beginning. Also, he had torn up a great quantity of fugitive verses, preserving only a certain half-finished poem that he called The Toilers. This poem was a comment upon the social fabric, and had been inspired by the sight of a painting he had seen in Cedarquist's art gallery. He had written all but the last verse. On the day that he had overheard the conversation between Dyke and Caraher in the latter's saloon, which had acquainted him with the monstrous injustice of the increased tariff, Presley had returned to Los Muertos, white and trembling, roused to a pitch of exaltation, the like of which he had never known in all his life. His wrath was little short of even Caraher's. He, too, saw red. A mighty spirit of revolt heaved tumultuous within him. It did not seem possible that this outrage would go on much longer. The oppression was incredible. The plain story of it set down in truthful statement of fact would not be believed by the outside world. He went up to his little room and paced the floor with clenched fists and burning face, till at last the repression of his contending thoughts all but suffocated him, and he flung himself before his table and began to write. For a time his pen seemed to travel of itself, Words came to him without searching, shaping themselves into phrases, the phrases building themselves up to great forcible sentences, full of eloquence, of fire, of passion. As his prose grew more exalted, it passed easily into the domain of poetry. Soon the cadence of his paragraphs settled to an ordered beat and rhythm, and in the end Presley had thrust aside his journal and was once more writing verse. He picked up his incomplete poem of The Toilers, read it hastily a couple of times to catch its swing, then the idea of the last verse, the idea for which he so long had sought in vain, abruptly springing to his brain, wrote it off without so much as replenishing his pen with ink. He added still another verse, bringing the poem to a definite close, resuming its entire conception, and ending with a single majestic thought, simple, noble, dignified, absolutely convincing. Presley laid down his pen and leaned back in his chair with the certainty that for one moment he had touched untrod heights. His hands were cold, his head on fire, his heart leaping tumultuous in his breast. Now, at last, he had achieved. He saw why he had never grasped the inspiration for his vast, vague, impersonal Song of the West. At the time when he sought for it, his convictions had not been aroused. He had not then cared for the people. His sympathies had not been touched. Small wonder that he had missed it. Now he was of the people. He had been stirred to his lowest depths. His earnestness was almost a frenzy. He believed, and so to him all things were possible at once. Then the artist in him reasserted itself. He became more interested in his poem as such than in the cause that had inspired it. He went over it again, retouching it carefully, changing a word here and there, and improving its rhythm. For the moment he forgot the people, forgot his rage, his agitation of the previous hour. He remembered only that he had written a great poem. Then doubt intruded. After all, was it so great? Did not its sublimity overpass a little the bounds of the ridiculous? Had he seen true? Had he failed again? He reread the poem carefully, and it seemed all at once to lose force. By now, Presley could not tell whether what he had written was true poetry or doggerel. He distrusted profoundly his own judgment. He must have the opinion of someone else, someone competent to judge. He could not wait. Tomorrow would not do. He must know to a certainty before he could rest that night. He made a careful copy of what he had written, and putting on his hat and laced boots, went downstairs and out upon the lawn, crossing over to the stables. He found Phelps there, washing down the buckboard. "Do you know where Vanamee is today?" he asked the latter. Phelps put his chin in the air. "Ask me something easy," he responded. "He might be at Guadalajara, or he might be up at Rasterman's, or he might be 100 miles away from either place. I know where he ought to be, Mr. Presley, but that ain't saying where the crazy gazebo is. He ought to be range riding over east of 4 at the head of Waters and Mission Creek." "I'll try for him there, at all events," answered Presley. "If you see Harran when he comes in, tell him I may not be back in time for supper." Presley found the pony in the corral, cinched the saddle upon him, and went off over the lower road, going eastward at a brisk canter. At Hooven's he called a howdy-do to Minna, whom he saw lying in a slat hammock under the mammoth live oak, her foot in bandages, and then galloped on over the bridge across the irrigating ditch, wondering vaguely what would become of such a pretty girl as Minna, and if in the end she would marry the Portuguese foreman in charge of the ditching gang. He told himself that he hoped she would, and that speedily. There was no lack of comment as to Minna Hooven about the ranches. Certainly she was a good girl, but she was seen at all hours here and there about Bonneville and Guadalajara, skylarking with the Portuguese farm hands of Quien Sabe and Los Muertos. She was very pretty. The men made fools of themselves over her. Presley hoped they would not end by making a fool of her. Just beyond the irrigating ditch, Presley left the lower road and, following a trail that branched off southeasterly from this point, held on across the 4th Division of the ranch, keeping the Mission Creek on his left. A few miles further on, he went through a gate in a barbed wire fence and at once engaged himself in a system of little arroyos and low rolling hills that steadily lifted and increased in size as he proceeded. This higher ground was the advance guard of the Sierra foothills and served as a stock range for Los Muertos. The hills were huge rolling hummocks of bare ground covered only by wild oats. At long intervals were isolated live oaks. In the canyons and arroyos, the chaparral and manzanita grew in dark olive green thickets. The ground was honeycombed with gopher holes, and the gophers themselves were everywhere. Occasionally a jackrabbit bounded across the open from one growth of chaparral to another, taking long leaps, his ears erect. High overhead a hawk or two swung at anchor, and once, with a startling rush of wings, a covey of quail flushed from the brush at the side of the trail. On the hillsides, in thinly scattered groups, were the cattle, grazing deliberately, working slowly toward the water holes for their evening drink, the horses keeping to themselves, the colts nuzzling at their mothers' bellies, whisking their tails, stamping their unshod feet. But once in a remoter field, solitary, magnificent, enormous, the short hair curling tight upon his forehead, his small red eyes twinkling, his vast neck heavy with muscles, Presley came upon the monarch, the king, the great Durham bull, maintaining his lonely state, unapproachable, austere. Presley found the one-time shepherd by a water hole in a far distant corner of the range. He had made his simple camp for the night. His blue-gray army blanket lay spread under a live oak. His horse grazed near at hand. He himself sat on his heels before a little fire of dead manzanita roots, cooking his coffee and bacon. Never had Presley conceived so keen an impression of loneliness as his crouching figure presented. The bald, bare landscape widened about him to infinity. Vanamee was a spot in it all, a tiny dot, a single atom of human organization, floating endlessly on the ocean of an illimitable nature. The two friends ate together, and Vanamee, having snared a brace of quails, dressed and then roasted them on a sharpened stick. After eating, they drank great, refreshing draughts from the water hole. Then, at length, Presley, having lit his cigarette and Vanamee his pipe, the former said: "Vanamee, I have been writing again." Vanamee turned his lean, ascetic face toward him, his black eyes fixed attentively. "I know," he said. "Your journal." "No, this is a poem. You remember I told you about it once. The Toilers, I called it." "Oh, verse. Well, I am glad you have gone back to it. It's your natural vehicle." "You remember the poem?" asked Presley. "It was unfinished." "Yes, I remember it. There was a better promise in it than anything you ever wrote. Now, I suppose you have finished it." Without reply, Presley brought it from out the breast pocket of his shooting coat. The moment seemed propitious. The stillness of the vast, bare hills was profound. The sun was setting in a cloudless brazier of red light. A golden dust pervaded all the landscape. Presley read his poem aloud. When he had finished, his friend looked at him. "What have you been doing lately?" he demanded. Presley, wondering, told of his various comings and goings. "I don't mean that," returned the other. "Something has happened to you. Something has aroused you. I am right, am I not? Yes, I thought so. In this poem of yours, you have not been trying to make a sounding piece of literature. You wrote it under tremendous stress. Its very imperfections show that. It is better than a mere rhyme. It is an utterance, a message. It is truth. You have come back to the primal heart of things, and you have seen clearly. Yes, it is a great poem." "Thank you," exclaimed Presley fervidly. "I had begun to mistrust myself." "Now," observed Vanamee, "I presume you will rush it into print. To have formulated a great thought, simply to have accomplished, is not enough." "I think I am sincere," objected Presley. If it is good, it will do good to others. You said yourself it was a message. If it has any value, I do not think it would be right to keep it back from even a very small and most indifferent public."
"Don't publish it in the magazines, at all events," Vanamee answered. "Your inspiration has come from the people, and let it go straight to the people, not the literary readers of the monthly periodicals, the rich, who would only be indirectly interested. If you must publish it, let it be in the daily press. Don't interrupt. I know what you will say. It will be that the daily press is common, is vulgar, is undignified, and I tell you that such a poem as this of yours, called as it is The Toilers, must be read by the toilers. It must be common. It must be vulgarized. You must not stand upon your dignity with the people if you are to reach them."
"That is true, I suppose," Presley admitted, "but I can't get rid of the idea that it would be throwing my poem away. The great magazine gives me such a background, gives me such weight."
"Gives you such weight, gives you such background. Is it yourself you think of? You helper of the helpless? Is that your sincerity? You must sink yourself, must forget yourself and your own desire of fame, of admitted success. It is your poem, your message, that must prevail, not you who wrote it. You preach a doctrine of abnegation, of self-obliteration, and you sign your name to the words as high on the tablets as you can reach, so that all the world may see not the poem, but the poet. Presley, there are many like you. The social reformer writes a book on the iniquity of the possession of land, and out of the proceeds buys a corner lot. The economist who laments the hardships of the poor allows himself to grow rich upon the sale of his book."
But Presley would hear no further. "No," he cried, "I know I am sincere, and to prove it to you, I will publish my poem, as you say, in the daily press, and I will accept no money for it." End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. They talked on for about an hour while the evening wore away. Presley very soon noticed that Vanamee was again preoccupied. More than ever of late, his silence, his brooding, had increased. By and by he rose abruptly, turning his head to the north, in the direction of the mission church of San Juan.
"I think," he said to Presley, "that I must be going."
"Going? Where to at this time of night?"
"Off there."
Vanamee made an uncertain gesture toward the north.
"Good bye."
And without another word he disappeared in the gray of the twilight. Presley was left alone, wondering. He found his horse and, tightening the girths, mounted and rode home under the sheen of the stars, thoughtful, his head bowed. Before he went to bed that night he sent "The Toilers" to the Sunday editor of a daily newspaper in San Francisco. Upon leaving Presley, Vanamee, his thumbs hooked into his empty cartridge belt, strode swiftly down from the hills of the Los Muertos stock range and on through the silent town of Guadalajara. His lean, swarthy face, with its hollow cheeks, fine, black, pointed beard, and sad eyes, was set to the northward. As was his custom, he was bareheaded, and the rapidity of his stride made a breeze in his long, black hair. He knew where he was going. He knew what he must live through that night. Again, the deathless grief that never slept leaped out of the shadows and fastened upon his shoulders. It was scourging him back to that scene of a vanished happiness, a dead romance, a perished idyll, the mission garden in the shade of the venerable pear trees. But besides this, other influences tugged at his heart. There was a mystery in the garden. In that spot the night was not always empty, the darkness not always silent. Something far off stirred and listened to his cry, at times drawing nearer to him. At first this presence had been a matter for terror, but of late, as he felt it gradually drawing nearer, the terror had at long intervals given place to a feeling of an almost ineffable sweetness. But, distrusting his own senses, unwilling to submit himself to such torturing, uncertain happiness, averse to the terrible confusion of spirit that followed upon a night spent in the garden, Vanamee had tried to keep away from the place. However, when the sorrow of his life reassailed him, and the thoughts and recollections of Angele brought the ache into his heart and the tears to his eyes, the temptation to return to the garden invariably gripped him close. There were times when he could not resist. Of themselves, his footsteps turned in that direction. It was almost as if he himself had been called. Guadalajara was silent, dark. Not even in Solotari's was there a light. The town was asleep. Only the inevitable guitar hummed from an unseen dobe. Vanamee pushed on. The smell of the fields and open country and a distant scent of flowers that he knew well came to his nostrils as he emerged from the town by way of the road that led on toward the mission through Quien Sabe. On either side of him lay the brown earth, silently nurturing the implanted seed. 2 days before it had rained copiously, and the soil, still moist, disengaged a pungent aroma of fecundity. Vanamee, following the road, passed through the collection of buildings of Annixter's home ranch. Everything slept. At intervals, the air motor on the artesian well creaked audibly as it turned in a languid breeze from the northeast. A cat, hunting field mice, crept from the shadow of the gigantic barn and paused uncertainly in the open, the tip of her tail twitching. From within the barn itself came the sound of the friction of a heavy body and a stir of hoofs, as one of the dozing cows lay down with a long breath. Vanamee left the ranch house behind him and proceeded on his way. Beyond him, to the right of the road, he could make out the higher ground in the mission enclosure and the watching tower of the mission itself. The minutes passed. He went steadily forward. Then abruptly he paused, his head in the air, eye and ear alert. To that strange sixth sense of his, responsive as the leaves of the sensitive plant, had suddenly come the impression of a human being near at hand. He had neither seen nor heard, but for all that he stopped an instant in his tracks, then, the sensation confirmed, went on again with slow steps, advancing warily. At last, his swiftly roving eyes lighted upon an object just darker than the gray-brown of the night-ridden land. It was at some distance from the roadside. Vanamee approached it cautiously, leaving the road, treading carefully upon the moist clods of earth underfoot. 20 paces distant, he halted. Annixter was there, seated upon a round, white rock, his back toward him. He was leaning forward, his elbows on his knees, his chin in his hands. He did not move. Silent, motionless, he gazed out upon the flat, somber land. It was the night wherein the master of Quien Sabe wrought out his salvation, struggling with self from dusk to dawn. At the moment when Vanamee came upon him, the turmoil within him had only begun. The heart of the man had not yet wakened. The night was young, the dawn far distant, and all around him the fields of upturned clods lay bare and brown, empty of all life, unbroken by a single green shoot. For a moment the life circles of these two men of so widely differing characters touched each other, there in the silence of the night under the stars. Then, silently, Vanamee withdrew, going on his way, wondering at the trouble that, like himself, drove this hard-headed man of affairs, untroubled by dreams, out into the night to brood over an empty land. Then speedily he forgot all else. The material world drew off from him. Reality dwindled to a point and vanished like the vanishing of a star at moonrise. Earthly things dissolved and disappeared as a strange, unnamed essence flowed in upon him. A new atmosphere for him pervaded his surroundings. He entered the world of the vision, of the legend, of the miracle, where all things were possible. He stood at the gate of the Mission garden. Above him rose the ancient tower of the Mission church. Through the arches at its summit, where swung the Spanish Queen's bells, he saw the slow burning stars, the silent bats with flickering wings, threw their dancing shadows on the pallid surface of the venerable facade. Not the faintest chirring of a cricket broke the silence. The bees were asleep. In the grasses, in the trees, deep in the calyx of punka flower and magnolia bloom, the gnats, the caterpillars, the beetles, all the microscopic multitudinous life of the daytime, drowsed and dozed. Not even the minute scuffling of a lizard over the warm, worn pavement of the colonnade disturbed the infinite repose, the profound stillness. Only within the garden the intermittent trickling of the fountain made itself heard, flowing steadily, marking off the lapse of seconds, the progress of hours, the cycle of years, the inevitable march of centuries. At one time the doorway before which Vanamee now stood had been hermetically closed, but he himself had long since changed that. He stood before it for a moment, steeping himself in the mystery and romance of the place. Then, raising the latch, pushed open the gate, entered, and closed it softly behind him. He was in the cloister garden. The stars were out, strewn thick and close in the deep blue of the sky, the Milky Way glowing like a silver veil. Ursa Major wheeled gigantic in the north. The great nebula in Orion was a whirl of shimmering star dust. Venus flamed a lambent disk of pale saffron low over the horizon. From edge to edge of the world marched the constellations like the progress of emperors, and from the innumerable glory of their courses a mysterious sheen of diaphanous light disengaged itself, expanding over all the earth, serene, infinite, majestic. The little garden revealed itself but dimly beneath the brooding light, only half emerging from the shadow. The polished surfaces of the leaves of the pear trees winked faintly back the reflected light as the trees just stirred in the uncertain breeze. A blurred shield of silver marked the ripples of the fountain. Under the flood of dull blue luster, the gravelled walks lay vague amid the grasses, like webs of white satin on the bed of a lake. Against the eastern wall, the headstones of the graves, an indistinct procession of grey cowls, arranged themselves. Vanamee crossed the garden, pausing to kiss the turf upon Angele's grave. Then he approached the line of pear trees and laid himself down in their shadow, his chin propped upon his hands, his eyes wandering over the expanse of the little valley that stretched away from the foot of the hill upon which the mission was built. Once again he summoned the vision. Once again he conjured up the illusion. Once again, tortured with doubt, racked with a deathless grief, he craved an answer of the night. Once again, mystic that he was, he sent his mind out from him across the enchanted sea of the supernatural. Hope of what he did not know roused up within him. Surely on such a night as this, the hallucination must define itself. Surely the manifestation must be vouchsafed. His eyes closed, his will girding itself to a supreme effort, his senses exalted to a state of pleasing numbness, he called upon Angele to come to him, his voiceless cry penetrating far out into that sea of faint, ephemeral light that floated tideless over the little valley beneath him. Then motionless, prone upon the ground, he waited. Months had passed since that first night when at length an answer had come to Vanamee. At first, startled out of all composure, troubled and stirred to his lowest depths because of the very thing of which he sought, he resolved never again to put his strange powers to the test. But for all of that, he had come a second night to the garden, and a third, and a fourth. At last, his visits were habitual. Night after night he was there, surrendering himself to the influences of the place, gradually convinced that something did actually answer when he called. His faith increased as the winter grew into spring. As the spring advanced and the nights became shorter, it crystallized into certainty. Would he have her again, his love long dead? Would she come to him once more out of the grave, out of the night? He could not tell. He could only hope. All that he knew was that his cry found an answer, that his outstretched hands, groping in the darkness, met the touch of other fingers. Patiently he waited. The nights became warmer as the spring drew on. The stars shone clearer. The nights seemed brighter. For nearly a month after the occasion of his first answer, nothing new occurred. Some nights it failed him entirely. Upon others it was faint, elusive. Then at last the most subtle, the barest of perceptible changes began. His groping mind, far off there, wandering like a lost bird over the valley, touched upon some thing again, touched and held it, and this time drew it a single step closer to him. His heart beating, the blood surging in his temples, he watched with the eyes of his imagination this gradual approach. What was coming to him? Who was coming to him? Shrouded in the obscurity of the night, whose was the face now turned toward his? Whose the footsteps that with such infinite slowness drew nearer to where he waited? He did not dare to say. His mind went back many years to that time before the tragedy of Angele's death, before the mystery of the other. He waited then as he waited now. But then he had not waited in vain. Then, as now, he had seemed to feel her approach, seemed to feel her drawing nearer and nearer to their rendezvous. Now, what would happen? He did not know. He waited. He waited, hoping all things. He waited, believing all things. He waited, enduring all things. He trusted in the vision. Meanwhile, as spring advanced, the flowers in the Seed Ranch began to come to life. Over the 500 acres whereon the flowers were planted, the widening growth of vines and bushes spread like the waves of a green sea. Then, timidly, colors of the faintest tints began to appear. Under the moonlight, Vanamee saw them expanding, delicate pink, faint blue, tenderest variations of lavender and yellow, white shimmering with reflections of gold, all subdued and pallid in the moonlight. By degrees, the night became impregnated with the perfume of the flowers, elusive at first, evanescent as filaments of gossamer, then, as the buds opened, emphasizing itself, breathing deeper, stronger. An exquisite mingling of many odors passed continually over the Mission from the garden of the Seed Ranch, meeting and blending with the aroma of its magnolia buds and punka blossoms. As the colors of the flowers of the Seed Ranch deepened, and as their odors penetrated deeper and more distinctly, as the starlight of each succeeding night grew brighter and the air became warmer, the illusion defined itself. By imperceptible degrees, as Vanamee waited under the shadows of the pear trees, the answer grew nearer and nearer. He saw nothing but the distant glimmer of the flowers. He heard nothing but the drip of the fountain. Nothing moved about him but the invisible, slow passing breaths of perfume. Yet he felt the approach of the vision. It came first to about the middle of the Seed Ranch itself, some half a mile away, where the violets grew, shrinking, timid flowers, hiding close to the ground. Then it passed forward beyond the violets, and drew nearer and stood amid the mignonette, hardier blooms that dared look heavenward from out the leaves. A few nights later it left the mignonette behind and advanced into the beds of white iris that pushed more boldly forth from the earth, their waxen petals claiming the attention. It advanced then a long step into the proud, challenging beauty of the carnations and roses, and at last, after many nights, Vanamee felt that it paused, as if trembling at its hardihood, full in the superb glory of the royal lilies themselves that grew on the extreme border of the Seed Ranch nearest to him. After this, there was a certain long wait. Then, upon a dark midnight, it advanced again. Vanamee could scarcely repress a cry. Now, the illusion emerged from the flowers. It stood, not distant, but unseen, almost at the base of the hill upon whose crest he waited, in a depression of the ground where the shadows lay thickest. It was nearly within earshot. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 2. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 3 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The nights passed. The spring grew warmer. In the daytime, intermittent rains freshened all the earth. The flowers of the Seed Ranch grew rapidly. Bud after bud burst forth, while those already opened expanded to full maturity. The color of the Seed Ranch deepened. One night, after hours of waiting, Vanamee felt upon his cheek the touch of a prolonged puff of warm wind, breathing across the little valley from out the east. It reached the mission garden and stirred the branches of the pear trees. It seemed veritably to be compounded of the very essence of the flowers. Never had the aroma been so sweet, so pervasive. It passed and faded, leaving in its wake an absolute silence. Then, at length, the silence of the night, that silence to which Vanamee had so long appealed, was broken by a tiny sound. Alert, half risen from the ground, he listened. For now, at length, he heard something. The sound repeated itself. It came from near at hand, from the thick shadow at the foot of the hill. What it was, he could not tell, but it did not belong to a single one of the infinite similar noises of the place with which he was so familiar. It was neither the rustle of a leaf, the snap of a parted twig, the drone of an insect, the dropping of a magnolia blossom. It was a vibration merely, faint, elusive, impossible of definition, a minute notch in the fine, keen edge of stillness. Again the nights passed. The summer stars became brighter. The warmth increased. The flowers of the Seed Ranch grew still more. The 500 acres of the ranch were carpeted with them. At length, upon a certain midnight, a new light began to spread in the sky. The thin scimitar of the moon rose, veiled and dim beyond the earth mists. The light increased. Distant objects, until now hidden, came into view, and as the radiance brightened, Vanamee, looking down upon the little valley, saw a spectacle of incomparable beauty. All the buds of the Seed Ranch had opened. The faint tints of the flowers had deepened, had asserted themselves. They challenged the eye. Pink became a royal red. Blue rose into purple. Yellow flamed into orange. Orange glowed golden and brilliant. The earth disappeared under great bands and fields of resplendent color. Then, at length, the moon abruptly soared zenithward from out the veiling mist, passing from one filmy haze to another. For a moment there was a gleam of a golden light, and Vanamee, his eyes searching the shade at the foot of the hill, felt his heart suddenly leap, and then hang, poised, refusing to beat. In that instant of passing light, something had caught his eye. Something that moved, down there, half in and half out of the shadow, at the hill's foot. It had come and gone in an instant. The haze once more screened the moonlight. The shade again engulfed the vision. What was it he had seen? He did not know. So brief had been that movement, the drowsy brain had not been quick enough to interpret the cipher message of the eye. Now it was gone. But something had been there. He had seen it. Was it the lifting of a strand of hair, the wave of a white hand, the flutter of a garment's edge? He could not tell, but it did not belong to any of those sights which he had seen so often in that place. It was neither the glancing of a moth's wing, the nodding of a wind-touched blossom, nor the noiseless flitting of a bat. It was a gleam merely, faint, elusive, impossible of definition, an intangible agitation in the vast, dim blur of the darkness. And that was all. Until now, no single real thing had occurred, nothing that Vanamee could reduce to terms of actuality, nothing he could put into words. The manifestation, when not recognizable to that strange sixth sense of his, appealed only to the most refined, the most delicate perception of eye and ear. It was all ephemeral, filmy, dreamy, the mystic forming of the vision, the invisible developing of a concrete nucleus, the starlight coagulating, the radiance of the flowers thickening to something actual, perfume, the most delicious fragrance, becoming a tangible presence. But into that garden the serpent intruded. Though cradled in the slow rhythm of the dream, lulled by this beauty of a summer's night, heavy with the scent of flowers, the silence broken only by a rippling fountain, the darkness illuminated by a world of radiant blossoms, Vanamee could not forget the tragedy of the other, that terror of many years ago, that prowler of the night, that strange, fearful figure with the unseen face, swooping in there from out the darkness, gone in an instant, yet leaving behind the trail and trace of death and of pollution. Never had Vanamee seen this more clearly than when leaving Presley on the stock range of Los Muertos. He had come across to the Mission garden by way of the Quien Sabe ranch. It was the same night in which Annixter outwatched the stars coming at last to himself. As the hours passed, the two men, far apart, ignoring each other, waited for the manifestation. Annixter on the ranch, Vanamee in the garden. Prone upon his face under the pear trees, his forehead buried in the hollow of his arm, Vanamee lay motionless. For the last time, raising his head, he sent his voiceless cry out into the night across the multicolored levels of the little valley, calling upon the miracle, summoning the darkness to give Angele back to him, resigning himself to the hallucination. He bowed his head upon his arm again and waited. The minutes passed. The fountain dripped steadily. Over the hills, a haze of saffron light foretold the rising of the full moon. Nothing stirred. The silence was profound. Then, abruptly, Vanamee's right hand shut tight upon his wrist. There it was. It began again. His invocation was answered. Far off there, the ripple formed again upon the still, black pool of the night. No sound, no sight, vibration merely, appreciable by some sublimated faculty of the mind as yet unnamed. Rigid, his nerves taut, motionless, prone on the ground, he waited. It advanced with infinite slowness. Now it passed through the beds of violets, now through the mignonette. A moment later, and he knew it stood among the white iris. Then it left those behind. It was in the splendor of the red roses and carnations. It passed like a moving star into the superb abundance, the imperial opulence of the royal lilies. It was advancing slowly, but there was no pause. He held his breath, not daring to raise his head. It passed beyond the limits of the Seed ranch and entered the shade at the foot of the hill below him. Would it come farther this time? Here it had always stopped hitherto, stopped for a moment, and then, in spite of his efforts, had slipped from his grasp and faded back into the night. But now he wondered if he had been willing to put forth his utmost strength after all. Had there not always been an element of dread in the thought of beholding the mystery face to face? Had he not even allowed the vision to dissolve, the answer to recede into the obscurity whence it came? But never a night had been so beautiful as this. It was the full period of the spring. The air was a veritable caress. the infinite repose of the little garden, sleeping under the night, was delicious beyond expression. It was a tiny corner of the world, shut off, discreet, distilling romance, a garden of dreams, of enchantments. Below, in the little valley, the resplendent colorations of the million flowers, roses, lilies, hyacinths, carnations, violets, glowed like incandescence in the golden light of the rising moon. The air was thick with the perfume, heavy with it, clogged with it. The sweetness filled the very mouth. The throat choked with it. Overhead wheeled the illimitable procession of the constellations. Underfoot, the earth was asleep. The very flowers were dreaming. A cathedral hush overlay all the land, and a sense of benediction brooded low, a divine kindliness manifesting itself in beauty, in peace, in absolute repose. It was a time for visions. It was the hour when dreams come true, and lying deep in the grasses beneath the pear trees, Vanamee, dizzied with mysticism, reaching up and out toward the supernatural, felt as it were his mind beginning to rise upward from out his body. He passed into a state of being the like of which he had not known before. He felt that his imagination was reshaping itself, preparing to receive an impression never experienced until now. His body felt light to him. Then it dwindled, vanished. He saw with new eyes, heard with new ears, felt with a new heart. "Come to me," he murmured. Then, slowly, he felt the advance of the vision. It was approaching. Every instant it grew gradually nearer. At last he was to see. It had left the shadow at the base of the hill. It was on the hill itself. Slowly, steadily, it ascended the slope. Just below him there, he heard a faint stirring. The grasses rustled under the touch of a foot. The leaves of the bushes murmured as a hand brushed against them. A slender twig creaked. The sounds of approach were more distinct. They came nearer. They reached the top of the hill. They were within whispering distance. Vanamee, trembling, kept his head buried in his arm. The sounds at length paused definitely. The vision could come no nearer. He raised his head and looked. The moon had risen. Its great shield of gold stood over the eastern horizon. Within 6 feet of Vanamee, clear and distinct against the disk of the moon, stood the figure of a young girl. She was dressed in a gown of scarlet silk, with flowing sleeves such as Japanese wear, embroidered with flowers and figures of birds worked in gold threads. On either side of her face, making three-cornered her round, white forehead, hung the soft masses of her hair of gold. Her hands hung limply at her sides, but from beneath her parted lips, lips of almost an Egyptian fullness, her breath came slow and regular, and her eyes, heavy-lidded, slanting upwards toward the temples, perplexing, oriental, were closed. She was asleep. From out this life of flowers, this world of color, this atmosphere oppressive with perfume, this darkness clogged and cloyed and thickened with sweet odors, she came to him. She came to him from out of the flowers, the smell of the roses in her hair of gold, the aroma and the imperial red of the carnations in her lips, the whiteness of the lilies, the perfume of the lilies, and the lilies' slender balancing grace in her neck. Her hands disengaged the scent of the heliotrope. The folds of her scarlet gown gave off the enervating smell of poppies. Her feet were redolent of hyacinth. She stood before him, a vision realized, a dream come true. She emerged from out the invisible. He beheld her, a figure of gold and pale vermilion, redolent of perfume, poised motionless in the faint saffron sheen of the new risen moon. She, a creation of sleep, was herself asleep. She, a dream, was herself dreaming. Called forth from out the darkness, from the grip of the earth, the embrace of the grave, from out the memory of corruption, she rose into light and life, divinely pure, Across that white forehead was no smudge, no trace of an earthly pollution, no mark of a terrestrial dishonor. He saw in her the same beauty of untainted innocence he had known in his youth. Years had made no difference with her. She was still young. It was the old purity that returned, the deathless beauty, the ever renascent life, the eternal, consecrated, and immortal youth. For a few seconds she stood there before him, and he, upon the ground at her feet, looked up at her, spellbound. Then, slowly, she withdrew. Still asleep, her eyelids closed, she turned from him, descending the slope. She was gone. Vanamee started up, coming, as it were, to himself, looking wildly about him. Sarria was there. "I saw her," said the priest. "It was Angele, the little girl, your Angele's daughter. She is like her mother." But Vanamee scarcely heard. He walked as if in a trance, pushing by Sarria, going forth from the garden. Angele, or Angele's daughter, it was all one with him. It was she. Death was overcome, the grave vanquished. Life, ever renewed, alone existed. Time was naught. Change was naught. All things were immortal, but evil. All things eternal, but grief. Suddenly the dawn came. The east burned roseate toward the zenith. Vanamee walked on, he knew not where. The dawn grew brighter. At length he passed upon the crest of a hill, overlooking the ranchos, and cast his eye below him to the southward. Then, suddenly, flinging up his arms, he uttered a great cry. There it was, the wheat, the wheat! In the night it had come up. It was there, everywhere, from margin to margin of the horizon. The earth, long empty, teemed with green life. Once more the pendulum of the seasons swung in its mighty arc from death back to life. Life out of death, eternity rising from out dissolution. There was the lesson. Angele was not the symbol, but the proof of immortality. The seed dying, rotting, and corrupting in the earth, rising again in life unconquerable and in immaculate purity. Angele dying as she gave birth to her little daughter. Life springing from her death. The pure, unconquerable, coming forth from the defiled. Why had he not had the knowledge of God? Thou fool! That which thou sowest is not quickened except it die. So the seed had died. So died Angele. And that which thou sowest not that body that shall be, but bare grain. It may chance of wheat or of some other grain. The wheat called forth from out the darkness, from out the grip of the earth, of the grave, from out corruption, rose triumphant into light and life. So Angele. So life, so also the resurrection of the dead. It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption. It is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory. It is sown in weakness, it is raised in power. Death was swallowed up in victory. The sun rose. The night was over. The glory of the terrestrial was one, and the glory of the celestial was another. Then, as the glory of sun banished the lesser glory of moon and stars, Vanamee, from his mountain top, beholding the eternal green life of the growing wheat, bursting its bonds, and in his heart exulting in his triumph over the grave, flung out his arms with a mighty shout. "O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory?" End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Presley's socialistic poem, The Toilers, had an enormous success. The editor of the Sunday supplement of the San Francisco paper to which it was sent printed it in Gothic type, with a scarehead title so decorative as to be almost illegible, and furthermore caused the poem to be illustrated by one of the paper's staff artists in a most impressive fashion. The whole affair occupied an entire page. Thus advertised, the poem attracted attention. It was promptly copied in New York, Boston, and Chicago papers. It was discussed, attacked, defended, eulogized, ridiculed. It was praised with the most fulsome adulation, assailed with the most violent condemnation. Editorials were written upon it. Special articles in literary pamphlets dissected its rhetoric and prosody. The phrases were quoted, were used as texts for revolutionary sermons, revolutionary speeches. It was parodied. It was distorted so as to read as an advertisement for patented cereals and infants' foods. Finally, the editor of an enterprising monthly magazine reprinted the poem, supplementing it by a photograph and biography of Presley himself. Presley was stunned, bewildered. He began to wonder at himself. Was he actually the greatest American poet since Bryant? He had had no thought of fame while composing The Toilers. He had only been moved to his heart's foundations, thoroughly in earnest, seeing clearly, and had addressed himself to the poem's composition in a happy moment when the words came easily to him, and the elaboration of fine sentences was not difficult. Was it thus fame was achieved? For a while he was tempted to cross the continent and go to New York and there come into his own, enjoying the triumph that awaited him. But soon he denied himself this cheap reward. Now he was too much in earnest. He wanted to help his people, the community in which he lived, the little world of the San Joaquin that grapples with the railroad. The struggle had found its poet. He told himself that his place was here. Only the words of the manager of a lecture bureau troubled him for a moment. To range the entire nation, telling all his countrymen of the drama that was working itself out on this fringe of the continent, this ignored and distant Pacific coast, rousing their interest and stirring them up to action, appealed to him. It might do great good. To devote himself to the cause, accepting no penny of remuneration, to give his life to loosing the grip of the iron-hearted monster of steel and steam would be beyond question heroic. Other states than California had their grievances. All over the country the family of Cyclops was growing. He would declare himself the champion of the people in their opposition to the trust. He would be an apostle, a prophet, a martyr of freedom. But Presley was essentially a dreamer, not a man of affairs. He hesitated to act at this precise psychological moment, striking while the iron was yet hot, and while he hesitated, other affairs near at hand began to absorb his attention. One night, about an hour after he had gone to bed, he was awakened by the sound of voices on the porch of the ranch house, and descending found Mrs. Dyke there with Sidney. The ex-engineer's mother was talking to Magnus and Harran, and crying as she talked. It seemed that Dyke was missing. He had gone into town early that afternoon with the wagon and team and was to have been home for supper. But now it was 10 o'clock and there was no news of him. Mrs. Dyke told how she first had gone to Quien Sabe, intending to telephone from there to Bonneville, but Annixter was in San Francisco, and in his absence the house was locked up and the overseer, who had a duplicate key, was himself in Bonneville. She had telegraphed 3 times from Guadalajara to Bonneville for news of her son, but without result. Then at last, tortured with anxiety, she had gone to Hooven's, taking Sidney with her, and had prevailed upon Bismarck to hitch up and drive her across Los Muertos to the governor's, to beg him to telephone into Bonneville to know what had become of Dyke. While Harran rang up Central in town, Mrs. Dyke told Presley and Magnus of the lamentable change in Dyke.
"They have broken my son's spirit, Mr. Derrick," she said. "If you were only there to see. Hour after hour he sits on the porch with his hands lying open in his lap, looking at them without a word. He won't look me in the face any more, and he don't sleep. Night after night he has walk the floor until morning, and he will go on that way for days together, very silent, without a word, and sitting still in his chair, and then all of a sudden he will break out, oh, Mr. Derrick, it is terrible, into an awful rage, cursing, swearing, grinding his teeth, his hands clenched over his head, stamping so that the house shakes, and saying that if S. Behrman don't give him back his money, he will kill him with his two hands. But that isn't the worst, Mr. Derrick. He goes to Mr. Caraher's saloon now and stays there for hours and listens to Mr. Caraher. There is something on my son's mind, I know there is, something that he and Mr. Caraher have talked over together, and I can't find out what it is. Mr. Caraher is a bad man, and my son has fallen under his influence."
The tears filled her eyes. Bravely she tried to hide them, turning away to take Sidney in her arms, putting her head upon the little girl's shoulder.
I haven't broken down before, Mr. Derrick," she said. "But after we have been so happy in our little house, just us three, and the future seemed so bright. Oh, God will punish the gentlemen who own the railroad for being so hard and cruel."
Harran came out on the porch from the telephone, and she interrupted herself, fixing her eyes eagerly upon him. "I think it is all right, Mrs. Dyke," he said reassuringly. "We know where he is, I believe. You and the little Tad stay here, and Hooven and I will go after him." About 2 hours later, Harran brought Dyke back to Los Muertos in Hooven's wagon. He had found him at Caraher's saloon, very drunk. There was nothing maudlin about Dyke's drunkenness. In him, the alcohol merely roused the spirit of evil, vengeful, reckless. As the wagon passed out from under the eucalyptus trees about the ranch house, taking Mrs. Dyke, Sidney, and the one-time engineer back to the hop ranch, Presley, leaning from his window, heard the latter remark:
"Caraher is right. There's only one thing they listen to, and that's dynamite."
The following day, Presley drove Magnus over to Guadalajara to take the train for San Francisco. But after he had said good-bye to the governor, he was moved to go on to the hop ranch to see the condition of affairs in that quarter. He returned to Los Muertos overwhelmed with sadness and trembling with anger. The hop ranch that he had last seen in the full tide of prosperity was almost a ruin. Work had evidently been abandoned long since. Weeds were already choking the vines. Everywhere the poles sagged and drooped. Many had even fallen, dragging the vines with them, spreading them over the ground in an inextricable tangle of dead leaves, decaying tendrils, and snarled string. The fence was broken. The unfinished storehouse, which never was to see completion, was a lamentable spectacle of gaping doors and windows, a melancholy skeleton. Last of all, Presley had caught a glimpse of Dyke himself, seated in his rocking chair on the porch, his beard and hair unkempt, motionless, looking with vague eyes upon his hands that lay palm upwards and idle in his lap. Magnus, on his way to San Francisco, was joined at Bonneville by Osterman. Upon seating himself in front of the master of Los Muertos in the smoking car of the train, this latter, pushing back his hat and smoothing his bald head, observed:
"Governor, you look all frazzled out. Anything wrong these days?"
The other answered in the negative, but for all that Osterman was right. The governor had aged suddenly. His former erectness was gone. The broad shoulders stooped a little. The strong lines of his thin-lipped mouth were relaxed, and his hand, as it clasped over the yellowed ivory knob of his cane, had an unwonted tremulousness not hitherto noticeable. But the change in Magnus was more than physical. At last, in the full tide of power, president of the League, known and talked of in every county of the state, leader in a great struggle, consulted, deferred to as the prominent man, at length attaining that position so long and vainly sought for, he yet found no pleasure in his triumph and little but bitterness in life. His success had come by devious methods, had been reached by obscure means. He was a briber. He could never forget that. To further his ends, disinterested, public spirited, even philanthropic as those were, he had connived with knavery. He, the politician of the old school, of such rigorous integrity, who had abandoned a career rather than compromise with honesty. At this 11th hour, involved and entrapped in the fine spun web of a new order of things, bewildered by Osterman's dexterity, by his volubility and glibness, goaded and harassed beyond the point of reason by the aggression of the trust he fought, he had at last failed. He had fallen. He had given a bribe. He had thought that, after all, this would make but little difference with him. The affair was known only to Osterman, Broderson, and Annixter. They would not judge him, being themselves involved. He could still preserve a bold front, could still hold his head high. As time went on, the affair would lose its point. But this was not so. Some subtle element of his character had forsaken him. He felt it. He knew it. Some certain stiffness that had given him all his rigidity, that had lent force to his authority, weight to his dominance, temper to his fine, inflexible hardness, was diminishing day by day. In the decisions which he, as president of the League, was called upon to make so often, he now hesitated. He could no longer be arrogant, masterful, acting upon his own judgment, independent of opinion. He began to consult his lieutenants, asking their advice, distrusting his own opinions. He made mistakes, blunders, and when those were brought to his notice, took refuge in bluster. He knew it to be bluster, knew that sooner or later his subordinates would recognize it as such. How long could he maintain his position? So only he could keep his grip upon the lever of control till the battle was over. All would be well. If not, he would fall, and once fallen, he knew that now, briber that he was, he would never rise again. He was on his way at this moment to the city to consult with Lyman as to a certain issue of the contest between the railroad and the ranchers, which of late had been brought to his notice. When appeal had been taken to the Supreme Court by the League's Executive Committee, certain test cases had been chosen, which should represent all the lands in question. Neither Magnus nor Annixter had so appealed, believing, of course, that their cases were covered by the test cases on trial in Washington. Magnus here had blundered again, and the League's agents in San Francisco had written to warn him that the railroad might be able to take advantage of a technicality, and by pretending that neither Quien Sabe nor Los Muertos were included in the appeal, attempt to put its dummy buyers in possession of the two ranches before the Supreme Court handed down its decision. The 90 days allowed for taking this appeal were nearly at an end, and after then the railroad could act. Osterman and Magnus at once decided to go up to the city, there joining Annixter, who had been absent from Quien Sabe for the last 10 days, and talk the matter over with Lyman. Lyman, because of his position as commissioner, might be cognizant of the railroad's plans, and at the same time could give sound legal advice as to what was to be done should the new rumor prove true. "Say," remarked Osterman as the train pulled out of the Bonneville station and the two men settled themselves for the long journey. "Say, Governor, what's all up with Buck Annixter these days? He's got a bean about something, sure."
"I had not noticed," answered Magnus. "Mr. Annixter has been away some time lately. I cannot imagine what should keep him so long in San Francisco."
"That's it," said Osterman, winking. "Have 3 guesses. Guess right and you get a cigar. I guess Girl spells Hilma Tree. And a little while ago she quit Quien Sabe and hiked out to Frisco. So did Buck. Do I draw the cigar? It's up to you."
"I have noticed her," observed Magnus. "A fine figure of a woman. She would make some man a good wife."
"Wife? Buck Annixter marry? Not much. He's gone a girling at last, old Buck.
It's as funny as twins. Have to josh him about it when I see him, sure." But when Osterman and Magnus at last fell in with Annixter in the vestibule of the Lick House on Montgomery Street, nothing could be got out of him. He was in an execrable humor. When Magnus had broached the subject of business, he had declared that all business could go to pot, and when Osterman, his tongue in his cheek, had permitted himself a most distant allusion to a female girl, Annixter had cursed him for a busy face so vociferously and tersely that even Osterman was cowed. "Well," insinuated Osterman, "what are you dallying around Frisco so much for?" "Cat fur to make kitten breeches," retorted Annixter with oracular vagueness. 2 weeks before this time, Annixter had come up to the city and gone at once to a certain hotel on Bush Street behind the First National Bank that he knew was kept by a family connection of the Trees. In his conjecture that Hilma and her parents would stop here, he was right. Their names were on the register. Ignoring custom, Annixter marched straight up to their rooms, and before he was well aware of it, was eating crow before Old Man Tree. Hilma and her mother were out at the time. Later on, Mrs. Tree returned alone, leaving Hilma to spend the day with one of her cousins who lived far out on Stanyan Street in a little house facing the park. Between Annixter and Hilma's parents, a reconciliation had been effected, Annixter convincing them both of his sincerity in wishing to make Hilma his wife. Hilma, however, refused to see him. As soon as she knew he had followed her to San Francisco, she had been unwilling to return to the hotel and had arranged with her cousin to spend an indefinite time at her house. She was wretchedly unhappy during all this time and would not set foot out of doors, and cried herself to sleep night after night. She detested the city. Already she was miserably homesick for the ranch. She remembered the days she had spent in the little dairy house, happy in her work, making butter and cheese, skimming the great pans of milk, scouring the copper vessels and vats, plunging her arms elbow deep into the white curds, coming and going in that atmosphere of freshness, cleanliness, and sunlight, gay, singing, supremely happy just because the sun shone. She remembered her long walks toward the mission late in the afternoons, her excursions for cresses underneath the long trestle, the crowing of the cocks, the distant whistle of the passing trains, the faint sounding of the Angelus. She recalled with infinite longing the solitary expanse of the ranches, the level reaches between the horizons, full of light and silence, the heat at noon, the cloudless iridescence of the sunrise and sunset. She had been so happy in that life. Now all those days were past. This crude, raw city, with its crowding houses all of wood and tin, its blotting fogs, its uproarious trade winds, disturbed and saddened her. There was no outlook for the future. At length, one day, about a week after Annixter's arrival in the city, she was prevailed upon to go for a walk in the park. She went alone, putting on for the first time the little hat of black straw with its puff of white silk her mother had bought for her, a pink shirtwaist, her belt of imitation alligator skin, her new skirt of brown cloth, and her low shoes set off with their little steel buckles. She found a tiny summer house, built in Japanese fashion around a diminutive pond, and sat there for a while, her hands folded in her lap, amused with watching the goldfish, wishing she knew not what. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Without any warning, Annixter sat down beside her. She was too frightened to move. She looked at him with wide eyes that began to fill with tears.
"Oh,"
she said at last.
"Oh, I didn't know."
"Well," exclaimed Annixter, "here you are at last. I've been watching that blamed house till I was afraid the policeman would move me on. By the Lord,"
he suddenly cried. "You're pale. Hilma, do you feel well?"
Yes, I am well,"
she faltered. "No, you're not," he declared. "I know better. You are coming back to Quien Sabe with me. This place don't agree with you, Hilma. What's all the matter? Why haven't you let me see you all this time? Do you know how things are with me? Your mother told you, didn't she? Do you know how sorry I am? Do you know I see now that I made the mistake of my life there that time under the long trestle. I found it out the night after you went away. I sat all night on a stone out on the ranch somewhere, and I don't know exactly what happened, but I've been a different man since then. I see things all different now. Why, I've only begun to live since then. I know what love means now, and instead of being ashamed of it, I'm proud of it. If I never was to see you again, I would be glad I'd lived through that night just the same. I just woke up that night. I'd been absolutely and completely selfish up to the moment I realized I really loved you, and now, whether you'll let me marry you or not, I mean to live, I don't know, in a different way. I've got to live different. I can't make you understand, but just loving you has changed my life all around. It's made it easier to do the straight, clean thing. I want to do it. It's fun doing it. Remember, once I said I was proud of being a hard man, a driver, of being glad that people hated me and were afraid of me. Well, since I've loved you, I'm ashamed of it all. I don't want to be hard any more, and nobody is going to hate me if I can help it. I'm happy, and I want other people so. I love you," he suddenly exclaimed. "I love you, and if you will forgive me, and if you will come down to such a beast as I am, I want to be to you the best a man can be to a woman, Hilma. Do you understand, little girl? I want to be your husband." Hilma looked at the goldfishes through her tears. "Have you got anything to say to me, Hilma?" he asked after a while.
"I don't know what you want me to say,"
she murmured. "Yes, you do," he insisted. "I followed you way up here to hear it. I've waited around in these beastly, drafty picnic grounds for over a week to hear it. You know what I want to hear, Hilma."
"Well, I forgive you," she hazarded.
"That will do for a starter," he answered. "But that's not it."
"Then I don't know what."
"Shall I say it for you?" She hesitated a long minute, then,
"You mightn't say it right," she replied.
"Trust me for that. Shall I say it for you, Hilma?"
I don't know what you'll say."
"I'll say what you are thinking. Shall I say it?" There was a very long pause. A goldfish rose to the surface of the little pond with a sharp, rippling sound. The fog drifted overhead. There was nobody about.
"No," said
Hilma at length.
I can say it for myself.
All at once she turned to him and put her arms around his neck.
"Oh, do you love me?"
she cried.
"Is it really true? Do you mean every word of it? And you are sorry, and you will be good to me if I will be your wife? You will be my dear, dear husband?"
The tears sprang to Annixter's eyes. He took her in his arms and held her there for a moment. Never in his life had he felt so unworthy, so undeserving of this clean, pure girl who forgave him, and trusted his spoken word, and believed him to be the good man he could only wish to be. She was so far above him, so exalted, so noble, that he should have bowed his forehead to her feet. And instead she took him in her arms, believing him to be good, to be her equal. He could think of no words to say. The tears overflowed his eyes and ran down his cheeks. She drew away from him and held him a second at arm's length, looking at him, and he saw that she, too, had been crying. "I think," he said, "we are a couple of softies."
No, no, she insisted. I want to cry and want you to cry, too. Oh, dear, I haven't a handkerchief.
Here, take mine. They wiped each other's eyes like two children, and for a time sat in the deserted little Japanese pleasure house, their arms about each other, talking. On the following Saturday they were married in an uptown Presbyterian church and spent the week of their honeymoon at a small family hotel on Sutter Street. As a matter of course, they saw the sights of the city together. They made the inevitable bridal trip to the Cliff House and spent an afternoon in the gruesome and made-to-order beauties of Sutro's Gardens. They went through Chinatown, the Palace Hotel, the Park Museum, where Hilma resolutely refused to believe in the Egyptian mummy, and they drove out in a hired hack to the Presidio and the Golden Gate. On the sixth day of their excursions, Hilma abruptly declared that she had enough of playing out and must be serious and get to work. This work was nothing less than the buying of the furniture and appointments for the rejuvenated ranch house at Quien Sabe, where they were to live. Annixter had telegraphed to his overseer to have the building repainted, replastered, and reshingled, and to empty the rooms of everything but the telephone and safe. He also sent instructions to have the dimensions of each room noted down, and the result forwarded to him. It was the arrival of these memoranda that had roused Hilma to action. Then ensued a most delicious week. Armed with formidable lists written by Annixter on hotel envelopes, they two descended upon the department stores of the city, the carpet stores, the furniture stores. Right and left they bought and bargained, sending each consignment as soon as purchased to Quien Sabe. Nearly an entire carload of carpets, curtains, kitchen furniture, pictures, fixtures, lamps, straw matting, chairs, and the like were sent down to the ranch, Annixter making a point that their new home should be entirely equipped by San Francisco dealers. The furnishings of the bedroom and sitting room were left to the very last. For the former, Hilma bought a set of pure white enamel, 3 chairs, a washstand and bureau, a marvelous bargain of $30, discovered by a wonderful accident at a Friday sale. The bed was a piece by itself, bought elsewhere, but none the less a wonder. It was of brass, very brave and gay, and actually boasted a canopy. They bought it complete, just as it stood in the window of the department store, and Hilma was in an ecstasy over its crisp, clean muslin curtains, spread, and shams. Never was there such a bed, the luxury of a princess, such a bed as she had dreamed about her whole life. Next, the appointments of the sitting room occupied her, since Annixter himself, bewildered by this astonishing display, unable to offer a single suggestion himself, merely approved of all she bought. In the sitting room was to be a beautiful blue and white paper, cool straw matting set off with white wool rugs, a stand of flowers in the window, a globe of goldfish, rocking chairs, a sewing machine, and a great round center table of yellow oak whereon should stand a lamp covered with a deep shade of crinkly red tissue paper. On the walls were to hang several pictures, lovely affairs, photographs from life, all properly tinted, of choir boys in robes with beautiful eyes, pensive young girls in pink gowns with flowing yellow hair drooping over golden harps, a colored reproduction of Rouget de Lille singing the Marseillaise, and 2 pieces of wood carving representing a quail and a wild duck hung by one leg in the midst of game bags and powder horns, quite masterpieces, both. At last everything had been bought, all arrangements made, Hilma's trunks packed with their new dresses, and the tickets to Bonneville bought. "We'll go by the Overland, by jingo," declared Annixter across the table to his wife, at their last meal in the hotel where they had been stopping.
No way trains are locals for us, huh?
But we reached Bonneville at such an hour, protested Hilma. 5 in the morning.
Never mind, he declared. We'll go home in Pullmans, Hilma. I'm not going to have any of those slobs in Bonneville say I didn't know how to do the thing in style. And we'll have Vaca meet us with the team. No, sir. It is Pullmans or nothing. When it comes to buying furniture, I don't shine, perhaps, but I know what's due my wife.
He was obdurate, and late one afternoon the couple boarded the Transcontinental, the crack overland flyer of the Pacific and Southwestern, at the Oakland Mole. Only Hilma's parents were there to say good-bye. Annixter knew that Magnus and Osterman were in the city, but he had laid his plans to elude them. Magnus he could trust to be dignified, but that goat Osterman, one could never tell what he would do next. He did not propose to start his journey home in a shower of rice. Annixter marched down the line of cars, his hands encumbered with wicker telescope baskets, satchels, and valises, his tickets in his mouth, his hat on wrong side foremost, Hilma and her parents hurrying on behind him, trying to keep up. Annixter was in a turmoil of nerves lest something should go wrong. Catching a train was always for him a little crisis. He pushed ahead so furiously that when he found his Pullman he had lost his party. He set down his valises to mark the place and charged back along the platform, waving his arms.
Come on,
he cried, when at length he espied the others.
We've no more time.
He shouldered and urged them forward to where he had set his valises, only to find one of them gone. Instantly he raised an outcry. Aha! A fine way to treat passengers. There was P&SW management for you. He would, by the Lord, he would. But the porter appeared in the vestibule of the car to placate him. He had already taken his valises inside. Annixter would not permit Hilma's parents to board the car, declaring that the train might pull out at any moment. So he and his wife, following the porter down the narrow passage by the stateroom, took their places and raised the window, leaned out to say good-bye to Mr. and Mrs. Tree. These latter would not return to Quien Sabe. Old man Tree had found a business chance awaiting him in the matter of supplying his relative's hotel with dairy products. But Bonneville was not too far from San Francisco. The separation was by no means final. The porters began taking up the steps that stood by the vestibule of each sleeping car.
Well, have a good time, daughter, observed her father. And come up to see us whenever you can.
From beyond the enclosure of the depot's reverberating roof came the measured clang of a bell.
I guess we're off, cried Annixter. Goodbye, Mrs. Tree.
Remember your promise, Hilma,
her mother hastened to exclaim,
to write every Sunday afternoon.
There came a prolonged creaking and groan of straining wood and ironwork all along the length of the train. They all began to cry their goodbyes at once. The train stirred, moved forward, and, gathering slow headway, rolled slowly out into the sunlight. Hilma leaned out of the window, and as long as she could keep her mother in sight, waved her handkerchief. Then, at length, she sat back in her seat and looked at her husband.
Well,
she said. Well, echoed Annixter. Happy? For the tears rose in her eyes. She nodded energetically, smiling at him bravely. You look a little pale, he declared, frowning uneasily. Feel well?
Pretty well.
Promptly he was seized with uneasiness.
But not all well, huh? Is that it?
It was true that Hilma had felt a faint tremor of seasickness on the ferryboat coming from the city to the Oakland Mole. No doubt a little nausea yet remained with her. But Annixter refused to accept this explanation. He was distressed beyond expression.
Now you're going to be sick,
he cried anxiously.
No,
she protested.
Not a bit.
But you said you didn't feel very well. Where is it you feel sick?
I don't know. I'm not sick. Oh, dear me, why will you bother?
Headache?
Not in the least.
You feel tired, then, that's it. No wonder the wave rushed you round today.
Dear, I'm not tired and I'm not sick. And I'm all right.
No, I can tell. I think we'd better have the berth made up and you lie down.
That would be perfectly ridiculous.
Well, where is it you feel sick? Show me. Put your hand on the place. You want to eat something?" With elaborate minuteness, he cross-questioned her, refusing to let the subject drop, protesting that she had dark circles under her eyes and she had grown thinner. "Wonder if there's a doctor on board," he murmured, looking uncertainly about the car. "Let me see your tongue. I know, a little whiskey is what you want. That and some
No, no, no," she exclaimed. "I'm as well as I ever was in all my life. Look at me. Now, tell me, do I look like a sick lady?"
He scrutinized her face distressfully.
"Now, don't I look the picture of health?" she challenged.
"In a way you do," he began, "and then again—" Hilma beat a tattoo with her heels upon the floor. Shutting her fists, the thumbs tucked inside, she closed her eyes, shaking her head energetically.
"I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen," she cried.
"But just the same—"
"Gibble, gibble, gibble," she mocked. "I won't listen, I won't listen." She put a hand over his mouth. "Look, here's the dining car waiter and the first call for supper, and your wife is hungry."
They went forward and had supper in the diner while the long train, now out upon the main line, settled itself to its pace, the prolonged, even gallop that it would hold for the better part of the week, spinning out the miles as a cotton spinner spins thread. It was already dark when Antioch was left behind. Abruptly, the sunset appeared to wheel in the sky and readjusted itself to the right of the track behind Mount Diablo, here visible almost to its base. The train had turned southward. Neroli was passed, then Brentwood, then Byron. In the gathering dusk, mountains began to build themselves up on either hand, far off, blocking the horizon. The train shot forward, roaring. Between the mountains, the land lay level, cut up into farms, ranches. These continually grew larger. Growing wheat began to appear, billowing in the wind of the train's passage. The mountains grew higher, the land richer, and by the time the moon rose, the train was well into the northernmost limits of the valley of the San Joaquin. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 2. Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 3 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annixter had engaged an entire section, and after he and his wife went to bed, had the porter close the upper berth. Hilma sat up in bed to say her prayers, both hands over her face, and then, kissing Annixter good night, went to sleep with the directness of a little child, holding his hand in both her own. Annixter, who never could sleep on the train, dozed and tossed and fretted for hours, consulting his watch and timetable whenever there was a stop. Twice he rose to get a drink of ice water, and between whiles was forever sitting up in the narrow berth, stretching himself and yawning, murmuring with uncertain relevance, "Oh, Lord, oh, Lord." There were some dozen other passengers in the car. A lady with 3 children, a group of school teachers, a couple of drummers, a stout gentleman with whiskers, and a well-dressed young man in a plaid traveling cap, whom Annixter had observed before supper time reading Daudet's Tartarin in the French. But by 9 o'clock all these people were in their berths. Occasionally, above the rhythmic rumble of the wheels, Annixter could hear one of the lady's children fidgeting and complaining. The stout gentleman snored monotonously in 2 notes, one a rasping bass, the other a prolonged treble. At intervals, a brakeman or the passenger conductor pushed down the aisle between the curtains, his red and white lamp over his arm. Looking out into the car, Annixter saw in an end section where the berths had not been made up, the porter in his white duck coat, dozing, his mouth wide open, his head on his shoulder. The hours passed. Midnight came and went. Annixter, checking off the stations, noted their passage of Modesto, Merced, and Madera. Then, after another broken nap, he lost count. He wondered where they were. Had they reached Fresno yet? Raising the window curtain, he made a shade with both hands on either side of his face and looked out. The night was thick, dark. clouded over. A fine rain was falling, leaving horizontal streaks on the glass of the outside window. Only the faintest gray blur indicated the sky. Everything else was impenetrable blackness. "I think sure we must have passed Fresno," he muttered. He looked at his watch. It was about 3:30. "If we have passed Fresno," he said to himself, "I'd better wake the little girl pretty soon. She'll need about an hour to dress. Better find out for sure." He drew on his trousers and shoes, got into his coat, and stepped out into the aisle. In the seat that had been occupied by the porter, the Pullman conductor, his cash box and car schedules before him, was checking up his berths, a blue pencil behind his ear. "What's the next stop, Captain?" inquired Annixter, coming up. "Have we reached Fresno yet?" "Just past it," the other responded, looking at Annixter over his spectacles. "What's the next stop?" "Goshen. We'll be there in about 45 minutes. Fair black night, isn't it?" "Black as a pocket. Let's see. You're the party in upper and lower 9. Annixter caught at the back of the nearest seat just in time to prevent a fall, and the conductor's cash box was shunted off the surface of the plush seat and came clanking to the floor. The pinch lights overhead vibrated with blinding rapidity in the long, sliding jar that ran through the train from end to end, and the momentum of its speed suddenly decreasing all but pitched the conductor from his seat. A hideous, ear-splitting rasp made itself heard from the clamped-down Westinghouse gear underneath, and Annixter knew that the wheels had ceased to revolve and that the train was sliding forward upon the motionless flanges. "Hello, hello," he exclaimed. "What's all up now?" "Emergency brakes," declared the conductor, catching up his cash box and thrusting his papers and tickets into it. "Nothing much. Probably a cow on the track." He disappeared, carrying his lantern with him. But the other passengers, all but the stout gentleman, were awake. Heads were thrust out of the curtains, and Annixter, hurrying back to Hilma, was assailed by all manner of questions. "What was that?" "Anything wrong?" "What's up, anyways?" Hilma was just waking as Annixter pushed the curtain aside. "Oh, I was so frightened. What's the matter, dear?" she exclaimed. "I don't know," he answered. "Only the emergency brakes. Just a cow on the track, I guess. Don't get scared. It isn't anything." But with a final shriek of the Westinghouse appliance, the train came to a definite halt. At once the silence was absolute. The ears, still numb with the long continued roar of wheels and clashing iron, at first refused to register correctly the smaller noises of the surroundings. Voices came from the other end of the car, strange and unfamiliar, as though heard at a great distance across the water. The stillness of the night outside was so profound that the rain, dripping from the car roof upon the roadbed underneath, was as distinct as the ticking of a clock. "Well, we sure stopped," observed one of the drummers. "What is it?" asked Hilma again. "Are you sure there's nothing wrong?" "Sure," said Annixter. Outside, underneath the window, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps crushing into the clinkers by the side of the ties. They passed on, and Annixter heard someone in the distance shout, "Yes, on the other side." Then the door at the end of their car opened, and a brakeman with a red beard ran down the aisle and out upon the platform in front. The forward door closed. Everything was quiet again. In the stillness, the fat gentleman's snores made themselves heard once more. The minutes passed. Nothing stirred. There was no sound but the dripping rain. The line of cars lay immobilized and inert under the night. One of the drummers, having stepped outside on the platform for a look around, returned, saying, "There isn't any station anywheres about, no siding. Bet you they had an accident of some kind." "Ask the porter." "I did. He don't know." "Maybe they stopped to take on wood or water or something." "Well, they wouldn't use the emergency brakes for that, would they? Why, this train stopped almost in her own length. Pretty near slung me out of the berth. Those were the emergency brakes. I heard someone say so." From far out toward the front of the train, near the locomotive, came the sharp, incisive report of a revolver. Then two more, almost simultaneously. Then, after a long interval, a fourth. "Say, that's shooting. By God, boys, they're shooting. Say, this is a hold up." Instantly, a white-hot excitement flared from end to end of the car, incredibly sinister, heard thus in the night and in the rain, mysterious, fearful. Those 4 pistol shots started confusion from out the sense of security like a frightened rabbit hunted from her burrow. Wide-eyed, the passengers of the car looked into each other's faces. It had come to them at last, this they had so often read about. Now they were to see the real thing. Now they were to face actuality, face this danger of the night, leaping in from out the blackness of the roadside, masked, armed, ready to kill. They were facing it now. They were held up. Hilma said nothing, only catching Annixter's hand, looking squarely into his eyes. "Steady, little girl," he said. "They can't hurt you. I won't leave you. By the Lord," he suddenly exclaimed, his excitement getting the better of him for a moment. "By the Lord, it's a hold-up." The school teachers were in the aisle of the car, in nightgown, wrapper, and dressing sack, huddled together like sheep, holding on to each other, looking to the men, silently appealing for protection. 2 of them were weeping, white to the lips. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, if only they won't hurt me." But the lady with the children looked out from her berth, smiled reassuringly, and said, "I'm not a bit frightened. They won't do anything to us if we keep quiet. I've my watch and jewelry all ready for them in my little black bag, see?" She exhibited it to the passengers. Her children were all awake. They were quiet, looking about them with eager faces, interested and amused at this surprise. In his berth, the fat gentleman with whiskers snored profoundly. "Say, I'm going out there," suddenly declared one of the drummers, flourishing a pocket revolver. His friend caught his arm. "Don't make a fool of yourself, Max," he said. "They won't come near us," observed the well-dressed young man. "They are after the Wells Fargo box and the registered mail. You won't do any good out there." But the other loudly protested. No, he was going out. He didn't propose to be buncoed without a fight. He wasn't any coward. "Well, you don't go, that's all," said his friend angrily. "There's women and children in this car, and you ain't gonna draw the fire here." "Well, that's to be thought of," said the other, allowing himself to be pacified, but still holding his pistol. "Don't let him open that window," cried Annixter sharply, from his place by Hilma's side, for the drummer had made as if to open the sash in one of the sections that had not been made up. "Sure, that's right," said the others. "Don't open any windows. Keep your head in. You'll get us all shot if you aren't careful." However, the drummer had got the window up and had leaned out before the others could interfere and draw him away. "Say, by Jove," he shouted as he turned back to the car, "our engine's gone. We're standing on a curve and you can see the end of the train. She's gone, I tell you. Well, look for yourself." In spite of their precautions, one after another, his friends looked out. Sure enough, the train was without a locomotive. "They've done it so we can't get away," vociferated the drummer with the pistol. "Now, by Jiminy Christmas, they'll come through the cars and stand us up. They'll be in here in a minute. Lord, what was that?" From far away up the track, apparently some half-mile ahead of the train, came the sound of a heavy explosion. The windows of the car vibrated with it. "Shooting again." "That isn't shooting," exclaimed Annixter. "They've pulled the express and mail car on ahead with the engine, and now they're dynamiting her open." "That must be it. Yeah, sure. That's just what they're doing." The forward door of the car opened and closed, and the school teachers shrieked and cowered. The drummer with the revolver faced about, his eyes bulging. However, it was only the train conductor, hatless, his lantern in his hand. He was soaked with rain. He appeared in the aisle. "Is there a doctor in this car?" he asked. Promptly the passengers surrounded him, voluble with questions, but he was in a bad temper. "I don't know anything more than you do," he shouted angrily. "It was a hold-up. I guess you know that, don't you? Well, what more do you want to know? I ain't got time to fool around. They cut off our express car and have cracked it open, and they shot one of our train crew, that's all, and I want a doctor." "Oh, did they shoot him? Kill him, do you mean?" "Is he hurt bad?" "Did the men get away?" "Ah, shut up, will you all?" exclaimed the conductor.
What do I know? Is there a doctor in this car? That's what I want to know.
The well-dressed young man stepped forward. "I'm a doctor," he said. "Well, come along then," returned the conductor in a surly voice.
"And the passengers in this car,"
he added, turning back at the door and nodding his head menacingly,
"will go back to bed and stay there. It's all over and there's nothing to see."
He went out, followed by the young doctor. Then ensued an interminable period of silence. The entire train seemed deserted. Helpless, bereft of its engine, a huge, decapitated monster, it lay halfway around a curve, rained upon, abandoned. There was more fear in this last condition of affairs, more terror in the idea of this prolonged line of sleepers with their nickeled fittings, their plate glass, their upholstery, vestibules, and the like, loaded down with people, lost and forgotten in the night and the rain, than there had been when the actual danger threatened. What was to become of them now? Who was there to help them? Their engine was gone. They were helpless. What next was to happen? Nobody came near the car. Even the porter had disappeared. The wait seemed endless, and the persistent snoring of the whiskered gentleman rasped the nerves like the scrape of a file.
"Well, how long are we going to stick here now?" began one of the drummers. "Wonder if they hurt the engine with their dynamite."
"Oh, I know they will come through the car and rob us," wailed the school teachers. The lady with the little children went back to bed, and Annixter, assured that the trouble was over, did likewise. But nobody slept. From berth to berth came the sound of suppressed voices talking it all over, formulating conjectures. Certain points seemed to be settled upon, no one knew how, as indisputable. The highwaymen had been 4 in number and had stopped the train by pulling the bell cord. A brakeman had attempted to interfere and had been shot. The robbers had been on the train all the way from San Francisco. The drummer named Max remembered to have seen 4 suspicious-looking characters in the smoking car at Lathrop, and had intended to speak to the conductor about them. The drummer had been in a hold-up before, and told the story of it over and over again. At last, after what seemed to have been an hour's delay, and when the dawn had already begun to show in the east, the locomotive backed on to the train again with a reverberating jar that ran from car to car. At the jolting, the school teachers screamed in chorus, and the whiskered gentleman stopped snoring and thrust his head from his curtains. Blinking at the pinch lights, it appeared that he was an Englishman.
"I say," he asked of the drummer named Max. "I say, my friend, what place is this?"
The others roared with decision.
"We were held up, sir. That's what we were. We were held up, and you slept through it all. You missed the show of your life."
End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 3. Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 4 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The gentleman fixed the group with a prolonged gaze. He said never a word, but little by little he was convinced that the drummers told the truth. All at once he grew wrathful, his face purpling. He withdrew his head angrily, buttoning his curtains together in a fury. The cause of his rage was inexplicable, but they could hear him resettling himself upon his pillows with exasperated movements of his head and shoulders. In a few moments the deep bass and shrill treble of his snoring once more sounded through the car. At last the train got under way again, with useless warning blasts of the engine's whistle. In a few moments it was tearing away through the dawn at a wonderful speed, rocking around curves, roaring across culverts, making up time. And all the rest of that strange night, the passengers, sitting up in their unmade beds in the swaying car, lighted by a strange mingling of pallid dawn and trembling pinch lights, rushing at breakneck speed through the misty rain, were oppressed by a vision of figures of terror. Far behind them in the night they had left, masked, armed, galloping toward the mountains, pistol in hand, the booty bound to the saddle bow. Galloping, galloping on, sending a thrill of fear through all the countryside. The young doctor returned. He sat down in the smoking room, lighting a cigarette, and Annixter and the drummers pressed around him to know the story of the whole affair. "Well, the man is dead," he declared. "The brakeman. He was shot through the lungs twice. They think the fellow got away with about 5,000 in gold coin." "The fellow? Wasn't there four of them?" "No, only one. And say, let me tell you, he had his nerve with him. It seems he was on the roof of the express car all the time and going as fast as we were. He jumped from the roof of the car down on the coal in the engine's tender and crawled over that and held up the men in the cab with his gun, took their guns from 'em and made 'em stop the train. Even ordered 'em to use the emergency gear. Seems he knew all about it. Then he went back and uncoupled the express car himself. While he was doing this, a brakeman, you remember that brakeman that came through here once or twice, had a red mustache?" "That chap?" "Sure. Well, as soon as the train stopped, this brakeman guessed something was wrong and ran up, saw the fellow cutting off the express car, and took a couple of shots at him. And the fireman says the fellow didn't even take his hand off the coupling pin, just turned around as cool as how do you do and nailed the brakeman right there. They weren't 5 feet apart when they began shooting. The brakeman had come on him unexpected, had no idea he was so close." "And the express messenger all this time?" "Well, he did his best. Jumped out with his repeating shotgun, but the fellow had him covered before he could turn around. Held him up and took his gun away from him. Say, I call that nerve just the same. One man standing up a whole trainload like that. Then, as soon as he'd cut the express car off, he made the engineer run her up the track about half a mile to a road crossing where he had a horse tied. What do you think of that? Didn't he have it all figured out close? And when he got there, he dynamited the safe and got the Wells Fargo box. He took 5,000 in gold coin. The messenger says it was railroad money that the company were sending down to Bakersfield to pay off with. It was in a bag. He never touched the registered mail, nor a whole wad of greenbacks that were in the safe, but just took the coin, got on his horse, and lit out. The engineer says he went to the eastward." "He got away, did he?" "Yes, but they think they'll get him. He wore a kind of mask, but the brakeman recognized him positively. We got his ante-mortem statement. The brakeman said the fellow had a grudge against the road. He was a discharged employee and lives near Bonneville." "Dyke, by the Lord!" exclaimed Annixter. "That's the name," said the young doctor. When the train arrived at Bonneville, 40 minutes behind time, it landed Annixter and Hilma in the midst of the very thing they most wished to avoid, an enormous crowd. The news that the Overland had been held up 30 miles south of Fresno, a brakeman killed and the safe looted, and that Dyke alone was responsible for the night's work, had been wired on ahead from Fowler, the train conductor throwing the dispatch to the station agent from the flying train. Before the train had come to a standstill under the arched roof of the Bonneville depot, it was all but taken by assault. Annixter, with Hilma on his arm, had almost to fight his way out of the car. The depot was black with people. S. Behrman was there, Delaney, Cyrus Ruggles, the town marshal, the mayor. Genslinger, his hat on the back of his head, ranged the train from cab to rear lights, notebook in hand, interviewing, questioning, collecting facts for his extra. As Annixter descended finally to the platform, the editor, alert as a black and tan terrier, his thin, osseous hands quivering with eagerness, his brown, dry face working with excitement, caught his elbow. "Can I have your version of the affair, Mr. Annixter?" Annixter turned on him abruptly. "Yes," he exclaimed fiercely. "You and your gang drove Dyke from his job because he wouldn't work for starvation wages. Then you raised freight rates on him and robbed him of all he had. You ruined him and drove him to fill himself up with Caraher's whiskey. He's only taken back what you plundered him of. And now you're going to hound him over the state, hunt him down like a wild animal, and bring him to the gallows at San Quentin. That's my version of the affair, Mr. Genslinger. But it's worth your subsidy from the P&S.W. to print it." There was a murmur of approval from the crowd that stood around, and Genslinger, with an angry shrug of one shoulder, took himself away. At length, Annixter brought Hilma through the crowd to where young Vacca was waiting with the team. However, they could not at once start for the ranch, Annixter wishing to ask some questions at the freight office about a final consignment of chairs. It was nearly 11 o'clock before they could start home, but to gain the upper road to Quien Sabe it was necessary to traverse all of Main Street, running through the heart of Bonneville. The entire town seemed to be upon the sidewalks. By now the rain was over and the sun shining. The story of the holdup, the work of a man whom everyone knew and liked, was in every mouth. How had Dyke come to do it? Who would have believed it of him? Think of his poor mother and the little Tad. Well, after all, he was not so much to blame. The railroad people had brought it on themselves. But he had shot a man to death. Now, that was serious business. Good-natured, big, broad-shouldered, jovial Dyke, the man they knew, with whom they had shaken hands only yesterday, yes, and drank with him. He had shot a man, killed him, had stood there in the dark and in the rain while they were asleep in their beds, and had killed a man. Now where was he? Instinctively, eyes were turned eastward over the tops of the houses or down vistas of side streets to where the foothills of the mountains rose dim and vast over the edge of the valley. He was in amongst them, somewhere. In all that pile of blue crests and purple canyons he was hidden away. Now for weeks of searching, false alarms, clues, trailings, watchings, all the thrill and heart-bursting excitement of a manhunt. Would he get away? Hardly a man on the sidewalks of the town that day who did not hope for it. As Annixter's team trotted through the central portion of the town, young Vaca pointed to a denser and larger crowd around the rear entrance of the city hall. Fully 20 saddle horses were tied to the iron rail underneath the scant, half-grown trees nearby, and as Annixter and Hilma drove by, the crowd parted, and a dozen men with revolvers on their hips pushed their way to the curbstone and, mounting their horses, rode away at a gallop. "It's the posse," said young Vaca. Outside the town limits, the ground was level. There was nothing to obstruct the view, and to the north, in the direction of Osterman's ranch, Vaca made out another party of horsemen galloping eastward, and beyond these, still another. "They're the other posses," he announced. "That further one is Archie Moore's. He's the sheriff. He came down from Visalia on a special engine this morning." When the team turned into the driveway to the ranch house, Hilma uttered a little cry, clasping her hands joyfully. The house was one glitter of new white paint. The driveway had been freshly graveled, the flower beds replenished. Mrs. Vaca and her daughter, who had been busy putting on the finishing touches, came to the door to welcome them. "What's this case here?" asked Annixter, when, after helping his wife from the carryall, his eye fell upon a wooden box of some 3 by 5 feet that stood on the porch and bore the red Wells Fargo label.
"It came here last night, addressed to you, sir," exclaimed Mrs. Vaca. "We were sure it wasn't any of your furniture, so we didn't open it." "Oh, maybe it's a wedding present," exclaimed Hilma, her eyes sparkling.
"Well, maybe it is," returned her husband. "Here, my son, help me in with this."
Annixter and young Vaca bore the case into the sitting room of the house, and Annixter, hammer in hand, attacked it vigorously. Vaca discreetly withdrew on signal from his mother, closing the door after him. Annixter and his wife were left alone.
"Oh, hurry, hurry,"
cried Hilma, dancing around him.
"I want to see what it is. Who do you suppose could have sent it to us? And so heavy, too. What do you think it can be?"
Annixter put the claw of the hammer underneath the edge of the board top and wrenched with all his might. The boards had been clamped together by a transverse bar, and the whole top of the box came away in one piece. A layer of excelsior was disclosed, and on it a letter addressed by typewriter to Annixter. It bore the trademark of a business firm of Los Angeles. Annixter glanced at this and promptly caught it up before Hilma could see, with an exclamation of intelligence.
"Oh, I know what this is,"
he observed, carelessly trying to restrain her busy hands.
"It isn't anything. Just some machinery. Let it go."
But already she had pulled away the excelsior. Underneath, in temporary racks, were 24 Winchester repeating rifles.
What?"
murmured Hilma blankly.
"Well, I told you not to mind," said Annixter. "It isn't anything.
Let's look through the rooms."
But you said you knew what it was, she protested, bewildered. You wanted to make believe it was machinery. Are you keeping anything from me? Tell me what it all means. Oh, why are you getting these?
She caught his arm, looking with intense eagerness into his face. She half understood already. Annixter saw that. "Well," he said lamely, "you know, it may not come to anything at all, but you know, well, this league of ours. Suppose the railroad tries to jump Quien Sabe or Los Muertos or any of the other ranches. We made up our minds, the Leaguers have, that we wouldn't let it. That's all."
"And I thought," cried Hilma, drawing back fearfully from the case of rifles, "and I thought it was a wedding present."
And that was their homecoming, the end of their bridal trip. Through the terror of the night, echoing with pistol shots, through that scene of robbery and murder, into this atmosphere of alarms, a manhunt organizing, armed horsemen silhouetted against the horizons, cases of rifles where wedding presents should have been. Annixter brought his young wife to be mistress of a home he might at any moment be called upon to defend with his life. The days passed. Soon a week had gone by. Magnus Derrick and Osterman returned from the city without any definite idea as to the corporation's plans. Lyman had been reticent. He knew nothing as to the progress of the land cases in Washington. There was no news. The executive committee of the League held a perfunctory meeting at Los Muertos at which nothing but routine business was transacted. A scheme put forward by Osterman for a conference with the railroad managers fell through because of the refusal of the company to treat with the ranchers upon any other basis than that of the new grading. It was impossible to learn whether or not the company considered Los Muertos, Quien Sabe, and the other ranches around Bonneville covered by the test cases then on appeal. Meanwhile, there was no decrease in the excitement that Dyke's holdup had set loose over all the county. Day after day, it was the one topic of conversation at street corners, at crossroads, over dinner tables, in office, bank, and store. S. Behrman placarded the town with a notice of $500 reward for the ex-engineer's capture, dead or alive, and the express company supplemented this by another offer of an equal amount. The country was thick with parties of horsemen armed with rifles and revolvers, recruited from Visalia, Goshen, and the few railroad sympathizers around Bonneville and Guadalajara. One after another of these returned, empty-handed, covered with dust and mud, their horses exhausted, to be met and passed by fresh posses starting out to continue the pursuit. The sheriff of Santa Clara County set down his bloodhounds from San Jose, small, harmless-looking dogs with a terrific bay, to help in the chase. Reporters from the San Francisco papers appeared, interviewing everyone, sometimes even accompanying the searching bands. Horse hoofs clattered over the roads at night. Bells were rung. The Mercury issued extra after extra. The bloodhounds bayed. Gun butts clashed on the asphalt pavements of Bonneville. Accidental discharges of revolvers brought the whole town into the street. Farm hands called to each other across the fences of ranch divisions. In a word, the countryside was in an uproar. And all to no effect. The hoof marks of Dyke's horse had been traced in the mud of the road to within a quarter of a mile of the foothills and there irretrievably lost. 3 days after the holdup, a sheepherder was found who had seen the highwayman on a ridge in the higher mountains to the northeast of Taurusa. And that was absolutely all. Rumors were thick. Promising clues were discovered, new trails taken up, but nothing transpired to bring the pursuers and pursued any closer together. Then, after 10 days of strain, public interest began to flag. It was believed that Dyke had succeeded in getting away. If this was true, he had gone to the southward, after gaining the mountains, and it would be his intention to work out of the range somewhere near the southern part of the San Joaquin, near Bakersfield. Thus the sheriffs, marshals, and deputies decided. They had hunted too many criminals in these mountains before not to know the usual courses taken. In time, Dyke must come out of the mountains to get water and provisions. But this time passed, and from not one of the watched points came any word of his appearance. At last the posses began to disband. Little by little, the pursuit was given up. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 4. Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 5 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Only S. Behrman persisted. He had made up his mind to bring Dyke in. He succeeded in arousing the same degree of determination in Delaney, by now a trusted aide of the railroad, and of his own cousin, a real estate broker named Christian, who knew the mountains and had once been marshal of Visalia in the old stock raising days. These two went into the Sierras, accompanied by two hired deputies, and carrying with them a month's provisions and two of the bloodhounds loaned by the Santa Clara sheriff. On a certain Sunday, a few days after the departure of Christian and Delaney, Annixter, who had been reading David Copperfield in his hammock on the porch of the ranch house, put down the book and went to find Hilma, who was helping Louisa Vaca set the table for dinner. He found her in the dining room, her hands full of the gold-bordered china plates only used on special occasions, and which Louisa was forbidden to touch. His wife was more than ordinarily pretty that day. She wore a dress of flowered organdie over pink sateen, with pink ribbons about her waist and neck, and on her slim feet the low shoes she always affected, with their smart, bright buckles. Her thick, brown, sweet-smelling hair was heaped high upon her head and set off with a bow of black velvet, and underneath the shadow of its coils her wide-open eyes, rimmed with the thin, black line of her lashes, shone continually, reflecting the sunlight. Marriage had only accentuated the beautiful maturity of Hilma's figure, now no longer precocious, defining the single deep swell from her throat to her waist, the strong, fine amplitude of her hips, the sweet feminine undulation of her neck and shoulders. Her cheeks were pink with health, and her large round arms carried the piled up dishes with never a tremor. Annixter, observant enough where his wife was concerned, noted how the reflection of the white china set a glow of pale light underneath her chin. "Hilma," he said, "I've been wondering lately about things. We're so blamed happy ourselves it won't do for us to forget about other people who are down, will it? Might change our luck. And I'm just likely to forget that way, too. It's my nature." His wife looked up at him joyfully. Here was the new Annixter, certainly. "It's all this hullabaloo about Dyke," he went on. "There's someone nobody ain't thought about at all. That's Mrs. Dyke. And the little tad. I wouldn't be surprised if they were in a hole over there. What do you say we drive over to the hop ranch after dinner and see if she wants anything?" Hilma put down the plates and came around the table and kissed him without a word. As soon as their dinner was over, Annixter had the carryall hitched up and, dispensing with young Vaca, drove over to the hop ranch with Hilma. Hilma could not keep back the tears as they passed through the lamentable desolation of the withered brown vines, symbols of perished hopes and abandoned effort, and Annixter swore between his teeth. Though the wheels of the carryall grated loudly on the roadway in front of the house, nobody came to the door nor looked from the windows. The place seemed tenantless, infinitely lonely, infinitely sad. Annixter tied the team and with Hilma approached the wide open door, scuffling and trampling on the porch to attract attention. Nobody stirred. A Sunday stillness pervaded the place. Outside, the withered hop leaves rustled like dry paper in the breeze. The quiet was ominous. They peered into the front room from the doorway, Hilma holding her husband's hand. Mrs. Dyke was there. She sat at the table in the middle of the room, her head with its white hair down upon her arm. A clutter of unwashed dishes were strewed over the red and white tablecloth. The unkempt room, once a marvel of neatness, had not been cleaned for days. Newspapers, Genslinger's extras, and copies of San Francisco and Los Angeles dailies were scattered all over the room. On the table itself were crumpled yellow telegrams, a dozen of them, a score of them, blowing about in the draught from the door. And in the midst of all this disarray, surrounded by the published accounts of her son's crime, the telegraphed answers to her pitiful appeals for tidings fluttering about her head, the highwayman's mother, worn out, abandoned, and forgotten, slept through the stillness of the Sunday afternoon. Neither Hilma nor Annixter ever forgot that interview with Mrs. Dyke that day. Suddenly waking, she had caught sight of Annixter and at once exclaimed eagerly, "Is there any news?" For a long time afterwards, nothing could be got from her. She was numb to all other issues than the one question of Dyke's capture. She did not answer their questions nor reply to their offers of assistance. Hilma and Annixter conferred together without lowering their voices at her very elbow, while she looked vacantly at the floor, drawing one hand over the other in a persistent, maniacal gesture. From time to time she would start suddenly from her chair, her eyes wide, and as if all at once realizing Annixter's presence, would cry out, "Is there any news?" "Where is Sidney, Mrs. Dyke?" asked Hilma for the fourth time. "Is she well? Is she taken care of?" "Here's the last telegram," said Mrs. Dyke in a loud, monotonous voice. "See, it says there is no news. He didn't do it," she moaned, rocking herself back and forth, drawing one hand over the other. "He didn't do it. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. I don't know where he is." When at last she came to herself, it was with a flood of tears. Hilma put her arms around the poor old woman as she bowed herself again upon the table, sobbing and weeping. "Oh, my son," she cried. "My own boy, my only son. If I could have died for you to have prevented this. I remember him when he was little. Such a splendid little fellow, so brave, so loving, with never an unkind thought, never a mean action. So it was all his life. We were never apart. There was always dear little son and dear mammy between us. Never once was he unkind. And he loved me and was the gentlest son to me. And he was a good man. He is now. He is now. They don't understand him. They are not even sure that he did this. He never meant it. They don't know my son. Why, he wouldn't have hurt a kitten. Everybody loved him. He was driven to it. They hounded him down. They wouldn't let him alone. He was not right in his mind. They hounded him to it," she cried fiercely. "They hounded him to it. They drove him and goaded him till he couldn't stand it any longer, and now they mean to kill him for turning on them. They are hunting him with dogs. Night after night I have stood on the porch and heard the dogs baying far off. They are tracking my boy with dogs like a wild animal. May God never forgive them." She rose to her feet, terrible, her white hair unbound. "May God punish them as they deserve. May they never prosper. On my knees I shall pray for it every night. May their money be a curse to them. May their sons, their firstborn, only sons, be taken from them in their youth." But Hilma interrupted, begging her to be silent, to be quiet. The tears came again and the choking sobs. Hilma took her in her arms. "Oh, my little boy, my little boy," she cried. "My only son, all that I had, to have come to this. He was not right in his mind, or he would have known it would break my heart. Oh, my son, if I could have died for you." Sidney came in, clinging to her dress, weeping, imploring her not to cry, protesting that they could never catch her papa, that he would come back soon. Hilma took them both, the little child and the broken down old woman, in the great embrace of her strong arms, and they all three sobbed together. Annixter stood on the porch outside, his back turned, looking straight before him into the wilderness of dead vines, his teeth shut hard, his lower lip thrust out. "I hope S. Behrman is satisfied with all this," he muttered. "I hope he is satisfied now. Damn his soul!" All at once an idea occurred to him. He turned about and re-entered the room. "Mrs. Dyke," he began, "I want you and Sidney to come over and live at Quien Sabe. I know you can't make me believe that the reporters and officers and officious busy faces that pretend to offer help just so they can satisfy their curiosity aren't nagging you to death. I want you to let me take care of you and the little tad till all this trouble of yours is over with. There's plenty of space for you. You can have the house my wife's people used to live in. You've got to look these things in the face. What are you going to do to get along? You must be very short of money. Yes, Behrman will foreclose on you and take the whole place in a little while now. I want you to let me help you. Let Hilma and me be good friends to you. It would be a privilege." Mrs. Dyke tried bravely to assume her pride, insisting that she could manage, but her spirit was broken. The whole affair ended unexpectedly, with Annixter and Hilma bringing Dyke's mother and the little girl back to Quien Sabe in the carryall. Mrs. Dyke would not take with her a stick of furniture nor a single ornament. It would only serve to remind her of a vanished happiness. She packed a few clothes of her own and Sidney's in a little trunk, Hilma helping her, and Annixter stowed the trunk under the carryall's back seat. Mrs. Dyke turned the key in the door of the house, and Annixter helped her to her seat beside his wife. They drove through the sere, brown hop vines. At the angle of the road, Mrs. Dyke turned around and looked back at the ruin of the hop ranch, the roof of the house just showing above the trees. She never saw it again. As soon as Annixter and Hilma were alone after their return to Quien Sabe, Mrs. Dyke and Sidney having been installed in the Trees' old house, Hilma threw her arms around her husband's neck.
"Fine!" she exclaimed. "Oh, it was fine of you, dear, to think of them and to be so good to them. My husband is such a good man, so unselfish. You wouldn't have thought of being kind to Mrs. Dyke and Sidney a little while ago. You wouldn't have thought of them at all. But you did now, and it's just because you love me true, isn't it? Isn't it? And because it's made you a better man. I'm so proud and glad to think it's so. It is so, isn't it? Just because you love me true?"
"You bet it is, Hilma," he told her.
As Hilma and Annixter were sitting down to the supper which they found waiting for them, Louisa Vaca came to the door of the dining room to say that Harren Derrick had telephoned over from Los Muertos for Annixter and had left word for him to ring up Los Muertos as soon as he came in.
"He said it was important,"
added Louisa Vaca.
"Maybe they have news from Washington," suggested Hilma.
Annixter would not wait to have supper, but telephoned to Los Muertos at once. Magnus answered the call. There was a special meeting of the Executive Committee of the League summoned for the next day, he told Annixter. It was for the purpose of considering the new grain tariff prepared by the railroad commissioners. Lyman had written that the schedule of this tariff had just been issued, that he had not been able to construct it precisely according to the wheat growers' wishes, and that he himself would come down to Los Muertos and explain its apparent discrepancies. Magnus and Lyman would be present at the session. Annixter, curious for details, forbore, nevertheless, to question. The connection from Los Muertos to Quien Sabe was made through Bonneville, and in these troublesome times no one could be trusted. It could not be known who would overhear conversations carried on over the lines. He assured Magnus that he would be on hand. The time for the committee meeting had been set for 7 o'clock in the evening, in order to accommodate Lyman, who wrote that he would be down on the evening train, but would be compelled, by pressure of business, to return to the city early the next morning. At the time appointed, the men composing the committee gathered about the table in the dining room of the Los Muertos ranch house. It was almost a reproduction of the scene of the famous evening when Osterman had proposed the plan of the Ranchers' Railroad Commission. Magnus Derrick sat at the head of the table in his buttoned frock coat. Whiskey bottles and siphons of soda water were within easy reach. Presley, who by now was considered the confidential friend of every member of the committee, lounged as before on the sofa, smoking cigarettes, the cat Nathalie on his knee. Besides Magnus and Annixter, Osterman was present, and old Broderson and Harren. Garnett from the Ruby Rancho and Gethings of the San Pablo, who were also members of the executive committee, were on hand, preoccupied, bearded men, smoking black cigars, and last of all Dabney, the silent old man, of whom little was known but his name, and who had been made a member of the committee, nobody could tell why. "My son Lyman should be here, gentlemen, within at least 10 minutes. I have sent my team to meet him at Bonneville," explained Magnus as he called the meeting to order. "The secretary will call the roll." Osterman called the roll, and to fill in the time read over the minutes of the previous meeting. The treasurer was making his report as to the funds at the disposal of the League when Lyman arrived. Magnus and Harran went forward to meet him, and the committee rather awkwardly rose and remained standing while the three exchanged greetings, the members, some of whom had never seen their commissioner, eyeing him out of the corners of their eyes. Lyman was dressed with his usual correctness. His cravat was of the latest fashion, his clothes of careful design and unimpeachable fit. His shoes of patent leather reflected the lamplight, and he carried a drab overcoat over his arm. Before being introduced to the committee, he excused himself a moment and ran to see his mother, who waited for him in the adjoining sitting room. But in a few moments he returned, asking pardon for the delay. He was all affability. His protruding eyes, that gave such an unusual foreign appearance to his very dark face, radiated geniality. He was evidently anxious to please, to produce a good impression upon the grave, clumsy farmers before whom he stood. But at the same time, Presley, watching him from his place on the sofa, could imagine that he was rather nervous. He was too nimble in his cordiality, and the little gestures he made in bringing his cuffs into view and in touching the ends of his tight black mustache with the ball of his thumb were repeated with unnecessary frequency. "Mr. Broderson, my son, Lyman, my eldest son. Mr. Annixter, my son, Lyman." The governor introduced him to the ranchers, proud of Lyman's good looks, his correct dress, his ease of manner. Lyman shook hands all around, keeping up a flow of small talk, finding a new phrase for each member, complimenting Osterman, whom he already knew, upon his talent for organization, recalling a mutual acquaintance to the mind of old Broderson. At length, however, he sat down at the end of the table opposite his brother. There was a silence. Magnus rose to recapitulate the reasons for the extra session of the committee, stating again that the Board of Railway Commissioners, which they, the ranchers, had succeeded in seating, had at length issued the new schedule of reduced rates, and that Mr. Derrick had been obliging enough to offer to come down to Los Muertos in person to acquaint the wheat growers of the San Joaquin with the new rates for the carriage of their grain. But Lyman very politely protested, addressing his father punctiliously as Mr. Chairman, and the other ranchers as gentlemen of the executive committee of the League. He had no wish, he said, to disarrange the regular proceedings of the committee. Would it not be preferable to defer the reading of his report till new business was called for? In the meanwhile, let the committee proceed with its usual work. He understood the necessarily delicate nature of this work, and would be pleased to withdraw till the proper time arrived for him to speak. "Good deal of backing and filling about the reading of a column of figures," muttered Annixter to the man at his elbow. Lyman awaited the committee's decision. He sat down, touching the ends of his mustache. "Oh, play ball," growled Annixter. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 5. Book 2, Chapter 4, Part 6 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gethings rose to say that as the meeting had been called solely for the purpose of hearing and considering the new grain tariff, he was of the opinion that routine business could be dispensed with and the schedule read at once. It was so ordered. Lyman rose and made a long speech. Voluble as Osterman himself, he nevertheless had at his command a vast number of ready-made phrases, the staples of a political speaker, the stock in trade of the commercial lawyer, which rolled off his tongue with the most persuasive fluency. By degrees, in the course of his speech, he began to insinuate the idea that the wheat growers had never expected to settle their difficulties with the railroad by the work of a single commission. that they had counted upon a long, continued campaign of many years, railway commission succeeding railway commission, before the desired low rates should be secured, that the present Board of Commissioners was only the beginning, and that too great results were not expected from them. All this he contrived to mention casually in the talk, as if it were a foregone conclusion, a matter understood by all. As the speech continued, the eyes of the ranchers around the table were fixed with growing attention upon this well-dressed, city-bred young man, who spoke so fluently and who told them of their own intentions. A feeling of perplexity began to spread, and the first taint of distrust invaded their minds.
"But the good work has been most auspiciously inaugurated," continued Lyman. "Reforms so sweeping as the one contemplated cannot be accomplished in a single night. Great things grow slowly. Benefits to be permanent must accrue gradually. Yet, in spite of all this, your commissioners have done much. Already the phalanx of the enemy is pierced. Already his armor is dinted. Pledged as were your commissioners to an average 10% reduction in rates for the carriage of grain by the Pacific and Southwestern Railroad, we have rigidly adhered to the demands of our constituency. We have obeyed the people. The main problem has not yet been completely solved. That is for later, when we shall have gathered sufficient strength to attack the enemy in his very stronghold. But an average 10% cut has been made all over the state. We have made a great advance, have taken a great step forward, and if the work is carried ahead upon the lines laid down by the present commissioners and their constituents, there is every reason to believe that within a few years equitable and stable rates for the shipment of grain from the San Joaquin Valley to Stockton, Port Costa, and Tidewater will be permanently imposed."
"Well, hold on," exclaimed Annixter, out of order and ignoring the governor's reproof. "Hasn't your commission reduced grain rates in the San Joaquin?"
"We have reduced grain rates by 10% all over the state," rejoined Lyman. "Here are copies of the new schedule."
He drew them from his valise and passed them around the table.
"You see," he observed, "the rate between Mayfield and Oakland, for instance, has been reduced by 25 cents a ton." Yes, but,
said old Broderson.
It is rather unusual, isn't it, for wheat in that district to be sent to Oakland?"
"Why, look here," exclaimed Annixter, looking up from the schedule. "Where is there any reduction in rates in the San Joaquin, from Bonneville and Guadalajara, for instance? I don't see as you've made any reduction at all. Is this right? Did you give me the right schedule?"
"Of course, all the points in the state could not be covered at once," returned Lyman. "We never expected, you know, that we could cut rates in the San Joaquin the very first move. That is for later. But you will see we made our material reductions on shipments from the upper Sacramento Valley. Also, the rate from Ione to Marysville has been reduced 80 cents a ton."
"Why, rot!" cried Annixter. "No one ever ships wheat that way."
"The Salinas rate," continued Lyman, "has been lowered 75 cents. The St. Helena rate 50 cents, and please notice the very drastic cut from Red Bluff north along the Oregon route to the Oregon state line."
"Where not a carload of wheat is shipped in a year,"
commented Gethings of the San Pablo.
"Oh, you will find yourself mistaken there, Mr. Gethings," returned Lyman courteously. "And for the matter of that, a low rate would stimulate wheat production in that district."
The order of the meeting was broken up, neglected. Magnus did not even pretend to preside. In the growing excitement over the inexplicable schedule, routine was not thought of. Everyone spoke at will.
"Why, Lyman," demanded Magnus, looking across the table to his son, "is this schedule correct? You have not cut rates in the San Joaquin at all. We, these gentlemen here, and myself, we are no better off than we were before we secured your election as commissioner."
"We were pledged to make an average 10% cut, sir." "It is an average 10% cut," cried Osterman. "Oh, yes, that's plain. It's an average 10% cut, all right. But you made it by cutting grain rates between points where practically no grain is shipped. We, the wheat growers in the San Joaquin, where all the wheat is grown, are right where we were before. The railroad won't lose a nickel. By jingo, boys,
He glanced around the table.
I'd like to know what this means. The railroad, if you come to that, returned Lyman, has already lodged a protest against the new rate.
Annixter uttered a derisive shout.
A protest? That's good, that is. When the P&SW objects to rates, it don't protest, my son. The first thing you hear from Mr. Shelgrim is an injunction from the courts preventing the order for new rates from taking effect. By the Lord, he cried angrily, leaping to his feet. I would like to know what all this means, too. Why didn't you reduce our grain rates? What did we elect you for?
Yes, what did we elect you for?
Demanded Osterman and Gethings, also getting to their feet. Order, order, gentlemen, cried Magnus, remembering the duties of his office and rapping his knuckles on the table. This meeting had been allowed to degenerate too far already.
You elected us, declared Lyman doggedly, to make an average 10% cut on grain rates. We have done it. Only because you don't benefit at once, you object. It makes a difference whose ox is gored, it seems.
Lyman. It was Magnus who spoke. He had drawn himself to his full 6 feet. His eyes were flashing direct into his son's. His voice rang with severity. Lyman, what does this mean? The other spread out his hands.
As you see, sir, we have done our best. I warned you not to expect too much. I told you that this question of transportation was difficult. You would not wish to put rates so low that the action would amount to confiscation of property.
Why did you not lower rates in Nevada or the San Joaquin?
That was not a prominent issue in the affair, responded Lyman, carefully emphasizing his words. I understand, of course, that it was to be approached in time. The main point was an average 10% reduction. Rates will be lowered in the San Joaquin. The ranchers around Bonneville will be able to ship to Port Costa at equitable rates, but so radical a measure as that cannot be put through in a turn of the hand. We must study.
You knew the San Joaquin rate was an issue, shouted Annixter, shaking his finger across the table. What did we men who backed you care about rates up in Del Norte and Siskiyou counties? Not a hoop in hell. It was the San Joaquin rate we were fighting for, and we elected you to reduce that. You didn't do it, and you don't intend to, and by the Lord Harry, I want to know why.
You'll know, sir, began Lyman. Well, I'll tell you why, vociferated Osterman. I'll tell you why. It's because we've been sold out. It's because the P&SW have had their spoon in this boiling. It's because our commissioners have betrayed us. It's because we're a set of damn fool farmers and we've been cinched again.
Lyman paled under his dark skin at the direct attack. He evidently had not expected this so soon. For the fraction of one instant he lost his poise. He strove to speak, but caught his breath, stammering. What have you to say, then? Cried Harran, who until now had not spoken.
I have this to say, answered Lyman, making head as best he might, that this is no proper spirit in which to discuss business. The Commission has fulfilled its obligations. It has adjusted rates to the best of its ability. We have been at work for 2 months on the preparation of this schedule.
That's a lie, shouted Annixter, his face scarlet. That's a lie. That schedule was drawn in the offices of the Pacific and Southwestern, and you know it. It's a scheme of rates made for the railroad and by the railroad, and you were bought over to put your name to it.
There was a concerted outburst at the words. All the men in the room were on their feet, gesticulating and vociferating. Gentlemen, gentlemen, cried Magnus. Are we schoolboys? Are we ruffians of the street?
We're a set of fool farmers, and we've been betrayed, cried Osterman.
Well, what have you to say? What have you to say? Persisted Harran, leaning across the table toward his brother.
For God's sake, Lyman, you've got some explanation.
You've misunderstood, protested Lyman, white and trembling. You've misunderstood. You've expected too much. Next year, soon now, the Commission will take up the Commission will consider the San Joaquin rate. We've done our best, that is all.
Have you, sir? Demanded Magnus. The governor's head was in a whirl. A sensation almost of faintness had seized upon him. Was it possible? Was it possible? Have you done your best? For a second he compelled Lyman's eye. The glances of father and son met, and in spite of his best efforts, Lyman's eyes wavered. He began to protest once more, explaining the matter over again from the beginning, but Magnus did not listen. In that brief lapse of time he was convinced that the terrible thing had happened, that the unbelievable had come to pass. It was in the air. Between father and son, in some subtle fashion, the truth, that was a lie, stood suddenly revealed. But even then Magnus would not receive it. Lyman do this? His son, his eldest son, descend to this? Once more, and for the last time, he turned to him, and in his voice there was that ring that compelled silence. "Lyman," he said, "I adjure you, I demand of you, as you are my son and an honorable man, explain yourself. What is there behind all this? It is no longer as chairman of the committee I speak to you. You are member of the Railroad Commission. It is your father who speaks, and I address you as my son. Do you understand the gravity of this crisis? Do you realize the responsibility of your position? Do you not see the importance of this moment? Explain yourself." "There is nothing to explain." "You have not reduced rates in the San Joaquin. You have not reduced rates between Bonneville and Tidewater." "I repeat, sir, what I said before. An average 10% cut."
"Lyman, answer me, yes or no. Have you reduced the Bonneville rate?"
"It could not be done so soon. Give us time.
Yes or no? By God, sir, do you dare equivocate with me? Yes or no? Have you reduced the Bonneville rate?"
"No."
"And answer me," shouted Harran, leaning far across the table. "Answer me. Were you paid by the railroad to leave the San Joaquin rate untouched?" Lyman, whiter than ever, turned furious upon his brother.
"Don't you dare put that question to me again."
"No, I won't," cried Harran, "because I'll tell you to your villain's face that you were paid to do it." On the instant, the clamor burst forth afresh. Still on their feet, the ranchers had, little by little, worked around the table, Magnus alone keeping his place. The others were in a group before Lyman, crowding him, as it were, to the wall, shouting into his face with menacing gestures. The truth that was a lie, the certainty of a trust betrayed, a pledge ruthlessly broken, was plain to every one of them.
"By the Lord, men have been shot for less than this," cried Osterman. "You've sold us out, you, and if you ever bring that dago face of yours on a level with mine again, I'll slap it." "Keep your hands off," exclaimed Lyman quickly, the aggressiveness of the cornered rat flaming up with him. "No violence. Don't you go too far."
"How much were you paid? How much were you paid?" vociferated Harran.
Yes, what was your price?" cried the others. They were beside themselves with anger. Their words came harsh from between their set teeth. Their gestures were made with their fists clenched.
"You know the commission acted in good faith," retorted Lyman. "You know that all was fair and above board."
"Liar!" shouted Annixter. "Liar, bribe eater! You were bought and paid for."
And with the words his arm seemed almost of itself to leap out from his shoulder. Lyman received the blow squarely in the face, and the force of it sent him staggering backwards toward the wall. He tripped over his valise and fell halfway, his back supported against the closed door of the room. Magnus sprang forward. His son had been struck, and the instincts of a father rose up in instant protest, rose for a moment, then forever died away in his heart. He checked the words that flashed to his mind. He lowered his upraised arm. No, he had but one son. The poor staggering creature with the fine clothes, white face, and blood-streaked lips was no longer his. A blow could not dishonor him more than he had dishonored himself. But Gethings, the older man, intervened, pulling Annixter back, crying, "Stop, this won't do. Not before his father." "I am no father to this man, gentlemen," exclaimed Magnus. "From now on, I have but one son. You, sir," he turned to Lyman, "you, sir, leave my house." Lyman, his handkerchief to his lips, his smart cravat in disarray, caught up his hat and coat. He was shaking with fury. His protruding eyes were bloodshot. He swung open the door.
"Ruffians!" he shouted from the threshold. "Ruffians! Bullies! Do your own dirty business yourselves after this. I'm done with you. How is it all of a sudden you talk about honor? How is it that all at once you're so clean and straight? You weren't so particular at Sacramento just before the nominations. How was the board elected? I'm a bribe eater, am I? Is it any worse than giving a bribe? Ask Magnus Derrick what he thinks about that. Ask him how much he paid the Democratic bosses at Sacramento to swing the convention."
He went out, slamming the door. Presley followed. The whole affair made him sick at heart, filled him with infinite disgust, infinite weariness. He wished to get away from it all. He left the dining room and the excited, clamoring men behind him and stepped out on the porch of the ranch house, closing the door behind him. Lyman was nowhere in sight. Presley was alone. It was late, and after the lamp-heated air of the dining room, the coolness of the night was delicious, and its vast silence, after the noise and fury of the committee meeting, descended from the stars like a benediction. Presley stepped to the edge of the porch, looking off to the southward. And there before him, mile after mile, illimitable, covering the earth from horizon to horizon, lay the wheat. The growth, now many days old, was already high from the ground. There it lay, a vast, silent ocean, shimmering a pallid green under the moon and under the stars. A mighty force, the strength of nations, the life of the world. There in the night, under the dome of the sky, it was growing steadily. To Presley's mind, the scene in the room he had just left dwindled to paltry insignificance before this sight. Ah, yes, the wheat. It was over this that the railroad, the ranchers, the traitor false to his trust, all the members of an obscure conspiracy were wrangling. As if human agency could affect this colossal power. What were these heated, tiny squabbles, this feverish small bustle of mankind, this minute swarming of the human insect, to the great, majestic, silent ocean of the wheat itself? Indifferent, gigantic, resistless, it moved in its appointed grooves. Men, Lilliputians, gnats in the sunshine, buzzed impudently in their tiny battles, were born, lived through their little day, died, and were forgotten, while the wheat, wrapped in nirvanic calm, grew steadily under the night, alone with the stars and with God. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5, Part 1 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jackrabbits were a pest that year, and Presley occasionally found amusement in hunting them with Harron's half-dozen greyhounds, following the chase on horseback. One day, between 2 and 3 months after Lyman's visit to Los Muertos, as he was returning toward the ranch house from a distant and lonely quarter of Los Muertos, he came unexpectedly upon a strange sight. Some 20 men, Annixter's and Osterman's tenants, and small ranchers from east of Guadalajara, all members of the League, were going through the manual of arms under Harron Derrick's supervision. They were all equipped with new Winchester rifles. Harron carried one of these himself, and with it he illustrated the various commands he gave. As soon as one of the men under his supervision became more than usually proficient, he was told off to instruct a file of the more backward. After the manual of arms, Harron gave the command to take distance as skirmishers, and when the line had opened out so that some half-dozen feet intervened between each man, an advance was made across the field, the men stooping low and snapping the hammers of their rifles at an imaginary enemy. The League had its agents in San Francisco who watched the movements of the railroad as closely as was possible, and some time before this, Annixter had received word that the marshal and his deputies were coming down to Bonneville to put the dummy buyers of his ranch in possession. The report proved to be but the first of many false alarms, but it had stimulated the League to unusual activity, and some 300 or 400 men were furnished with arms and from time to time were drilled in secret. Among themselves, the ranchers said that if the railroad managers did not believe they were terribly in earnest in the stand they had taken, they were making a fatal mistake. Harron reasserted this statement to Presley on the way home to the ranch house that same day. Harran had caught up with him by the time he reached the lower road, and the two jogged homeward through the miles of standing wheat. "They may jump the ranch, Pres," he said, "if they try hard enough, but they will never do it while I am alive. By the way," he added, "you know, we served notices yesterday upon S. Behrman and Cy Ruggles to quit the country. Of course, they won't do it, but they won't be able to say they didn't have warning." About an hour later, the two reached the ranch house, but as Harran rode up the driveway, he uttered an exclamation. "Hello," he said, "something is up. That's Genslinger's buckboard." In fact, the editor's team was tied underneath the shade of a giant eucalyptus tree nearby. Harran, uneasy under this unexpected visit of the enemy's friend, dismounted without stabling his horse and went at once to the dining room where visitors were invariably received. But the dining room was empty, and his mother told him that Magnus and the editor were in the office. Magnus had said they were not to be disturbed. Earlier in the afternoon, the editor had driven up to the porch and had asked Mrs. Derrick, whom he found reading a book of poems on the porch, if he could see Magnus. At the time, the governor had gone with Phelps to inspect the condition of the young wheat on Hooven's holding, but within half an hour he returned, and Genslinger had asked him for a few moments' talk in private. The two went into the office, Magnus locking the door behind him. "Very complete you are here, Governor," observed the editor in his alert, jerky manner, his black, bead-like eyes twinkling around the room from behind his glasses. "Telephone, safe, ticker, account books. Well, that's progress, isn't it? Only way to manage a big ranch these days. But the day of the big ranch is over. As the land appreciates in value, the temptation to sell off small holdings will be too strong. And then the small holding can be cultivated to better advantage. I shall have an editorial on that some day." "The cost of maintaining a number of small holdings," said Magnus indifferently, "is of course greater than if they were all under one management." That may be," rejoined the other. There was a long pause. Genslinger leaned back in his chair and rubbed a knee. Magnus, standing erect in front of the safe, waited for him to speak. "This is an unfortunate business, Governor," began the editor. "This misunderstanding between the ranchers and the railroad. I wish it could be adjusted. Here are two industries that must be in harmony with one another, or we all go pot." "I should prefer not to be interviewed on the subject, Mr. Genslinger," said Magnus. "Oh, no. Lord love you, Governor, I don't want to interview you. We all know how you stand." Again there was a long silence. Magnus wondered what this little man, usually so garrulous, could want of him. At length Genslinger began again. He did not look at Magnus except at long intervals. "About the present Railroad Commission," he remarked. "That was an interesting campaign you conducted in Sacramento and San Francisco." Magnus held his peace, his hands shut tight. Did Genslinger know of Lyman's disgrace? Was it for this he had come? Would the story of it be the leading article in tomorrow's Mercury? "An interesting campaign," repeated Genslinger slowly. "A very interesting campaign. I watched it with every degree of interest. I saw its every phase, Mr. Derrick."
"The campaign was not without its interest," admitted Magnus.
"Yes," said Genslinger, still more deliberately. "And some phases of it were more interesting than others. As, for instance, let us say, the way in which you, personally, secured the votes of certain chairmen of delegations. Need I particularize further? Yes, those men, the way you got their votes. Now, that, I should say, Mr. Derrick, was the most interesting move in the whole game. To you. Curious," he murmured musingly. "Let's see. You deposited two $1,000 bills and four $500 bills in a box. 308 was the number. In a box in the safety deposit vaults in San Francisco, and then, let's see. You gave a key to this box to each of the gentlemen in question, and after the election the box was empty. Now I call that interesting, curious, because it's a new, safe, and highly ingenious method of bribery. How did you happen to think of it, Governor?"
"Do you know what you are doing, sir?" Magnus burst forth. "Do you know what you are insinuating here in my own house?"
"Oh, why, Governor," returned the editor blandly, "I'm not insinuating anything. I'm talking about what I know."
"It's a lie."
Genslinger rubbed his chin reflectively.
"Well," he answered, "you can have a chance to prove it before the grand jury if you want to."
"My character is known all over the state," blustered Magnus. "My politics are pure politics.
"No one needs a better reputation for pure politics than the man who sets out to be a briber," interrupted Genslinger. "And I might as well tell you, Governor, that you can't shout me down. I can put my hand on the two chairmen you bought before it's dark today. I've had their depositions in my safe for the last 6 weeks. We could make the arrests tomorrow if we wanted. Governor, you sure did a risky thing when you went into that Sacramento fight, an awful risky thing. Some people can afford to have bribery charges preferred against them, and it don't hurt one little bit. But you, Lord, it would bust you, Governor, bust you dead. I know all about the whole shenanigan business from A to Z, and if you don't believe it, here." He drew a long strip of paper from his pocket. "Here's a galley proof of the story."
Magnus took it in his hands. There, under his eyes, scare-headed, double-leaded, the more important clauses printed in bold type, was the detailed account of the deal Magnus had made with the two delegates. It was pitiless, remorseless, bald. Every statement was substantiated, every statistic verified with Genslinger's meticulous love for exactness. Besides all that, it had the ring of truth. It was exposure, ruin, absolute annihilation.
"That's about correct, isn't it?" commented Genslinger as Derrick finished reading. Magnus did not reply. "I think it is correct enough," the editor continued, "but I thought it would only be fair to let you see it before it was published."
The one thought uppermost in Derrick's mind, his one impulse of the moment, was at whatever cost to preserve his dignity, not to allow this man to exult in the sight of one quiver of weakness, one trace of defeat, one suggestion of humiliation. By an effort that put all his iron rigidity to the test, he forced himself to look straight into Genslinger's eyes.
"I congratulate you," he observed, handing back the proof, "upon your journalistic enterprise. Your paper will sell tomorrow."
"Oh, I don't know as I want to publish this story," remarked the editor indifferently, putting away the galley. "I'm just like that. The fun for me is running a good story to earth, but once I've got it, I lose interest. And then I wouldn't like to see you, holding the position you do, president of the league and a leading man of the county. I wouldn't like to see a story like this smash you over. It's worth more to you to keep it out of print than for me to put it in. I've got nothing much to gain but a few extra editions, but you, Lord, you would lose everything. Your committee was in the deal right enough, but your league, all the San Joaquin Valley, everybody in the state, believes the commissioners were fairly elected."
"Your story," suddenly exclaimed Magnus, struck with an idea, "will be thoroughly discredited just so soon as the new grain tariff is published. I have means of knowing that the San Joaquin rate, the issue upon which the board was elected, is not to be touched. Is it likely the ranchers would secure the election of a board that plays them false?"
"Oh, we know all about that," answered Genslinger, smiling. "You thought you were electing Lyman easily. You thought you had got the railroad to walk right into your trap. You didn't understand how you could pull off your deal so easily. Why, Governor, Lyman was pledged to the railroad 2 years ago. He was the one particular man the corporation wanted for commissioner. And your people elected him. Saved the railroad all the trouble of campaigning for him. And you can't make any countercharge or bribery there. No, sir, the corporation don't use such amateurish methods as that. Confidentially, and between us two, all that the railroad has done for Lyman in order to attach him to their interests is to promise to back him politically in the next campaign for governor. It's too bad," he continued, dropping his voice and changing his position. "It really is too bad to see good men trying to bunt a stone wall over with their bare heads. You couldn't have won at any stage of the game. I wish I could have talked to you and your friends before you went into that Sacramento fight. I could have told you then how little chance you had. When will you people realize you can't buck against the railroad? Why, Magnus, it's like me going out in a paper boat and shooting peas at a battleship."
"Is that all you wish to see me about, Mr. Genslinger?" remarked Magnus, bestirring himself. "I am rather occupied today."
"Well," returned the other, "you know what the publication of this article would mean for you."
He paused again, took off his glasses, breathed on them, polished the lenses with his handkerchief, and readjusted them on his nose.
"I've been thinking, Governor," he began again with renewed alertness, and quite irrelevantly, "of enlarging the scope of the Mercury. You see, I'm midway between the two big centers of the state, San Francisco and Los Angeles, and I want to extend the Mercury's sphere of influence as far up and down the valley as I can. I want to illustrate the paper. You see, if I had a photo engraving plant of my own, I could do a good deal of outside jobbing as well, and the investment would pay 10%. But it takes money to make money. I wouldn't want to put in any dinky one-horse affair. I want a good plant. I've been figuring out the business. Besides the plant, there would be the expense of high-grade paper. Can't print halftones on anything but coated paper, and that costs. Well, what with this and with that, and running expenses till the thing began to pay, it would cost me about $10,000. And I was wondering if perhaps you couldn't see your way clear to accommodating me."
10,000.
"Yes. Say 5,000 down, and the balance within 60 days.
Magnus, for the moment blind to what Genslinger had in mind, turned on him in astonishment.
"Why, man, what security could you give me for such an amount?"
"Well, to tell the truth," answered the editor, "I hadn't thought much about securities. In fact, I believed you would see how greatly it was to your advantage to talk business with me. You see, I'm not going to print this article about you, Governor, and I'm not going to let it get out so as anyone else can print it. And it seems to me that one good turn deserves another. You understand?"
Magnus understood. An overwhelming desire suddenly took possession of him to grip this blackmailer by the throat, to strangle him where he stood, or if not, at least to turn upon him with that old-time terrible anger before which whole conventions had once cowered. But in the same moment the governor realized this was not to be. Only its righteousness had made his wrath terrible. Only the justice of his anger had made him feared. Now the foundation was gone from under his feet. He had knocked it away himself. 3 times feeble was he whose quarrel was unjust. Before this country editor, this paid speaker of the railroad, he stood convicted. The man had him at his mercy. The detected briber could not resent an insult. Genslinger rose, smoothing his hat.
"Well," he said, "of course you want time to think it over, and you can't raise money like that on short notice. I'll wait till Friday noon of this week. We begin to set Saturday's paper at about 4 Friday afternoon, and the forms are locked about 2 in the morning. I hope," he added, turning back at the door of the room, that you won't find anything disagreeable in your Saturday morning Mercury, Mr. Derrick." He went out, closing the door behind him, and in a moment Magnus heard the wheels of his buckboard grating on the driveway. The following morning brought a letter to Magnus from Gethings of the San Pueblo ranch, which was situated very close to Visalia. The letter was to the effect that all around Visalia, upon the ranches affected by the regrade of the railroad, men were arming and drilling, and that the strength of the League in that quarter was undoubted. "But to refer," continued the letter, "to a most painful recollection. You will, no doubt, remember that at the close of our last committee meeting, specific charges were made as to fraud in the nomination and election of one of our commissioners, emanating, most unfortunately, from the commissioner himself. These charges, my dear Mr. Derrick, were directed at yourself. How the secrets of the committee have been noised about, I cannot understand. You may be, of course, assured of my own unquestioning confidence and loyalty. However, I regret exceedingly to state not only that the rumor of the charges referred to above is spreading in this district, but also they are made use of by the enemies of the League. It is to be deplored that some of the Leaguers themselves, you know, we number in our ranks many small farmers, ignorant Portuguese and foreigners, have listened to these stories and have permitted a feeling of uneasiness to develop among them. Even though it were admitted that fraudulent means had been employed in the elections, which of course I personally do not admit, I do not think it would make very much difference in the confidence which the vast majority of the Leaguers repose in their chiefs. Yet we have so insisted upon the probity of our position as opposed to railroad chicanery, that I believe it advisable to quell this distant suspicion at once. To publish a denial of these rumored charges would only be to give them too much importance. However, can you not write me a letter stating exactly how the campaign was conducted and the commission nominated and elected? I could show this to some of the more disaffected, and it would serve to allay all suspicion on the instant. I think it would be well to write as though the initiative came not from me, but from yourself, ignoring this present letter. I offer this only as a suggestion, and will confidently endorse any decision you may arrive at." The letter closed with renewed protestations of confidence. End of Book 2, Chapter 5, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Magnus was alone when he read this. He put it carefully away in the filing cabinet in his office and wiped the sweat from his forehead and face. He stood for one moment, his hands rigid at his sides, his fists clenched. "This is piling up," he muttered, looking blankly at the opposite wall. "My God, this is piling up. What am I to do?" The bitterness of unavailing regret, the anguish of compromise with conscience, the remorse of a bad deed done in a moment of excitement. The humiliation of detection, the degradation of being caught like a schoolboy pilfering his fellows' desks, and worse than all, the consciousness of lost self-respect, the knowledge of a prestige vanishing, a dignity impaired, knowledge that the grip which held a multitude in check was trembling, that control was wavering, that command was being weakened. Then the little tricks to deceive the crowd, the little subterfuges, the little pretenses that kept up appearances, the lies, the bluster, the pose, the strut, the gasconade, where once was iron authority. The turning of the head so as not to see that which could not be prevented, the suspicion of suspicion, the haunting fear of the man on the street, the uneasiness of the direct glance, the questioning as to motives. Why had this been said? What was meant by that word, that gesture, that glance? Wednesday passed, and Thursday. Magnus kept to himself, seeing no visitors, avoiding even his family. How to break through the mesh of the net, how to regain the old position, how to prevent discovery. If only there were some way, some vast, superhuman effort by which he could rise in his old strength once more,
crushing Lyman with one hand, Genslinger with the other, and for one more moment, the last, to stand supreme again, indomitable, the leader, then go to his death, triumphant at the end, his memory untarnished, his fame undimmed. But the plague spot was in himself, knitted forever into the fabric of his being. Though Genslinger should be silenced, though Lyman should be crushed, though even the League should overcome the railroad, though he should be the acknowledged leader of a resplendent victory, yet the plague spot would remain. There was no success for him now. However conspicuous the outward achievement, he himself, Magnus Derrick, had failed, miserably and irredeemably. Petty material complications intruded, sordid considerations. Even if Genslinger was to be paid, where was the money to come from? His legal battles with the railroad, extending now over a period of many years, had cost him dear. His plan of sowing all of Los Muertos to wheat, discharging the tenants, had proved expensive. The campaign resulting in Lyman's election had drawn heavily upon his account. All along he had been relying upon a bonanza crop to reimburse him. It was not believable that the railroad would jump Los Muertos, but if this should happen, he would be left without resources. $10,000, could he raise the amount? Possibly, but to pay it out to a blackmailer? To be held up thus in road agent fashion without a single means of redress? Would it not cripple him financially? Genslinger could do his worst. He, Magnus, would brave it out. Was not his character above suspicion? Was it? This letter of Gething's. Already the murmur of uneasiness made itself heard. Was this not the thin edge of the wedge? How the publication of Genslinger's story would drive it home. How the spark of suspicion would flare into the blaze of open accusation. There would be investigations. Investigation. There was terror in the word. He could not stand investigation. Magnus groaned aloud, covering his head with his clasped hands. Briber, corrupter of government, ballot box stuffer. Descending to the level of backroom politicians, of barroom healers, he, Magnus Derrick, statesman of the old school, Roman in his iron integrity, abandoning a career rather than enter the new politics, had at one moment of weakness, hazarding all, even honor, on a single stake, taking great chances to achieve great results, swept away the work of a lifetime. Gambler that he was, he had at last chanced his highest stake, his personal honor, in the greatest game of his life, and had lost. It was Presley's morbidly keen observation that first noticed the evidence of a new trouble in the governor's face and manner. Presley was sure that Lyman's defection had not so upset him. The morning after the committee meeting, Magnus had called Harran and Annie Derrick into the office, and after telling his wife of Lyman's betrayal, had forbidden either of them to mention his name again. His attitude toward his prodigal son was that of stern, unrelenting resentment. But now Presley could not fail to detect traces of a more deep-seated travail. Something was in the wind. The times were troublous. What next was about to happen? What fresh calamity impended? One morning, toward the very end of the week, Presley awoke early in his small, white-painted iron bed. He hastened to get up and dress. There was much to be done that day. Until late the night before, he had been at work on a collection of some of his verses, gathered from the magazines in which they had first appeared. Presley had received a liberal offer for the publication of these verses in book form. The Toilers was to be included in this book, and indeed was to give it its name, The Toilers and Other Poems. Thus it was that until the previous midnight he had been preparing the collection for publication, revising, annotating, arranging. The book was to be sent off that morning. But also Presley had received a typewritten note from Annixter inviting him to Quien Sabe that same day. Annixter explained that it was Hilma's birthday, and that he had planned a picnic on the high ground of his ranch at the headwaters of Broderson Creek. They were to go in the carryall, Hilma, Presley, Mrs. Dyke, Sidney, and himself, and were to make a day of it. They would leave Quien Sabe at 10 in the morning. Presley had at once resolved to go. He was immensely fond of Annixter, more so than ever since his marriage with Hilma and the astonishing transformation of his character. Hilma, as well, was delightful as Mrs. Annixter, and Mrs. Dyke and the little Tad had always been his friends. He would have a good time. But nobody was to go into Bonneville that morning with the mail, and if he wished to send his manuscript, he would have to take it in himself. He had resolved to do this, getting an early start and going on horseback to Quien Sabe by way of Bonneville. It was barely 6 o'clock when Presley sat down to his coffee and eggs in the dining room of Los Muertos. The day promised to be hot, and for the first time Presley had put on a new khaki riding suit, very English looking, though in place of the regulation top boots he wore his laced knee boots with a great spur on the left heel. Harran joined him at breakfast in his working clothes of blue canvas. He was bound for the irrigating ditch to see how the work was getting on there. "How is the wheat looking?" asked Presley.
"Bully," answered the other, stirring his coffee. "The governor has had his usual luck. Practically every acre of the ranch was sown to wheat, and everywhere the stand is good. I was over on 2 day before yesterday, and if nothing happens, I believe it will go 30 sacks to the acre there. Cutter reports that there are spots on 4 where we will get 42 or 3. Hooven, too, brought up some wonderful fine ears for me to look at. The grains are just beginning to show. Some of the ears carried 20 grains. That means nearly 40 bushels of wheat to every acre. I call it a bonanza year."
"Have you got any mail?" asked Presley, rising. "I'm going into town."
Harran shook his head and took himself away, and Presley went down to the stable corral to get his pony. As he rode out of the stable yard and passed by the ranch house on the driveway, he was surprised to see Magnus on the lowest step of the porch. "Good morning, Governor," called Presley. "Aren't you up pretty early?"
"Good morning, Pres, my boy."
The governor came forward and, putting his hand on the pony's withers, walked along by his side.
"Going to town, Pres?" he asked.
"Yes, sir. Can I do anything for you, Governor?"
Magnus drew a sealed envelope from his pocket.
"I wish you would drop this at the office of the Mercury for me," he said, "and see Mr. Genslinger personally and give him this envelope. It is a package of papers, but they involve a considerable sum of money, and you must be careful of them. A few years ago, when our enmity was not so strong, Mr. Genslinger and I had some business dealings with each other. I thought it as well just now, considering that we are so openly opposed, to terminate the whole affair and break off relations. We came to a settlement a few days ago. These are the final papers. They must be given to him in person, Presley, you understand."
Presley cantered on, turning into the county road and holding northward by the Mammoth watering tank and Broderson's popular windbreak. As he passed Caraher's, he saw the saloon keeper in the doorway of his place and waved him a salutation which the other returned. By degrees, Presley had come to consider Caraher in a more favorable light. He found, to his immense astonishment, that Caraher knew something of Mill and Bakunin, not, however, from their books, but from extracts and quotations from their writings reprinted in the anarchistic journals to which he subscribed. More than once the two had held long conversations, and from Caraher's own lips Presley heard the terrible story of the death of his wife, who had been accidentally killed by Pinkertons during a demonstration of strikers. It invested the saloon keeper, in Presley's imagination, with all the dignity of the tragedy. He could not blame Caraher for being a Red. He even wondered how it was the saloon keeper had not put his theories into practice and adjusted his ancient wrong with his 6 inches of plugged gas pipe. Presley began to conceive of the man as a character.
"You wait, Mr. Presley,"
the saloon keeper had once said, when Presley had protested against his radical ideas.
"You don't know the railroad yet. Watch it and its doings long enough, and you'll come over to my way of thinking, too."
It was about 7:30 when Presley reached Bonneville. The business part of the town was as yet hardly astir. He dispatched his manuscript and then hurried to the office of the Mercury. Genslinger, as he feared, had not yet put in appearance, but the janitor of the building gave Presley the address of the editor's residence, and it was there he found him in the act of sitting down to breakfast. Presley was hardly courteous to the little man, and abruptly refused his offer of a drink. He delivered Magnus's envelope to him and departed. It had occurred to him that it would not do to present himself at Quien Sabe on Hilma's birthday empty-handed, and on leaving Genslinger's house he turned his pony's head toward the business part of the town, again pulling up in front of the jeweler's just as the clerk was taking down the shutters. At the jeweler's he purchased a little brooch for Hilma, and at the cigar stand in the lobby of the Yosemite House a box of superfine cigars, which, when it was too late, he realized that the master of Quien Sabe would never smoke, holding, as he did with defiant inconsistency, to miserable weeds, black, bitter, and flagrantly doctored, which he bought 3 for a nickel at Guadalajara. Presley arrived at Quien Sabe nearly half an hour behind the appointed time, but, as he had expected, the party were in no way ready to start. The carryall, its horses covered with white fly nets, stood under a tree near the house, young Vaca dozing on the seat. Hilma and Sidney, the latter exuberant with a gaiety that all but brought the tears to Presley's eyes, were making sandwiches on the back porch. Mrs. Dyke was nowhere to be seen, and Annixter was shaving himself in his bedroom. The latter put a half-leathered face out of the window as Presley cantered through the gate and waved his razor with a beckoning motion. "Come on in, Pres," he cried. "Nobody's ready yet. You're hours ahead of time." Presley came into the bedroom, his huge spur clinking on the straw matting. Annixter was without coat, vest, or collar. His blue silk suspenders hung in loops over either hip. His hair was disordered, the crown lock stiffer than ever. "Glad to see you, old boy," he announced as Presley came in. "No, don't shake hands. I'm all lather. Here, find a chair, will you? I won't be long." "I thought you said 10 o'clock," observed Presley, sitting down on the edge of the bed. "Well, I did, but " "But then again, in a way, you didn't, eh?" his friend interrupted. Annixter grunted good-humoredly and turned to strop his razor. Presley looked with suspicious disfavor at his suspenders. "Why is it," he observed, "that as soon as a man is about to get married, he buys himself pale blue suspenders, silk ones? Think of it, you, Buck Annixter, with sky blue silk suspenders. It ought to be a strap and a nail." "Old fool," observed Annixter, whose repartee was the heaving of brickbats. "Say," he continued, holding the razor from his face and jerking his head over his shoulder while he looked at Presley's reflection in his mirror. "Say, look around. Isn't this a nifty little room? We refitted the whole house, you know. Notice she's all painted." "I have been looking around," answered Presley, sweeping the room with a series of glances. He forebore criticism. Annixter was so boyishly proud of the effect that it would have been unkind to have undeceived him. Presley looked at the marvelous department store bed of brass with its brave, gay canopy, the mill-made washstand with its pitcher and bowl of blinding red and green china, the straw-framed lithographs of symbolic female figures against the multicolored new wallpaper, the inadequate spindle chairs of white and gold, the sphere of tissue paper hanging from the gas fixture, and the plumes of pampas grass tacked to the wall at artistic angles, and overhanging 2 astonishing oil paintings in dazzling golden frames. "Say, how about those paintings, Pres?" inquired Annixter a little uneasily. "I don't know whether they're good or not. They were painted by a 3-fingered Chinaman in Monterey, and I got the lot for $30, frames thrown in. Why, I think the frames alone are worth $30. "Well, so do I," declared Presley. He hastened to change the subject. "Buck," he said, "I hear you brought Mrs. Dyke and Sidney to live with you. You know, I think that's rather white of you." "Oh, rot, Pres," muttered Annixter, turning abruptly to his shaving. "And you can't fool me either, old man," Presley continued. "You're giving this picnic as much for Mrs. Dyke and the little tad as you are for your wife, just to cheer them up a bit." "Oh, pshaw, you make me sick." "Well, that's the right thing to do, Buck, and I'm as glad for your sake as I am for theirs. There was a time when you would have let them all go to grass and never so much as thought of them. I don't want to seem to be officious, but you've changed for the better, old man, and I guess I know why. Why, Presley caught his friend's eye and added gravely, "She's a good woman, Buck." Annixter turned round abruptly, his face flushing under its lather. "Pres," he exclaimed, "she's made a man of me. I was a machine before, and if another man or woman or child got in my way, I rode him down, and I never dreamed of anybody else but myself. But as soon as I woke up to the fact that I really loved her, why, it was glory, hallelujah, all in a minute. And in a way, I kind of loved everybody then and wanted to be everybody's friend. And I began to see that a fellow can't live for himself any more than he can live by himself. He's got to think of others. If he's got brains, he's got to think for the poor ducks that haven't them, and not give them a boot in the backsides because they happen to be stupid. And if he's got money, he's got to help those that are busted. And if he's got a house, he's got to think of those that ain't got anywhere to go. I've got a whole lot of ideas since I began to love Hilma, and just as soon as I can, I'm going to get in and help people. And I'm going to keep to that idea the rest of my natural life. That ain't much of a religion, but it's the best I got, and Henry Ward Beecher couldn't do any more than that. It's all come about because of Hilma, and because we cared for each other."
End of Book 2, Chapter 5, Part 2. Book 2, Chapter 5, Part 3 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Presley jumped up and caught Annixter about the shoulders with one arm, gripping his hand hard. This absurd figure, with dangling silk suspenders, lathered chin, and tearful eyes, seemed to be suddenly invested with true nobility. Besides this blundering struggle to do right, to help his fellows, Presley's own vague schemes, glittering systems of reconstruction, collapsed to ruin. And he himself, with all his refinement, with all his poetry, culture, and education, stood a bungler at the world's workbench.
"You're all right, old man," he exclaimed, unable to think of anything adequate. "You're all right. That's the way to talk. And here, by the way, I brought you a box of cigars."
Annixter stared as Presley laid the box on the edge of the washstand. "Old fool," he remarked. "What in hell did you do that for?"
"Oh, just for fun."
"I suppose they're rotten stinkadoras, or you wouldn't give 'em away."
"This cringing gratitude," Presley began.
"Shut up!" shouted Annixter, and the incident was closed. Annixter resumed his shaving, and Presley lit a cigarette.
"Any news from Washington?" he queried.
"Nothing that's any good," grunted Annixter. "Hello," he added, raising his head. "There's somebody in a hurry for sure." The noise of a horse galloping so fast that the hoofbeats sounded in one uninterrupted rattle abruptly made itself heard. The noise was coming from the direction of the road that led from the Mission to Quien Sabe. With incredible swiftness, the hoofbeats drew nearer. There was that in their sound which brought Presley to his feet. Annixter threw open the window.
"Run away!" exclaimed
Presley. Annixter, with thoughts of the railroad and the jumping of the ranch, flung his hand to his hip pocket. "What is it, Vaca?" he cried. Young Vaca, turning in the seat of the carryall, was looking up the road. All at once he jumped from his place and dashed toward the window.
"Dyke!" he shouted. "Dyke! It's Dyke!"
While the words were yet in his mouth, the sound of the hoofbeats rose to a roar, and a great bell-toned voice shouted, "Annixter! Annixter! Annixter!" It was Dyke's voice, and the next instant he shot into view in the open square in front of the house.
"Oh, my God!"
cried Presley. The ex-engineer threw the horse on its haunches, springing from the saddle, and as he did so, the beast collapsed, shuddering, to the ground. Annixter sprang from the window and ran forward, Presley following. There was Dyke, hatless, his pistol in his hand, a gaunt, terrible figure, the beard immeasurably long, the cheeks fallen in, the eyes sunken. His clothes, ripped and torn by weeks of flight and hiding in the chaparral, were ragged beyond words. The boots were shreds of leather, bloody to the ankle with furious spurring. "Annixter!" he shouted, and again rolling his sunken eyes. "Annixter! Annixter!" "Here, here!" cried Annixter. The other turned, leveling his pistol. "Give me a horse!
Give me a horse, quick! Do you hear? Give me a horse, or I'll shoot."
Steady, steady, that won't do. You know me, Dyke. We're friends here. The other lowered his weapon.
I know, he panted. I'd forgotten. I'm unstrung. Mr. Annixter, I'm running for my life. They're not 10 minutes behind me.
Come on, shouted Annixter, dashing stablewards, his suspenders flying. Here's a horse. Mine? Exclaimed Presley. He wouldn't carry you a mile. Annixter was already far ahead, trumpeting orders. The buckskin, he yelled. Get her out, Billy. Where's the stableman? Get out that buckskin. Get out that saddle. Then followed minutes of furious haste. Presley, Annixter, Billy the stableman, and Dyke himself darting hither and thither about the yellow mare, buckling, strapping, cinching, their lips pale, their fingers trembling with excitement. Want anything to eat? Annixter's head was under the saddle flap as he tore at the cinch. Want anything to eat? Want any money? Want a gun?
Water, returned Dyke. They've watched every spring. I'm killed with thirst.
There's the hydrant. Quick now.
I got as far as the Kern River, but they turned me back, he said between breaths as he drank.
Don't stop to talk.
My mother and the little Tad.
I'm taking care of them. They're stopping with me.
Here?
You won't see them. By the Lord, you won't. You'll get away. Where's that back cinch strap, Billy? God damn it, are you going to let him be shot before he can get away? Now, Dyke, up you go. She'll kill herself running before they can catch you.
God bless you, Annixter. Where's the little Tad? Is she well, Annixter? And the mother? Tell them.
Yes. All clear, Prez. Let her have her own gait, Dyke. You're on the best horse in the county now. Let go her head, Billy. Now, Dyke, shake hands? You bet I will. That's all right, yes. God bless you. Let her go. You're off. Answering the goad of the spur and already quivering with the excitement of the men who surrounded her, the buckskin cleared the stable corral in 2 leaps. Then, gathering her legs under her, her head low, her neck stretched out, swung into the road from out the driveway, disappearing in a blur of dust. With the agility of a monkey, young Vaca swung himself into the framework of the artesian well. Clambering aloft to its very top, he swept the country with a glance. Well? Demanded Annixter from the ground. The others cocked their heads to listen. I see him, shouted Vaca. He's going like the devil. He's headed for Guadalajara. Look back, up the road, toward the mission. Anything there? The answer came down in a shout of apprehension. There's a party of men, 3 or 4 on horseback. There's dogs with them. They're coming this way. Oh, I can hear the dogs. And say, there's another party coming down the lower road going toward Guadalajara too. They got guns. I can see the shine on the barrels. Oh, Lord, say there's 3 more men on horses coming down on the jump from the hills on the Los Huertos stock range. They're making toward Guadalajara, and I can hear the courthouse bell in Bonneville ringing. Say the whole county is up. As young Vaca slid to the ground, 2 small black and tan hounds with flapping ears and lolling tongues loped into view on the road in front of the house. They were gray with dust. Their noses were to the ground. At the gate where Dyke had turned into the ranch house grounds, they halted in confusion a moment. One started to follow the highwayman's trail toward the stable corral, but the other, quartering over the road with lightning swiftness, suddenly picked up the new scent leading on toward Guadalajara. He tossed his head in the air, and Presley abruptly shut his hands over his ears. That terrible cry, deep-toned, reverberating like the bourdon of a great bell. It was the trackers exulting on the trail of the pursued, the prolonged, raucous howl, eager, ominous, vibrating with the alarm of the tocsin, sullen with the heavy, muffling note of death. But close upon the bay of the hounds came the gallop of horses. 5 men, their eyes upon the hounds, their rifles across their pommels, their horses reeking and black with sweat, swept by in a storm of dust, glinting hooves and streaming manes. That was Delaney's gang, exclaimed Annixter. I saw him. The other was that chap Christian, said Vaca. S. Behrman's cousin. He had 2 deputies with him, and the chap with the white slouch hat was the sheriff from Visalia. By the Lord, they aren't far behind, declared Annixter. As the men turned toward the house again, they saw Hilma and Mrs. Dyke in the doorway of the little house where the latter lived. They were looking out, bewildered, ignorant of what had happened. But on the porch of the ranch house itself, alone, forgotten in the excitement, Sidney, the little Tad, stood with pale face and serious, wide-open eyes. She had seen everything and had understood. She said nothing. Her head inclined towards the roadway, she listened to the faint and distant baying of the dogs. Dyke thundered across the railway tracks by the depot at Guadalajara not 5 minutes ahead of his pursuers. Luck seemed to have deserted him. The station, usually so quiet, was now occupied by the crew of a freight train that lay on the down track, while on the up line, near at hand and headed in the same direction, was a detached locomotive, whose engineer and fireman recognized him, he was sure, as the buckskin leaped across the rails. He had had no time to formulate a plan since that morning, when, tortured with thirst, he had ventured near the spring at the headwaters of Broderson Creek on Quien Sabe, and had all but fallen into the hands of the posse that had been watching for that very move. It was useless now to regret that he had tried to foil pursuit by turning back on his tracks to regain the mountains east of Bonneville. Now Delaney was almost on him. To distance that posse was the only thing to be thought of now. It was no longer a question of hiding till pursuit should flag. They had driven him out from the shelter of the mountains down into this populous countryside, where an enemy might be met with at every turn of the road. Now it was life or death. He would either escape or be killed. He knew very well that he would never allow himself to be taken alive. But he had no mind to be killed, to turn and fight, till escape was blocked. His one thought was to leave pursuit behind. Weeks of flight had sharpened Dyke's every sense. As he turned into the upper road beyond Guadalajara, he saw the three men galloping down from Derrick's stock range, making for the road ahead of him. They would cut him off there. He swung the buckskin about. He must take the lower road across Los Muertos from Guadalajara, and he must reach it before Delaney's dogs and posse. Back he galloped, the buckskin measuring her length with every leap. Once more the station came in sight. Rising in his stirrups, he looked across the fields in the direction of the lower road. There was a cloud of dust there. From a wagon? No, horses on the run, and their riders were armed. He could catch the flash of gun barrels. They were all closing in on him, converging on Guadalajara by every available road. The upper road west of Guadalajara led straight to Bonneville. That way was impossible. Was he in a trap? Had the time for fighting come at last? But as Dyke neared the depot at Guadalajara, his eye fell upon the detached locomotive that lay quietly steaming on the up line, and with a thrill of exultation he remembered that he was an engineer born and bred. Delaney's dogs were already to be heard, and the roll of hoofs on the lower road was dinning in his ears as he leaped from the buckskin before the depot. The train crew scattered like frightened sheep before him, but Dyke ignored them. His pistol was in his hand as, once more on foot, he sprang into the lone engine. "Out of the cab!" he shouted. "Both of you, quick, or I'll kill you both." The two men tumbled from the iron apron of the tender as Dyke swung himself up, dropping his pistol on the floor of the cab and reaching with the old instinct for the familiar levers. The great compound hissed and trembled as the steam was released, and the huge drivers stirred, turning slowly on the tracks. But there was a shout. Delaney's posse, dogs and men, swung into view at the turn of the road, their figures leaning over as they took the curve at full speed. Dyke threw everything wide open and caught up his revolver. From behind came the challenge of a Winchester. The party on the lower road were even closer than Delaney. They had seen his maneuver, and the first shot of the fight shivered the cab windows above the engineer's head. But spinning futilely at first, the drivers of the engine at last caught the rails. The engine moved, advanced, traveled past the depot and the freight train, and, gathering speed, rolled out on the track beyond. Smoke, black and boiling, shot skyward from the stack. Not a joint that did not shudder with the mighty strain of the steam. But the great iron brute, one of Baldwin's newest and best, came to call, obedient and docile as soon as ever the great pulsing heart of it felt a master hand upon its levers. It gathered its speed, bracing its steel muscles, its thews of iron, and roared out upon the open track, filling the air with the rasp of its tempest breath, blotting the sunshine with the belch of its hot, thick smoke. Already it was lessening in the distance when Delaney, Christian, and the sheriff of Visalia dashed up to the station. The posse had seen everything. "Stuck! Curse the luck!" vociferated the cowpuncher. But the sheriff was already out of the saddle and into the telegraph office. "There's a derailing switch between here and Pixley, isn't there?" he cried. "Yes." "Wire ahead to open it. We'll derail him there. Come on." He turned to Delaney and the others. They sprang into the cab of the locomotive that was attached to the freight train. "Name of the state of California," shouted the sheriff to the bewildered engineer. "Cut off from your train." The sheriff was a man to be obeyed without hesitating. Time was not allowed the crew of the freight train for debating as to the right or the wrong of requisitioning the engine, and before anyone thought of the safety or danger of the affair, the freight engine was already flying out upon the down line, hot in pursuit of Dyke, now far ahead upon the up track. "I remember perfectly well there's a derailing switch between here and Pixley," shouted the sheriff above the roar of the locomotive. "They use it in case they have to derail runaway engines. It runs right off into the country. We'll pile him up there. Ready with your guns, boys."
"If we should meet another train coming up on this track," protested the frightened engineer.
"Then we'd jump or be smashed. Hi, look, there he is." As the freight engine rounded a curve, Dyke's engine came into view, shooting on some quarter of a mile ahead of them, wreathed in whirling smoke.
The switch ain't much further on," clamored the engineer. You can see Pixley now."
Dyke, his hand on the grip of the valve that controlled the steam, his head out of the cab window, thundered on. He was back in his old place again. Once more he was the engineer. Once more he felt the engine quiver under him. The familiar noises were in his ears. The familiar buffeting of the wind surged, roaring at his face. The familiar odors of hot steam and smoke reeked in his nostrils. And on either side of him, parallel panoramas, the two halves of the landscape, sliced as it were in two by the clashing wheels of his engine, streamed by in green and brown blurs. He found himself settling to the old position on the cab seat, leaning on his elbow from the window, one hand on the controller. All at once, the instinct of the pursuit that of late had become so strong within him prompted him to shoot a glance behind. He saw the other engine on the down line, plunging after him, rocking from side to side with the fury of its gallop. Not yet had he shaken the trackers from his heels. Not yet was he out of the reach of danger. He set his teeth and, throwing open the fire door, stoked vigorously for a few moments. The indicator of the steam gauge rose. His speed increased. A glance at the telegraph poles told him he was doing 50 miles an hour. The freight engine behind him was never built for that pace. Barring the terrible risk of accident, his chances were good. End of Book 2, Chapter 5, Part 3. Book 2, Chapter 5, Part 4 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But suddenly, the engineer dominating the highwayman, he shut off his steam and threw back his brake to the extreme notch. Directly ahead of him rose a semaphore, placed at a point where evidently a derailing switch branched from the line. The semaphore's arm was dropped over the track, setting the danger signal that showed the switch was open. In an instant, Dyke saw the trick. They had meant to smash him here, had been clever enough, quick-witted enough to open the switch, but had forgotten the automatic semaphore that worked simultaneously with the movement of the rails. To go forward was certain destruction. Dyke reversed. There was nothing for it but to go back. With a wrench and a spasm of all its metal fibers, the great compound braced itself, sliding with rigid wheels along the rails. Then, as Dyke applied the reverse, it drew back from the greater danger, returning toward the less. Inevitably now, the two engines, one on the up, the other on the down line, must meet and pass each other. Dyke released the levers, reaching for his revolver. The engineer once more became the highwayman, in peril of his life. Now, beyond all doubt, the time for fighting was at hand. The party in the heavy freight engine that lumbered after in pursuit, their eyes fixed on the smudge of smoke on ahead that marked the path of the fugitive, suddenly raised a shout.
"He's stopped! He's broke down! Watch now and see if he jumps off."
"Broke nothing. He's coming back. Ready now. He's got to pass us."
The engineer applied the brakes, but the heavy freight locomotive, far less mobile than Dyke's flyer, was slow to obey. The smudge on the rails ahead grew swiftly larger.
He's coming. He's coming. Look out. There's a shot. He's shooting already."
A bright white sliver of wood leaped into the air from the sooty window sill of the cab.
"Fire on him! Fire on him!"
While the engines were yet 200 yards apart, the duel began, shot answering shot, the sharp staccato reports punctuating the thunder of wheels and the clamor of steam. Then the ground trembled and rocked. A roar as of heavy ordnance developed with the abruptness of an explosion. The two engines passed each other, the men firing the while, emptying their revolvers, shattering wood, shivering glass, the bullets clanging against the metal work as they struck and struck and struck. The men leaned from the cabs toward each other, frantic with excitement, shouting curses, the engines rocking, the steam roaring, confusion whirling in the scene like the whirl of a witch's dance. The white clouds of steam, the black eddies from the smokestack, the blue wreaths from the hot mouths of revolvers, swirling together in a blinding maze of vapor, spinning around them, dazing them, dizzying them, while the head rang with hideous clamor and the body twitched and trembled with the leap and jar of the tumult of machinery. Roaring, clamoring, reeking with the smell of powder and hot oil, spitting death, resistless, huge, furious, an abrupt vision of chaos, faces, rage distorted, peering through smoke, hands gripping outward from sudden darkness, prehensile, malevolent, terrible as thunder, swift as lightning, the two engines met and passed.
"He's hit," cried Delaney. "I know I hit him. He can't go far now. After him again. He won't dare go through Bonneville."
It was true. Dyke had stood between cab and tender throughout all the duel, exposed, reckless, thinking only of attack and not of defense, and a bullet from one of the pistols had grazed his hip. How serious was the wound he did not know, but he had no thought of giving up. He tore back through the depot at Guadalajara in a storm of bullets, and clinging to the broken window ledge of his cab, was carried toward Bonneville, on over the Long Trestle and Broderson Creek, and through the open country between the two ranches of Los Muertos and Quien Sabe. But to go on to Bonneville meant certain death. Before as well as behind him, the roads were now blocked. Once more he thought of the mountains. He resolved to abandon the engine and make another final attempt to get into the shelter of the hills in the northernmost corner of Quien Sabe. He set his teeth. He would not give in. There was one more fight left in him yet. Now to try the final hope. He slowed the engine down and, reloading his revolver, jumped from the platform to the road. He looked about him, listening. All around him widened an ocean of wheat. There was no one in sight. The released engine, alone, unattended, drew slowly away from him, jolting ponderously over the rail joints. As he watched it go, a certain indefinite sense of abandonment, even in that moment, came over Dyke. His last friend, that also had been his first, was leaving him. He remembered that day long ago when he had opened the throttle of his first machine. Today it was leaving him alone, his last friend turning against him. Slowly it was going back toward Bonneville, to the shops of the railroad, the camp of the enemy that had ruined him and wrecked him. For the last time in his life he had been the engineer. Now, once more, he became the highwayman, the outlaw against whom all hands were raised, the fugitive skulking in the mountains, listening for the cry of dogs. But he would not give in. They had not broken him yet. Never, while he could fight, would he allow S. Behrman the triumph of his capture. He found his wound was not bad. He plunged into the wheat on Quien Sabe, making northward for a division house that rose with its surrounding trees out of the wheat like an island. He reached it, the blood squelching in his shoes. But the sight of two men, Portuguese farmhands, staring at him from an angle of the barn, abruptly roused him to action. He sprang forward with peremptory commands, demanding a horse. At Guadalajara, Delaney and the sheriff descended from the freight engine.
"Horses now," declared the sheriff. "He won't go into Bonneville, that's certain. He'll leave the engine between here and there and strike off into the country. We'll follow after him now in the saddle. Soon as he leaves his engine, he's on foot. We've as good as got him."
Their horses, including even the buckskin mare that Dyke had ridden, were still at the station. The party swung themselves up, Delaney exclaiming,
"Here's my mount,"
as he bestrode the buckskin. At Guadalajara, the two bloodhounds were picked up again. Urging the jaded horses to a gallop, the party set off along the upper road, keeping a sharp lookout to right and left for traces of Dyke's abandonment of the engine. 3 miles beyond the Long Trestle, they found S. Behrman holding his saddle horse by the bridle and looking attentively at a trail that had been broken through the standing wheat on Quien Sabe. The party drew rein.
"The engine passed by me on the tracks further up and empty," said S. Behrman. "Boys, I think he left her here."
But before anyone could answer, the bloodhounds gave tongue again as they picked up the scent.
"That's him," cried S. Behrman. "Go get on, boys."
They dashed forward, following the hounds. S. Behrman laboriously climbed to his saddle, panting, perspiring, mopping the roll of fat over his coat collar, and turned in after them, trotting along far in the rear, his great stomach and tremulous jowls shaking with the horse's gait. "What a day," he murmured. "What a day." Dyke's trail was fresh and was followed as easily as if made on new fallen snow. In a short time the posse swept into the open space around the division house. The two Portuguese were still there, wide-eyed, terribly excited. Yes, Dyke had been there not half an hour since, had held them up, taken a horse, and galloped to the northeast, towards the foothills at the headwaters of Broderson Creek. On again at full gallop through the young wheat, trampling it under the flying hoofs, the hounds hot on the scent, baying continually, the men on fresh mounts secured at the division house, bending forward in their saddles, spurring relentlessly. S. Behrman jolted along far in the rear. And even then, harried through an open country where there was no place to hide, it was a matter of amazement how long a chase the highwaymen led them. Fences were passed, fences whose barbed wire had been slashed apart by the fugitive's knife. The ground rose underfoot, the hills were at hand. Still the pursuit held on. The sun, long past the meridian, began to turn earthward. Would night come on before they were up to him?
Look, there he is. Quick, there he goes.
High on the bare slope of the nearest hill, all the posse, looking in the direction of Delaney's gesture, saw the figure of a horseman emerge from an arroyo, filled with chaparral, and struggle at a laboring gallop straight up the slope. Suddenly, every member of the party shouted aloud. The horse had fallen, pitching the rider from the saddle. The man rose to his feet, caught at the bridle, missed it, and the horse dashed on alone. The man, pausing for a second, looked around, saw the chase drawing nearer, then, turning back, disappeared in the chaparral. Delaney raised a great whoop.
"We got you now."
Into the slopes and valleys of the hills dashed the band of horsemen, the trail now so fresh that it could be easily discerned by all. On and on it led them, a furious, wild scramble straight up the slopes. The minutes went by. The dry bed of a rivulet was passed, then another fence, then a tangle of manzanita, a meadow of wild oats full of agitated cattle, then an arroyo thick with chaparral and scrub oaks, and then, without warning, the pistol shots ripped out and ran from rider to rider with the rapidity of a Gatling discharge, and one of the deputies bent forward in the saddle, both hands to his face, the blood jetting from between his fingers. Dyke was there, at bay at last, his back against a bank of rock, the roots of a fallen tree serving him as a rampart, his revolver smoking in his hand.
"You're under arrest, Dyke," cried the sheriff. "It's not the least use to fight. The whole country is up."
Dyke fired again, the shot splintering the foreleg of the horse the sheriff rode. The posse, 4 men all told, the wounded deputy, having crawled out of the fight after Dyke's first shot, fell back after the preliminary fusillade, dismounted, and took shelter behind rocks and trees. On that rugged ground, fighting from the saddle was impracticable. Dyke, in the meantime, held his fire, for he knew that once his pistol was empty, he would never be allowed to reload.
"Dyke," called the sheriff again, "for the last time I summon you to surrender."
Dyke did not reply. The sheriff, Delaney, and the man named Christian conferred together in a low voice. Then Delaney and Christian left the others, making a wide detour up the sides of the arroyo to gain a position to the left and somewhat to the rear of Dyke. But it was at this moment that S. Behrman arrived. It could not be said whether it was courage or carelessness that brought the railroad's agent within reach of Dyke's revolver. Possibly he was really a brave man, possibly occupied with keeping an uncertain seat upon the back of his laboring, scrambling horse. He had not noticed that he was so close upon that scene of battle. He certainly did not observe the posse lying upon the ground behind sheltering rocks and trees, and before anyone could call a warning, he had ridden out into the open within 30 paces of Dyke's entrenchment. Dyke saw. There was the arch enemy, the man of all men whom he most hated, the man who had ruined him, who had exasperated him and driven him to crime, and who had instigated tireless pursuit through all those past terrible weeks. Suddenly, inviting death, he leaped up and forward. He had forgotten all else, all other considerations, at the sight of this man. He would die, gladly, so only that S. Behrman died before him.
"I've got you anyway,"
he shouted as he ran forward. The muzzle of the weapon was not 10 feet from S. Behrman's huge stomach as Dyke drew the trigger. Had the cartridge exploded, death, certain and swift, would have followed. But at this, of all moments, the revolver missed fire. S. Behrman, with an unexpected agility, leaped from the saddle and, keeping his horse between him and Dyke, ran, dodging and ducking from tree to tree. His first shot a failure, Dyke fired again and again at his enemy, emptying his revolver, reckless of consequences. His every shot went wild, and before he could draw his knife, the whole posse was upon him. Without concerted plans, obeying no signal but the promptings of the impulse that snatched unerring at opportunity, the men, Delaney and Christian from one side, the sheriff and the deputy from the other, rushed in. They did not fire. It was Dyke alive they wanted. One of them had a riata snatched from a saddle pommel, and with this they tried to bind him. The fight was 4 to 1. 4 men with law on their side to one wounded freebooter, half starved, exhausted by days and nights of pursuit, worn down with loss of sleep, thirst, privation, and the grinding, nerve-racking consciousness of an ever-present peril. They swarmed upon him from all sides, gripping at his legs, at his arms, his throat, his head, striking, clutching, kicking, falling to the ground, rolling over and over, now under, now above, now staggering forward, now toppling back. Still Dyke fought. Through that scrambling, struggling group, through that maze of twisting bodies, twining arms, straining legs, S. Behrman saw him from moment to moment, his face flaming, his eyes bloodshot, his hair matted with sweat. Now he was down, pinned under, 2 men across his legs, and now halfway up again, struggling to one knee, then upright again, with half his enemies hanging on his back. His colossal strength seemed doubled. When his arms were held, he fought bull-like with his head. A score of times it seemed as if they were about to secure him finally and irrevocably, and then he would free an arm, a leg, a shoulder, and the group that for the fraction of an instant had settled, locked and rigid on its prey, would break up again as he flung a man from him, reeling and bloody, and he himself twisting, squirming, dodging, his giant fists working like pistons, backed away, dragging and carrying the others with him. More than once he loosened almost every grip, and for an instant stood nearly free, panting, rolling his eyes, his clothes torn from his body, bleeding, dripping with sweat, a terrible figure, nearly free. The sheriff, under his breath, uttered an exclamation. "By God, he'll get away yet!" S. Behrman watched the fight complacently.
"That only show obstinacy," he commented, "but it don't show common sense."
Yet, however Dyke might throw off the clutches and fettering embraces that encircled him, however he might disintegrate and scatter the band of foes that heaped themselves upon him, however he might gain one instant of comparative liberty, some one of his assailants always hung doggedly, blindly to an arm, a leg, or a foot, and the others, drawing a second's breath, closed in again, implacable, unconquerable, ferocious, like hounds upon a wolf. At length, 2 of the men managed to bring Dyke's wrists close enough together to allow the sheriff to snap the handcuffs on. Even then, Dyke, clasping his hands and using the handcuffs themselves as a weapon, knocked down Delaney by the crushing impact of the steel bracelets upon the cowpuncher's forehead. But he could no longer protect himself from attacks from behind, and the riata was finally passed around his body, pinioning his arms to his sides. After this, it was useless to resist. The wounded deputy sat with his back to a rock, holding his broken jaw in both hands. The sheriff's horse, with its splintered foreleg, would have to be shot. Delaney's head was cut from temple to cheekbone. The right wrist of the sheriff was all but dislocated. The other deputy was so exhausted he had to be helped to his horse. But Dyke was taken. He himself had suddenly lapsed into semi-unconsciousness, unable to walk. They sat him on the buckskin, S. Behrman supporting him, the sheriff on foot leading the horse by the bridle. The little procession formed and descended from the hills, turning in the direction of Bonneville. A special train, 1 car and an engine, would be made up there, and the highwayman would sleep in the Visalia jail that night. Delaney and S. Behrman found themselves in the rear of the cavalcade as it moved off. cowpuncher turned to his chief. "Well, Cap'n," he said, still panting as he bound up his forehead. "Well, we got him." End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Osterman cut his wheat that summer before any of the other ranchers, and as soon as his harvest was over, organized a jackrabbit drive. Like Annixter's barn dance, it was to be an event in which all the countryside should take part. The drive was to begin on the most western division of the Osterman ranch, whence it would proceed toward the southeast, crossing into the northern part of Quien Sabe, on which Annixter had sown no wheat, and ending in the hills at the headwaters of Broderson Creek, where a barbecue was to be held. Early on the morning of the day of the drive, as Harran and Presley were saddling their horses before the stables on Los Muertos, the foreman, Phelps, remarked: "I was into town last night, and I hear that Christian has been after Ruggles early and late to have him put him in possession here on Los Muertos, and Delaney is doing the same for Quien Sabe." It was this man Christian, the real estate broker and cousin of S. Behrman, one of the main actors in the drama of Dyke's capture, who had come forward as a purchaser of Los Muertos when the railroad had regraded its holdings on the ranches around Bonneville. "He claims, of course," Phelps went on, "that when he bought Los Muertos of the railroad, he was guaranteed possession, and he wants the place in time for the harvest."
"That's almost as thin," muttered Harran as he thrust his bit into his horse's mouth, "as Delaney buying Annixter's home ranch. That slice of Quien Sabe, according to the railroad's grading, is worth about $10,000. Yes, even 15. And I don't believe Delaney is worth the price of a good horse. Why, these people don't even try to preserve appearances. Where would Christian find the money to buy Los Muertos? There's no one man in all Bonneville rich enough to do it. Damned rascals. As if we didn't see that Christian and Delaney are S. Behrman's right and left hands. Well, he'll get 'em cut off," he cried with sudden fierceness, "if he comes too near the machine."
"How is it, Harran?" asked Presley as the two young men rode out of the stable yard. "How is it the railroad gang can do anything before the Supreme Court hands down a decision?"
"Well, you know how they talk," growled Harran. "They have claimed that the cases taken up to the Supreme Court were not test cases, as we claim they are, and that because neither Annixter nor the governor appealed, they've lost their cases by default. It's the rottenest kind of sharp practice, but it won't do any good. The League is too strong. They won't dare move on us yet awhile. Why, Pres, the moment they try to jump any of these ranches around here, they would have 600 rifles cracking at them as quick as how do you do. Why, it would take a regiment of U.S. soldiers to put any one of us off our land. No, sir. They know the League means business this time."
As Presley and Harran trotted on along the county road, they continually passed or overtook other horsemen or buggies, carryalls, buckboards, or even farm wagons going in the same direction. These were full of the farming people from all the country around Bonneville, on their way to the rabbit drive, the same people seen at the barn dance in their Sunday finest, the girls in muslin frocks and garden hats, the men with linen dusters over their black clothes, the older women in prints and dotted calicoes. Many of these latter had already taken off their bonnets, the day was very hot, and pinning them in newspapers, stowed them under the seats. They tucked their handkerchiefs into the collars of their dresses or knotted them about their fat necks to keep out the dust. From the axle trees of the vehicles swung carefully covered buckets of galvanized iron in which the lunch was packed. The younger children, the boys with great frilled collars, the girls with ill-fitting shoes cramping their feet, leaned from the sides of buggy and carryall, eating bananas and macaroons, staring about with ox-like stolidity. Tied to the axles, the dogs followed the horses' hoofs with lolling tongues coated with dust. The California summer lay blanket-wise and smothering over all the land. The hills, bone dry, were browned and parched. The grasses and wild oats, sere and yellow, snapped like glass filaments underfoot. The roads, the bordering fences, even the lower leaves and branches of the trees were thick and gray with dust. All color had been burned from the landscape except in the irrigated patches, that in the waste of brown and dull yellow glowed like oases. The wheat, now close to its maturity, had turned from pale yellow to golden yellow, and from that to brown. Like a giant carpet, it spread itself over all the land. There was nothing else to be seen but the limitless sea of wheat as far as the eye could reach, dry, rustling, crisp, and harsh in the rare breaths of hot wind out of the southeast. As Harran and Presley went along the county road, the number of vehicles and riders increased. They overtook and passed Hooven and his family in the former's farm wagon, a saddled horse tied to the backboard. The little Dutchman, wearing the old frock coat of Magnus Derrick and a new broad-brimmed straw hat, sat on the front seat with Mrs. Hooven. The little girl, Hilda, and the older daughter, Minna, were behind them on a board laid across the sides of the wagon. Presley and Harran stopped to shake hands.
"Say," cried
Hooven, exhibiting an old but extremely well-kept rifle.
"Say, by cat me, I take some shots at those rabbit, you bet. When we have stopped to run and sit up so bad the hind legs, son, I open with the gun and bang, I catch 'em."
"The marshals won't allow you to shoot, Bismarck," observed Presley, looking at Minna. Hooven doubled up with merriment.
"Oh, that's a hell of some fine joke. Me, I'm one of those marshals myself."
He roared with delight, beating his knee. To his notion, the joke was irresistible. All day long he could be heard repeating it.
"Und Mr. Presley, say, those marshals won't let you shoot, Bismarck. And me, and I myself, one of those marshals."
As the two friends rode on, Presley had in his mind the image of Minna Hooven, very pretty in a clean gown of pink gingham, a cheap straw sailor hat from a Bonneville store on her blue-black hair. He remembered her very pale face, very red lips, and eyes of greenish blue. A pretty girl, certainly, always trailing a group of men behind her. Her love affairs were the talk of all Los Muertos.
"I hope that Hooven girl won't go to the bad,"
Presley said to Harran.
"Oh, she's all right," the other answered. "There's nothing vicious about Minna, and I guess she'll marry that foreman on the ditch gang right enough."
"Well, as a matter of course, she's a good girl,"
Presley hastened to reply.
"Only she's too pretty for a poor girl, and too sure of her prettiness besides. That's the kind," he continued, "who would find it pretty easy to go wrong if they lived in a city."
Around Caraher's was a veritable throng. Saddle horses and buggies by the score were clustered underneath the shed or hitched to the railings in front of the watering trough. 3 of Broderson's Portuguese tenants and a couple of workmen from the railroad shops in Bonneville were on the porch already, very drunk. Continually, young men, singly or in groups, came from the doorway, wiping their lips with sidelong gestures of the hand. The whole place exhaled the febrile bustle of the saloon on a holiday morning. The procession of teams streamed on through Bonneville, reinforced at every street corner. Along the upper road from Quien Sabe and Guadalajara came fresh auxiliaries, Spanish Mexicans from the town itself, swarthy young men on capering horses, dark-eyed girls, and matrons in red and black and yellow, more Portuguese in brand new overalls, smoking long, thin cigars. Even Father Sarria appeared.
"Look," said Presley, "there goes Annixter and Hilma. He's got his buckskin back."
The master of Quien Sabe, in top-laced boots and campaign hat, a cigar in his teeth, followed along beside the carryall. Hilma and Mrs. Derrick were on the back seat, young Vaca driving. Harran and Presley bowed, taking off their hats.
Hello, Prez,"
cried Annixter over the heads of the intervening crowd, standing up in his stirrups and waving a hand.
"Great day. What a mob, huh? Say, when this thing is over and everybody starts to walk into the barbecue, come and have lunch with us. I'll look for you, you and Harran. Hello, Harran. Where's the governor?"
"He didn't come today," Harran shouted back as the crowd carried him further away from Annixter. "Left him and old Broderson at Los Muertos." The throng emerged from the open country again, spreading out upon the Osterman ranch. From all directions could be seen horses and buggies driving across the stubble, converging upon the rendezvous. Osterman's ranch house was left to the eastward, the army of the guests hurrying forward, for it was beginning to be late, to where, around a flagpole, flying a red flag, a vast crowd of buggies and horses was already forming. The marshals began to appear. Hooven, descending from the farm wagon, pinned his white badge to his hat brim and mounted his horse. Osterman, in marvelous riding clothes of English pattern, galloped up and down upon his best thoroughbred, cracking jokes with everybody, chaffing, joshing, his great mouth distended in a perpetual grin of amiability.
Stop here! Stop here!
He vociferated, dashing along in front of Presley and Harran, waving his crop. The procession came to a halt, the horses' heads pointing eastward. The line began to be formed, the marshals, perspiring, shouting, fretting, galloping about, urging this one forward, ordering this one back, ranged the thousands of conveyances and cavaliers in a long line, shaped like a wide open crescent. Its wings, under the command of lieutenants, were slightly advanced. Far out before its center, Osterman took his place, delighted beyond expression at his conspicuousness, posing for the gallery, making his horse dance.
Well, ain't they going to commence that pretty soon?
Exclaimed Mrs. Hooven, who had taken her husband's place on the forward seat of the wagon.
I never was so warm,
muttered Minna, fanning herself with her hat. All seemed in readiness. For miles over the flat expanse of stubble curved the interminable lines of horses and vehicles. At a guess, nearly 5,000 people were present. The drive was one of the biggest ever held. But no start was made. Immobilized, the vast crescent stuck motionless under the blazing sun. Here and there could be heard voices uplifted in jocular remonstrance.
Oh, I say, gotta move on, somebody.
All aboard. Say, I'll take root here pretty soon. Some took malicious pleasure in starting false alarms. Ah, here we go. Off at last. We're off. Invariably, these jokes fooled someone in the line. An old man or some old woman, nervous, hard of hearing, always gathered up the reins and started off, only to be hustled and ordered back into the line by the nearest marshal. This maneuver never failed to produce its effect of hilarity upon those near at hand. Everybody laughed at the blunderer, the joker jeering audibly, "Hey, come back here." "Oh, he's easy." "Don't be in a hurry, Grandpa." "Say, you want to drive all the rabbits yourself?" Later on, a certain group of these fellows started a huge josh. "Say, that's what we're waiting for, the do funny." "The do funny?" "Sure. You can't drive rabbits without the do funny." "What's the do funny?" "Oh, say, she don't know what the do funny is. We can't start without it, sure. Pete went back to get it." "Oh, you're joking me. There's no such thing." "Well, aren't we waiting for it?" "Oh, look here, look," cried some women in a covered rig. "See, they're starting already, way over there." In fact, it did appear as if the far extremity of the line was in motion. Dust rose in the air above it. "They are starting. Why don't we start?" "No, they stopped. False alarm." "They've not either. Why don't we move?" But as one or two began to move off, the nearest marshal shouted wrathfully, "Get back there! Get back there!" "Well, they've started over there. Get back, I tell you." "Where's the do funny?" "Say, we're going to miss it all. They've all started over there." A lieutenant came galloping along in front of the line, shouting, "Here, what's the matter here? Why don't you start?" There was a great shout. Everybody simultaneously uttered a prolonged, "Oh." "We're off. If we go for sure this time." "Remember to keep the alignment," roared the lieutenant. "Don't go too fast." And the marshals, rushing here and there on their sweating horses to points where the line bulged forward, shouted, waving their arms, "Not too fast! Not too fast! Keep back here! Keep closer together here! Do you want to let all the rabbits run out between you?" A great confused sound rose in the air, the creaking of axles, the jolt of iron tires over the dry clods, the clink of brittle stubble under the horses' hoofs, the barking of dogs, the shouts and conversation and laughter. The entire line, horses, buggies, wagons, gigs, dogs, men, and boys on foot, and armed with clubs, moving slowly across the field, sending up a cloud of white dust that hung above the scene like smoke. A brisk gaiety was in the air. Everybody was in the best of humor, calling from team to team, laughing, skylarking, joshing Garnett of the Ruby Rancho and Gethings of the San Pablo, both on horseback, found themselves side by side. Ignoring the drive and the spirit of the occasion, they kept up a prolonged and serious conversation on an expected rise in the price of wheat. Dabney, also on horseback, followed them, listening attentively to every word, but hazarding no remark. End of Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Derrick and Hilma sat in the back seat of the carryall behind young Vacca. Mrs. Derrick, a little disturbed by such a great concourse of people, frightened at the idea of the killing of so many rabbits, drew back in her place, her young girl eyes troubled and filled with a vague distress. Hilma, very much excited, leaned from the carryall, anxious to see everything, watching for rabbits, asking innumerable questions of Annixter, who rode at her side. The change that had been progressing in Hilma ever since the night of the famous barn dance now seemed to be approaching its climax. First the girl, then the woman, last of all the mother. Conscious dignity, a new element in her character, developed. The shrinking, the timidity of the girl just awakening to the consciousness of sex, passed away from her. The confusion, the troublous complexity of the woman, a mystery even to herself, disappeared. Motherhood dawned. The old simplicity of her maiden days came back to her. It was no longer a simplicity of ignorance, but of supreme knowledge, the simplicity of the perfect, the simplicity of greatness. She looked the world fearlessly in the eyes. At last the confusion of her ideas, like frightened birds resettling, adjusted itself, and she emerged from the trouble calm, serene, entering into her divine right, like a queen into the rule of a realm of perpetual peace. And with this, with the knowledge that the crown hung poised above her head, there came upon Hilma a gentleness infinitely beautiful, infinitely pathetic, a sweetness that touched all who came near her with the softness of a caress. She moved surrounded by an invisible atmosphere of love. Love was in her wide-opened brown eyes. Love, the dim reflection of that descending crown poised over her head, radiated in a faint luster from her dark, thick hair. Around her beautiful neck, sloping to her shoulders with full, graceful curves, love lay encircled like a necklace. Love that was beyond words, sweet, breathed from her parted lips. From her white, large arms downward to her pink fingertips, love, an invisible electric fluid, disengaged itself, subtle, alluring. In the velvety huskiness of her voice, love vibrated like a note of unknown music. Annixter, her uncouth, rugged husband, living in this influence of a wife, who was also a mother, at all hours touched to the quick by this sense of nobility, of gentleness, and of love. The instincts of a father already clutching and tugging at his heart, was trembling on the verge of a mighty transformation. The hardness and inhumanity of the man was fast breaking up. One night, returning late to the ranch house after a compulsory visit to the city, he had come upon Hilma asleep. He had never forgotten that night. A realization of his boundless happiness in this love he gave and received, the thought that Hilma trusted him, a knowledge of his own unworthiness, a vast and humble thankfulness that his God had chosen him of all men for this great joy, had brought him to his knees for the first time in all his troubled, restless life of combat and aggression. He prayed, he knew not what, vague words, wordless thoughts, resolving fiercely to do right, to make some return for God's gift thus placed within his hands. Where once Annixter had thought only of himself, he now thought only of Hilma. The time when this thought of another should broaden and widen into thoughts of others was yet to come, but already it had expanded to include the unborn child. Already, as in the case of Mrs. Dyke, it had broadened to enfold another child and another mother, bound to him by no ties other than those of humanity and pity. In time, starting from this point, it would reach out more and more till it should take in all men and all women, and the intolerant, selfish man, while retaining all of his native strength, should become tolerant and generous, kind and forgiving. For the moment, however, the two natures struggled within him. A fight was to be fought, one more, the last, the fiercest. The attack of the enemy who menaced his very home and hearth was to be resisted. Then, peace attained, arrested development would once more proceed. Hilma looked from the carryall, scanning the open plain in front of the advancing line of the drive.
"Where are the rabbits?" she asked of Annixter. "I don't see any at all."
They're way ahead of us yet," he said. "Here, take the glasses."
He passed her his field glasses, and she adjusted them.
"Oh, yes," she cried. I see 5 or 6, but oh, so far off."
"The beggars run way ahead at first."
"I should say so. See them run, little specks. Every now and then they sit up, their ears straight up in the air."
"Here, look, Hilma, there goes one close by."
From out of the ground, apparently some 20 yards distant, a great jack sprang into view, bounding away with tremendous leaps, his black-tipped ears erect. He disappeared, his gray body losing itself against the gray of the ground.
"Oh, he's a big fellow."
"Hey, another yonder."
Yes. Oh, look at him run."
From off the surface of the ground, at first apparently empty of all life and seemingly unable to afford hiding place for so much as a field mouse, jackrabbits started up at every moment as the line went forward. At first they appeared singly and at long intervals, then in 2s and 3s as the drive continued to advance. They leaped across the plain and stopped in the distance, sitting up with straight ears, then ran on again, were joined by others, sank down flush to the soil, their ears flattened, started up again, ran to the side, turned back once more, darted away with incredible swiftness, and were lost to view only to be replaced by a score of others. Gradually, the number of jacks to be seen over the expanse of stubble in front of the line of teams increased. Their antics were infinite. No two acted precisely alike. Some lay stubbornly close in a little depression between two clods, till the horses' hoofs were all but upon them, then sprang out from their hiding place at the last second. Others ran forward but a few yards at a time, refusing to take flight, scenting a greater danger before them than behind. Still others, forced up at the last moment, doubled with lightning alacrity in their tracks, turning back to scuttle between the teams, taking desperate chances. As often as this occurred, it was the signal for a great uproar.
"Don't let him get through! Don't let him get through!"
"Look out for him! There he goes!" Horns were blown, bells rung, tin pans clamorously beaten. Either the jack escaped or, confused by the noise, darted back again, fleeing away as if his life depended on the issue of the instant. Once, even, a bewildered rabbit jumped fair into Mrs. Derrick's lap as she sat in the carryall, and was out again like a flash.
"Poor frightened thing,"
she exclaimed, and for a long time afterward she retained upon her knees the sensation of the 4 little paws quivering with excitement, and the feel of the trembling furry body, with its wildly beating heart pressed against her own. By noon, the number of rabbits discernible by Annixter's field glasses on ahead was far into the thousands. What seemed to be ground resolved itself, when seen through the glasses, into a maze of small moving bodies, leaping, ducking, doubling, running back and forth, a wilderness of agitated ears, white tails, and twinkling legs. The outside wings of the curved line of vehicles began to draw in a little. Osterman's ranch was left behind. The drive continued on over onto Quien Sabe. As the day advanced, the rabbits, singularly enough, became less wild. When flushed, they no longer ran so far nor so fast, limping off instead, a few feet at a time, and crouching down, their ears close upon their backs. Thus it was that by degrees the teams began to close up on the main herd. At every instant the numbers increased. It was no longer thousands, it was tens of thousands. The earth was alive with rabbits. Denser and denser grew the throng. In all directions nothing was to be seen but the loose mass of the moving jacks. The horns of the crescent of teams began to contract. Far off the corral came into sight. The disintegrated mass of rabbits commenced, as it were, to solidify, to coagulate. At first each jack was some 3 feet distant from his nearest neighbor, but this space diminished to 2 feet, then to 1, then to but a few inches. The rabbits began leaping over one another. Then the strange scene defined itself. It was no longer a herd covering the earth. It was a sea, whipped into confusion, tossing incessantly, leaping, falling, agitated by unseen forces. At times, the unexpected tameness of the rabbits all at once vanished. Throughout certain portions of the herd, eddies of terror abruptly burst forth. A panic spread. Then there would ensue a blind, wild rushing together of thousands of crowded bodies, and a furious scrambling over backs, till the scuffing thud of innumerable feet over the earth rose to a reverberating murmur as of distant thunder, here and there pierced by the strange, wild cry of the rabbit in distress. The line of vehicles was halted. To go forward now meant to trample the rabbits underfoot. The drive came to a standstill while the herd entered the corral. This took time, for the rabbits were by now too crowded to run. However, like an open sluice gate, the extending flanks of the entrance of the corral slowly engulfed the herd. The mass, packed tight as ever, by degrees diminished, precisely as a pool of water when a dam is opened. The last stragglers went in with a rush, and the gate was dropped. "Come, just have a look in here," called Annixter. Hilma, descending from the carryall and joined by Presley and Harran, approached and looked over the high board fence.
"Oh, did you ever see anything like that?" she exclaimed.
The corral, a really large enclosure, had proved all too small for the number of rabbits collected by the drive. Inside it was a living, moving, leaping, breathing, twisting mass. The rabbits were packed 2, 3, and 4 feet deep. They were in constant movement, those beneath struggling to the top, those on top sinking and disappearing below their fellows. All wildness, all fear of man seemed to have entirely disappeared. Men and boys reaching over the sides of the corral picked up a jack in each hand, holding them by the ears, while 2 reporters from San Francisco papers took photographs of the scene. The noise made by the tens of thousands of moving bodies was as the noise of wind in a forest, while from the hot and sweating mass there rose a strange odor, penetrating, ammoniacal, savoring of wild life. On signal, the killing began. Dogs that had been brought there for that purpose, when let into the corral, refused, as had been half expected, to do the work. They snuffed curiously at the pile, then backed off, disturbed, perplexed. But the men and boys, Portuguese for the most part, were more eager. Annixter drew Hilma away, and indeed most of the people set about the barbecue at once. In the corral, however, the killing went forward. Armed with a club in each hand, the young fellows from Guadalajara and Bonneville and the farm boys from the ranches leaped over the rails of the corral. They walked unsteadily upon the myriad of crowding bodies underfoot, or, as space was cleared, sank almost waist deep into the mass that leaped and squirmed about them. Blindly, furiously, they struck and struck. The Anglo-Saxon spectators round about drew back in disgust, but the hot, degenerated blood of Portuguese, Mexican, and mixed Spaniard boiled up in excitement at this wholesale slaughter. But only a few of the participants of the drive cared to look on. All the guests betook themselves some quarter of a mile further on into the hills. The picnic and barbecue were to be held around the spring where Broderson Creek took its rise. Already 2 entire beeves were roasting there. Teams were hitched, saddles removed, and men, women, and children, a great throng, spread out under the shade of the live oaks. A vast, confused clamor rose in the air, a babel of talk, a clatter of tin plates, of knives and forks. Bottles were uncorked, napkins and oilcloths spread over the ground. The men lit pipes and cigars. The women seized the occasion to nurse their babies. Osterman, ubiquitous as ever, resplendent in his boots and English riding breeches, moved about between the groups, keeping up an endless flow of talk, cracking jokes, winking, nudging, gesturing, putting his tongue in his cheek, never at a loss for a reply, playing the goat.
Oh, that Josher Osterman, always at his monkey shines, but a good fellow for all that, too. Brainy, too. Nothing stuck up about him either, like Magnus Derrick. "Everything all right, Buck?" inquired Osterman, coming up to where Annixter, Hillman, and Mrs. Derrick were sitting down to their lunch.
Yes, everything right, but we've no corkscrew."
"No screw cork, no scarecrow. Here you are."
And he drew from his pocket a silver-plated jackknife with a corkscrew attachment. Harran and Presley came up, bearing between them a great, smoking, roasted portion of beef just off the fire. Hilma hastened to put forward a huge china platter. Osterman had a joke to crack with the two boys, a joke that was rather broad, but as he turned about, the words almost on his lips, his glance fell upon Hilma herself, whom he had not seen for more than 2 months. She had handed Presley the platter, and was now sitting with her back against the tree between two bowls of the roots. The position was a little elevated, and the supporting roots on either side of her were like the arms of a great chair, a chair of state. She sat thus, as on a throne, raised above the rest, the radiance of the unseen crown of motherhood glowing from her forehead, the beauty of the perfect woman surrounding her like a glory. And the josh died away on Osterman's lips, and unconsciously and swiftly he bared his head. Something was passing there in the air about him that he did not understand, something, however, that imposed reverence and profound respect. For the first time in his life, embarrassment seized upon him, upon this joker, this wearer of clothes, this teller of funny stories, with his large red ears, bald head, and comic actor's face. He stammered confusedly and took himself away, for the moment abstracted, serious, lost in thought. By now everyone was eating. It was the feeding of the people, elemental, gross, a great appeasing of appetite, an enormous quenching of thirst. Quarters of beef, roasts, ribs, shoulders, haunches were consumed. Loaves of bread by the thousands disappeared. Whole barrels of wine went down the dry and dusty throats of the multitude. Conversation lagged while the people ate, while hunger was appeased. Everybody had their fill. One ate for the sake of eating, resolved that there should be nothing left, considering it a matter of pride to exhibit a clean plate.
End of Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 2. Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 3 of The Octopus by Frank Norris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After dinner, preparations were made for games. On a flat plateau at the top of one of the hills, the contestants were to strive. There was to be a foot race of young girls under 17, a fat men's race. The younger fellows were to put the shot, to compete in the running broad jump and the standing high jump, in the hop, skip, and step, and in wrestling. Presley was delighted with it all. It was Homeric, this feasting, this vast consuming of meat and bread and wine, followed now by games of strength. An epic simplicity and directness, an honest Anglo-Saxon mirth and innocence commended it. Crude it was, coarse it was, but no taint of viciousness was here. The people were good people, kindly, benignant even, always readier to give than to receive, always more willing to help than to be helped. They were good stock. Of such was the backbone of the nation, sturdy Americans, every one of them. Where else in the world round were such strong, honest men, such strong, beautiful women? Annixter, Harran, and Presley climbed to the level plateau where the games were to be held, to lay out the courses and mark the distances. It was the very place where once Presley had loved to lounge entire afternoons, reading his books of poems, smoking and dozing.
From this high point one dominated the entire valley to the south and west. The view was superb. Three men paused for a moment on the crest of the hill to consider it. Young Vacca came running and panting up the hill after them, calling for Annixter.
Well, what is it? Mr. Osterman's looking for you, sir. You and Mr. Harron. Vanamee, the cowboy over at Derrick's, has just come from the governor with a message. I guess it's important.
Hello, what's up now? Muttered Annixter as they turned back.
They found Osterman saddling his horse in furious haste. Near by him was Vanamee, holding by the bridle an animal that was one lather of sweat. A few of the picnickers were turning their heads curiously in that direction. Evidently something of moment was in the wind.
What's all up?
Demanded Annixter as he and Harron, followed by Presley, drew near.
There's hell to pay,
exclaimed Osterman under his breath.
Read that. Vanamee just brought it.
He handed Annixter a sheet of notepaper and turned again to the cinching of his saddle.
We gotta be quick, he cried. They've stolen a march on us.
Annixter read the note, Harron and Presley looking over his shoulder.
Ah, it's them, is it?
Exclaimed Annixter. Harron set his teeth. Now for it, he exclaimed.
They've been to your place already, Mr. Annixter, said Vanamee. I passed by it on my way up. They have put Delaney in possession and have set all your furniture out in the road.
Annixter turned about, his lips white. Already Presley and Harron had run to their horses.
Vacca, cried Annixter. Where's Vacca? Put that saddle on the buckskin, quick. Osterman, get as many of the League as are here together at this spot. Understand? I'll be back in a minute. I must tell Hilma this.
Hooven ran up as Annixter disappeared. His little eyes were blazing. He was dragging his horse with him.
Say, those fellers come, huh? Me, I'm all ready. See, I have the gun.
They've jumped the ranch, little girl, said Annixter, putting one arm around Hilma. They're in our house now. I'm off. Go to Derrick's and wait for me there.
She put her arms around his neck.
You're going?
She demanded.
I must. Don't be frightened. It'll be all right. Go to Derrick's and goodbye.
She said never a word. She looked once long into his eyes, then kissed him on the mouth. Meanwhile, the news had spread. The multitude rose to its feet. Women and men with pale faces looked at each other speechless or broke forth into inarticulate exclamations. A strange, unfamiliar murmur took the place of the tumultuous gaiety of the previous moments. A sense of dread, of confusion, of impending terror weighed heavily in the air. What was now to happen? When Annixter got back to Osterman, he found a number of the Leaguers already assembled. They were all mounted. Hooven was there, and Harron, and besides these, Garnett of the Ruby Ranch and Gethings of the San Pablo. Phelps, the foreman of Los Muertos, and last of all, Dabney, silent as ever, speaking to no one. Presley came riding up.
Best keep out of this, Prez, cried Annixter.
Are we ready?
exclaimed Gethings.
Ready, we're all here.
All? Is this all of us?
cried Annixter. Where are the 600 men who were going to rise when this happened?
They had wavered, these other Leaguers. Now, when the actual crisis impended, they were smitten with confusion. No, they were not going to stand up and be shot at just to save Derrick's land. They were not armed. What did Annixter and Osterman take them for? No, sir. The railroad had stolen the march on them. After all his big talk, Derrick had allowed them to be taken by surprise. The only thing to do was to call a meeting of the executive committee. That was the only thing. As for going down there with no weapons in their hands, no, sir. That is asking a little too much.
Come on, then, boys, shouted Osterman, turning his back on the others. The governor says to meet him at Hooven's. We'll make for the Long Trestle and strike the trail to Hooven's there.
They set off. It was a terrible ride. Twice during the scrambling descent from the hills, Presley's pony fell beneath him. Annixter on his buckskin and Osterman on his thoroughbred, good horsemen both, led the others, setting a terrific pace. The hills were left behind. Broderson's Creek was crossed, and on the levels of Quien Sabe, straight through the standing wheat, the 9 horses, flogged and spurred, stretched out to their utmost. Their passage through the wheat sounded like the rip and tear of a gigantic web of cloth. The landscape on either hand resolved itself into a long blur. Tears came to the eyes. Flying pebbles, clods of earth, grains of wheat flung up in the flight stung the face like shot. Osterman's thoroughbred took the second crossing of Broderson's Creek in a single leap. Down under the Long Trestle tore the cavalcade, in a shower of mud and gravel, up again on the further bank, the horses blowing like steam engines, on into the trail to Hooven's, single file now, Presley's pony lagging, Hooven's horse bleeding at the eyes, the buckskin game as a fighting cock, catching her second wind, far in the lead now, distancing even the English thoroughbred that Osterman rode. At last Hooven's unpainted house beneath the enormous live oak tree came in sight. Across the lower road, breaking through fences and into the yard around the house, thundered the Leaguers. Magnus was in waiting for them. The riders dismounted, hardly less exhausted than their horses.
"Why, where's all the men?"
Annixter demanded of Magnus. "Broderson is here and Cutter," replied the governor. "No one else. I thought you would bring more men with you."
"There are only 9 of us." "And the 600 Leaguers who were going to rise when this happened?" exclaimed Garnett bitterly.
"Rot the League," cried Annixter. "It's gone to pot. Went to pieces at the first touch." "We have been taken by surprise, gentlemen, after all," said Magnus. "Totally off our guard. But there are 11 of us. It is enough."
"Well, what's the game? Has the marshal come? How many men are with him?"
"The United States Marshal from San Francisco," explained Magnus, "came down early this morning and stopped at Guadalajara. We learned it all through our friends in Bonneville about an hour ago. They telephoned me and Mr. Broderson. S. Behrman met him and provided about a dozen deputies. Delaney, Ruggles, and Christian joined them at Guadalajara. They left Guadalajara going towards Mr. Annixter's ranch house on Quien Sabe. They are serving the writs on ejectment and putting the dummy buyers in possession. They are armed. S. Behrman is with them."
"Where are they now?"
"Cutter is watching them from the Long Trestle. They returned to Guadalajara. They are there now."
"Well," observed Gethings, "from Guadalajara they can only go to 2 places. Either they will take the upper road and go on to Osterman's next, or they will take the lower road to Mr. Derrick's."
"That is as I supposed," said Magnus. "That is why I wanted you to come here. From Hooven's here we can watch both roads simultaneously."
"Is anybody on the lookout on the upper road?"
"Cutter. He is on the Long Trestle."
"Say," observed Hooven, the instincts of the old time soldier stirring in him. "Say, those fellows are pretty damn smart, I think. We got to put some picket way out by the lower road also, until he take those glasses Mr. Annixter got by him. Say, both at those irrigation ditch. That ditch he run rigid across both those roads, huh? That's some fine entrenchment, you bet. We fight 'em from those ditch."
In fact, the dry irrigating ditch was a natural trench, admirably suited to the purpose, crossing both roads, as Hooven pointed out, and barring approach from Guadalajara to all the ranches save Annixter's, which had already been seized. Gethings departed to join Cutter on the Long Trestle, while Phelps and Harran, taking Annixter's field glasses with them and mounting their horses, went out towards Guadalajara on the lower road to watch for the marshal's approach from that direction. After the outposts had left them, the party in Hooven's cottage looked to their weapons. Long since, every member of the League had been in the habit of carrying a revolver with him. They were all armed, and in addition, Hooven had his rifle. Presley alone carried no weapon. The main room of Hooven's house, in which the Leaguers were now assembled, was barren, poverty-stricken, but tolerably clean. An old clock ticked vociferously on a shelf. In one corner was a bed with a patched, faded quilt. In the center of the room, straddling over the bare floor, stood a pine table. Around this the men gathered, 2 or 3 occupying chairs, Annixter sitting sideways on the table, the rest standing. "I believe, gentlemen," said Magnus, "that we can go through this day without bloodshed. I believe not one shot need be fired. The railroad will not force the issue, will not bring about actual fighting. When the marshal realizes that we are thoroughly in earnest, thoroughly determined, I am convinced that he will withdraw." There were murmurs of assent. Look here, said Annixter. If this thing can by any means be settled peaceably, I say let's do it, so long as we don't give in. The others stared. Was this Annixter who spoke? The Hotspur of the League, the quarrelsome, irascible fellow who loved and sought a quarrel? Was it Annixter who now had been the first and only one of them to suffer, whose ranch had been seized, whose household possessions had been flung out into the road? When you come right down to it, he continued, killing a man, no matter what he's done to you, is a serious business. I propose we make one more attempt to stave this thing off. Let's see if we can't get to talk with the marshal himself. At any rate, warn him of the danger of going any further. Boys, let's not fire the first shot. What do you say? The others agreed unanimously and promptly, and old Broderson, tugging uneasily at his long beard, added, No violence, no unnecessary violence, that is. I should hate to have innocent blood on my hands. That is, if it is innocent. I don't know that S. Behrman, surely he has innocent blood on his head. That Dyke affair, terrible. But then Dyke was in the wrong, driven to it though. The railroad did drive him to it. I want to be fair and just to everybody. There's a team coming up the road from Los Muertos, announced Presley from the door. Fair and just to everybody, murmured old Broderson, wagging his head, frowning perplexedly. I don't want to harm anybody unless they harm me. Is the team going toward Guadalajara? Inquired Garnett, getting up and coming to the door. Yes, it's a Portuguese, one of the garden truck men. We must turn him back, declared Osterman. He can't go through here. We don't want him to take any news on to the marshal and S. Behrman. I'll turn him back, said Presley. He rode out toward the market cart, and the others, watching from the road in front of Hooven, saw him halted. An excited interview followed. They could hear the Portuguese expostulating volubly, but in the end he turned back. Martial law in Los Muertos, isn't it? Observed Osterman. Steady all, he exclaimed as he turned about. Here comes Harron. Harron rode up at a gallop. The others surrounded him. I saw them, he cried. They are coming this way. S. Behrman and Ruggles are in a 2-horse buggy. All the others are on horseback. There are 11 of them. Christian and Delaney are with them. Those 2 have rifles. I left Hooven watching them. Better call in Gethings and Cutter right away, said Annixter. We'll need all our men. I'll call them in, Presley volunteered at once. Can I have the buckskin? My pony's about done up. He departed at a brisk gallop, but on the way met Gethings and Cutter returning. They, too, from their elevated position, had observed the marshal's party leaving Guadalajara by the lower road. Presley told them of the decision of the Leaguers not to fire until fired upon. All right, said Gethings. But if it comes to a gunfight, that means it's all up with at least one of us. Delaney never misses his man. When they reached Hooven's again, they found that the Leaguers had already taken their position in the ditch. The plank bridge across it had been torn up. Magnus, 2 long revolvers lying on the embankment in front of him, was in the middle, Harron at his side. On either side, some 5 feet intervening between each man, stood the other Leaguers, their revolvers ready. Dabney, the silent old man, had taken off his coat. End of Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 3.